You might be entitled to financial compensation. If you have any of these cancers, time is critical. Call now for a free consultation. If you don't win it, you pay nothing. Call 800-749-4921.
U.S. Supreme Court justices are continuing to consider arguments over a case involving a high school football coach who lost his job for conducting post-game midfield prayers with his players. Fox News chief legal correspondent, anchor of Fox News at Night, Shannon Green, has details.
It's been a long haul.
After a 7-year legal battle between the former public high school football coach Joe Kennedy finally landed at the U.S. Supreme Court. Kennedy lost his job after refusing to stop praying on the 50-yard line after games. Students often join, opposing coaches and players too. That fact prompting multiple justices to worry today about coercion.
It is a form of pressure, a form of coercion. We're worried that the students will feel he gets to put me into a football game or not. He gets to, give me an A in math class or not. And this is the kind of coercion that's improper for 16-year-olds.
What about the player who thinks, if I don't participate in this, I won't start next week? Or the player who thinks, if I do participate in this, I will start next week?
A concern we asked Kennedy about days ago. He told me over the years, 2 players did come to him to say they were uncomfortable with the prayers.
I need both of them my team captains. I need people that have leadership that can stand up for what they think is right.
Kennedy says he just wants the right to pray alone and silently on the field. The school district says Kennedy wants to pray aloud and with students present, sparking concerns that could be viewed as the public school, i.e. the government, endorsing a particular religious viewpoint. Kennedy says students asked him if they could join. Justice Gorsuch asked if the coach, under the district's own policies, had a duty to turn them away.
Well, I just want to make sure I understand the school policy. It appears that teachers are forbidden from either encouraging or discouraging private student prayer. Is that right?
Yes, Justice.
So the coach was forbidden from discouraging private student prayer.
Absolutely.
Decision in that case is due by June, but tonight the Supreme Court took action involving a prestigious public magnet school here in suburban D.C. It changed its admission policies in order to focus less on academics, more on racial and socioeconomic diversity. That resulted in a drastic drop in the number of admissions for Asian American students, and a group of parents is suing over that. Well, today the Supreme Court issued an order saying that new admission policy can stay in place while the case plays out. Brett.
All right, we'll follow it, Shannon. Thanks. See you tonight. Up next, the panel on President Biden's immigration woes and the trip by 2 of his key advisors to Ukraine. First, beyond our borders tonight, French President Emmanuel Macron easily defeated challenger Marine Le Pen in the national election in France. Macron received 58.5% of the vote. Le Pen took just 41.5%. But Le Pen is now trying to orchestrate a victory in June's parliamentary vote and capture a majority of the seats in the National Assembly in France. Greeks celebrate Orthodox Easter without coronavirus restrictions for the first time in 3 years. Many Greeks mark the occasion by returning to the countryside and their ancestral homes. Recent authorities say this year's exodus is significantly higher than that of pre-pandemic 2019. Just some of the stories beyond our borders tonight. We'll be right back.
Finding the perfect developer isn't easy, but at Upwork, we found her. She's in Prague, between the ideal cup of coffee and the truly impressive synthesizer collection. And you can find her right now on Upwork.com. The world is your workforce. Finding the perfect project manager, designer, developer, or another meet just to fall right into place. Find the top-rated talent you can start today on Upwork.com.
We hit the bike trails every weekend.
Jingles doesn't care.
I grow all my own vegetables.
Shingles doesn't care. You still have the best moves you've ever seen. Good for you, but Shingles doesn't care. Because 1 in 3 people will get shingles. You need protection. But no matter how healthy you feel, your immune system declines as you age, increasing your risk of getting shingles. So what can protect you? Shingrix protects. You can protect yourself from shingles with a vaccine proven to be over 90% effective. Shingrix is a vaccine used to prevent shingles in adults 50 years and older. Shingrix does not protect everyone and is not for those with severe allergic reactions to its ingredients or to a previous dose. An increased risk of Guillain-Barré syndrome is observed after getting Shingrix. Fainting can also happen. The most common side effects are pain, redness, and swelling at the injection site, muscle pain, tiredness, headache, shivering, fever, and upset stomach. Ask your pharmacist or doctor about Shingrix. Shingles doesn't care, but you should.
I'm a first-time home buyer, and I'm using Realtor.com.
We had to find a house to fit our growing family.
I need a home office.
And I needed us to not have a roommate anymore.
And real-time alerts make sure I never miss out on a listing.
It makes home buying so much easier. T-ball on Friday, swim lessons on Saturday.
Hey, car shopping? How about car shopping right here, right now? Seriously?
Yep.
Car Gurus lets you shop for great deals from cars that can be delivered right to your family room. Driveway would be better.
Car Gurus. Get your great deal delivered.
Fact, we all love video doorbells. Voice assistants have changed our lives. We now control our home with a touch. And you know what's better than all these things by themselves? All these things together from the most trusted name in security, ADT.
Easy to steal your identity.
Bye, gonna go bye.
Protect yourself. You will find out to detect identity. There's a problem. Go to lifeline.com.
What if you could brush and floss at the same time? Now you can. First, floss at 2 water fixed sonic fusion. It's clinically proven to be twice as effective as regular flossing.
inside, but I'm the picture, me taking the picture, me taking the picture, me taking the picture. Yo, can you see me? We're gonna go inside. Ta-da. We have 4 patios over here. Here's one, my private patio. This is my public patio. I have my private patio. Okay. We're gonna go back inside. Back inside. Anyway, they got some really, really good racquetball players. They got 8 courts over here in Carlsbad. It's called Oceanside, right next to Carlsbad. We're in Carlsbad. And One guy damn near beat. So I haven't been beaten in 3 years. You know why? Because I haven't played in 3 years.
More people want, quote, not sure to run for president than Joe. We're not sure who this not sure guy is, but sounds kind of like a smart dude. We got this guy next door. Number two, he's got a higher IQ than any man alive. Number three, he's gonna fix everything. Maybe not sure supports a strong border. Maybe not sure is tough on crime. And maybe not sure knows how to stand up to the Easter Bunny. Whoever not sure is, he's got to be better than the guy we got now. Kellyanne Conway is the former counselor of President Trump and author of the new book. Here's the deal. So he's taking orders from the Easter Bunny, he's taking orders from the Taliban, and Pocahontas, she smells blood, Kellyanne. You think she's going to do it?
Yes, why not? Joe Biden, the key to his presidency really is no country for old men. And we've got Elizabeth Warren now, not thinking that Joe Biden's first 15 months was socialist enough, and she'll go back in there. As for Bernie Sanders, I was very curious to see there were approval ratings and favorability ratings tested among 8 major public figures. Trump, Pence, the only ones who had 50% unfavorability rating were Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden. And Elizabeth Warren is seeing the same polls we're seeing, plus this. She's aiming at Joe Biden. She's also aiming at Kamala Harris. She knows Kamala Harris cannot do the job, does not have what it takes. You don't believe me? Believe all 13 senior staffers who have led this exodus from the vice president's office, including her own chief of staff just last week. They don't want to be there. So Elizabeth Warren knows if you want the first female president, it can't be Hillary, damaged goods, too much Hillary, not enough Clinton. Third time will not be the charm. And it can't be Kamala Harris, who can't do this job second in command.
I hope Kamala didn't see the Sunday shows, because that, you're right, should make Kamala very.
Yeah, no, because there's never very little of her weekend schedule. So I don't listen. Watch Elizabeth Warren on the Sunday shows. But seriously speaking, Biden's got a big problem now because the number one motivator for voters this fall could be fear. And they're very fearful. Even the New York Times today admitted that people are worried. They're not just angry, they're angst-ridden. 73% say that inflation is worrying them and the choices that they can make. 68% say that Biden's executive orders on the border have made the immigration crisis worse. Jesse, do you realize that more people say immigration is a top issue right now than when Donald Trump was president? We've got Maggie Hassan, Democratic senator, at the border last week in her both khakis in front of Trump's wall, taking selfies. Why? Because she won 6 years ago by about 0.14% of the vote, 1,600 votes. She knows she's got to go to the middle, call him out on Title 42. I think it's fascinating that the Obama and Clinton people are quoted by name on these articles saying what a dismal year it's going to be for the Democrats. Why? Because usually they're blind quotes, and they say, no, let's just buck each other up. We can't let them win. I think the Democrats, without those 2 5-letter words, Trump and COVID, really don't know what to do. And he realized the Biden constituency. He won because he wasn't Trump. Who is his constituency? It's a Pyrrhic victory. And I don't know who he has around him to tell him that this is not going well. I mean, at this point,
he's an Easter Bunny. That's the only person that can tell him what to do.
Santa Claus, which comes out of the election. So I think by the time December rolls around, he's got a big problem. Biden promises to go out this summer and review all of the accomplishments he's had, which will look like this.
Right.
And she's very, and her bench is very thin. Even Governor Whitmer now has taken Biden off of her documents about the federal infrastructure plan they're working on together. So you've got a lot of governors, Polis, Whitmer, Rivers, Laura Kelly, all backing away from him. Most of them up for re-election this year.
That's smart politics. All right, Kellyanne Conway got the new book out. Everybody go check it out. Thank you.
Thank you.
They're making a break for it. Illegals making a mad dash for the Rio Grande. You got to see this video. Plus, the world is ending according to the, I don't know what you'd call them.
John Kerry says we have 8 years left. What do you guys think about that? It's a little under 8 years, unfortunately.
We have maybe less.
I've got moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now, there's Sky Risen.
As I get clearer, I feel free to get my skin, yeah, that's all me. Nothing at me, go ahead and leave. Nothing on my skin, that's how you plan. Nothing is everything.
Achieve clear skin with Sky Risen. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin in 4 months.
reinstated through 1 year. And Skyrizi is 4 doses a year under 2 starter doses.
I see nothing and I just run away. It's my moment, so I just gotta say, nothing is everything.
Skyrizi may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or coughs, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Nothing is everything.
Talk to your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Do your eyes bother you? Is after all of these emails, my eyes feel the combo of stress, dry, and sandpaper. Luckily, there's BioTrue Hydration Boost Eye Drops for instant moisture. BioTrue uses naturally inspired ingredients and no preservatives. Try BioTrue.
Should have called me Brown. I got this. I watch a lot of home improvement shows on Sling TV. I'm gonna need a gallon of spackle, 5 tons of chronic cream, stud fund. A big one.
With Sling, be confident you're getting the TV you love for a price. Sling. Try us today. WeatherTech is the trusted brand that offers premium products for ultimate protection, like our laser-measured floor liners. Now there's the WeatherTech Comfort Mat, anti-fatigue support and cushion while you stand in the kitchen, laundry room, and a stand-up desk, or anywhere you might find yourself. The WeatherTech Comfort Mat features a non-slip grip and comes in 3 colors and finishes. So stand up and relax. Order your American-made comfort mat at WeatherTech.com.
What if you could use retirement accounts to invest in crypto? With iTrust Capital, you can. iTrust Capital allows you to invest in your favorite crypto assets 24/7 with the tax benefits of an IRA. So instead of paying taxes on your crypto gains every year, you can defer taxes till you retire using an iTrust IRA. Or with an iTrust Roth IRA, you can withdraw tax-free at retirement because you're in this for the long haul. Start investing today at iTrustCapital.com.
They tried to cancel me. They tried to shut me up. And they failed. It won't work. I'm not afraid of calling out people who deserve it and praising those who've earned it. I'm going to cancel culture to annoy all the right people and to have a little fun. I'm Piers Morgan, Uncensored. America loves a comeback. There I am, baby.
Piers Morgan Uncensored, streaming weeknights only on Fox Nation.
You can't cancel me.
Even before the pandemic, my visiting angel's caregiver has been by my side. I would be lost without her, and my daughter doesn't have to worry about me like she used to. I visited angel to make sure I'm safe and sound in my home. She's not just a caregiver. She's essential to me and my family. Visiting angels, America's choice and home care.
Chicago weather city chooses narrative like the she's refused to enforce the law.
Can the city survive another term? Answers on the can't miss Tucker Carlson tonight.
Does my family need a new antivirus? Defensive antivirus is the reason behind ransomware's rapid growth. Part of it all the same. PCMatic's patented whitelist technology beats ransomware. PCmatic is made in America, including research, development, sales, and support. Other antivirus have older technology, made in foreign countries, some where the ransomware originates. Will their computers be slower? PCmatic won Best Performing Antivirus 3 years running. Sales suspended. PCmatic's only $50 for 5 devices for 1 year, with a full 30-day money-back guarantee. How about Macs? PCmatic works on Windows, Windows servers, Macs, MacBooks, Android phones, and tablets. How about where I work? PCmatic protects homes, businesses, and government agencies. For affordable, award-winning, patented antivirus, go to PCmatic.com.
Attention Zantac users. The FDA requested manufacturers support Zantac off the market, noting exposure to unacceptable levels of a cancer-causing agent. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with cancer after regular use of Zantac, you might be entitled to financial compensation. If you have any of these cancers, time is critical. Call now for a free consultation. If you don't win, you pay nothing.
Call 800-749-4921.
Joe Biden has got himself in quite the pickle. The New York Post is now reporting that Hunter Biden's top business partner, Eric Sherlin,
visited the White House at least, you ready? 19 times when Joe Biden was vice president. 19 times. Where he was meeting with top Biden aides in the West Wing. That's hard to do. And even taking one-on-ones with the big guy himself, Joe Biden. Well, wait a second. The big guy told us he never once got involved in any of his son's deals. Well, I guess his memory has a bunch of gaps. 19 of them, to be exact. And it's not like Eric Sherwin was just some no-name. He was the one helping his son get filthy rich from the Chinese. Helping Joe file his taxes when he was VP. Joe even called the guy about his taxes. There's a record of it. But Joe's made an art form out of playing dumb. He's just so good at it that people can't help but buy it. Or they don't, but they refuse to cover it, because if they did cover it, it would be the end of Biden's presidency. Looks like New York City hasn't learned a thing about crime. A new task force focusing on illegal gun crimes just saw all their work just get tossed right out the window. After 11 of the 12 criminals they busted just walked free. All but one of them. 4 of them lucked out and were released with no bail at all. Does letting a bunch of whack jobs get out scot-free, does that make any of us feel safer? It's obvious that the answer is no. Radical DAs and prosecutors are making it clear to criminals that there will be no consequences for violence. Instead, they're just letting toxic gangbangers out into the streets, where younger generations are forced to see criminals not held accountable. So they just look at the fast money, they glorify the gang life, and eventually they get dragged into these gang wars. And the big guys just give the young guys the guns, so they just get stuffed into juvie. They don't even have to serve time when they get caught with the keys. And it just keeps everything in ruins. And it hurts our kids, it hurts our communities, and most of all, it hurts our police officers, because they're just confronting this crime every day. As soon as they put on the uniform, they become targets. Whether it's at a traffic stop or just knocking on the door during a domestic call. There's always a risk, a sudden up job, either on the other side of the door pulling the trigger and ending their life. Having to go through stuff like this. Watch. Mike Rose, the host of How America Works on Fox Business, and his latest episode focuses on law enforcement. So what did you learn, Mike, when you were investigating the police culture in this day and age?
Well, mostly I was just reminded of some things that I had come to learn over the last couple of years, primarily the unintended consequences that come from talking about a tiny fraction of the 800,000 cops in this country over and over again and again in the same way, day after day after day. It forms a perception in the public's mind that's wildly inaccurate. It makes it very, very tough to be a cop, as you just pointed out. But it also makes it really hard to recruit.
Yeah.
Part of the reason I'm doing this series for you guys, and part of the reason that we're back for another season, is that we look at industries in this country that we all rely upon. But that we often wind up taking for granted. We've done beef, we've done oil, we've done textiles, we've done most of the big ones, but without law enforcement, none of it works. And right now, there's not a single police force in this country that isn't affirmatively struggling with recruitment for all the reasons you just mentioned. So, look, I think there's never been a tougher time to be a cop. I wanted tonight's premiere episode to be an honest look at a real police force in Wilmington, North Carolina, where we just hang out with the guys for a week or so, and the women, to get a sense of what it means to be a cop in 2022. And look, I don't want to overstate it, but it's a hell of a thing.
It is, and you have to understand how much passion and compassion these officers have to help the community, because a lot of this is not just pulling people over with weapons. A lot of this is, breaking up domestic violence or saving someone's life that's overdosing. You know, pulling people out of a car accident. That's what really motivates these people, and they're just getting smeared.
I hear it everywhere I go. But it's a terrible tragedy to die doing your job. We all know that. We all know that first responders of all kinds are paid to run in when sensible people run the other direction. To be targeted, to be ambushed. Christopher Wray was on scene about a story that really no one has covered. The fact this year, 1 every 5 days is, and on the one hand, nobody's talking about that, Jesse, but on the other hand, no one's talking about the fact that the vast majority of those 800,000 cops never draw their weapon during the course of their whole career. It's a lot to think about.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't win with statistics. People, it doesn't process with people. Apparently, you just got to use emotion. There's a lot of emotion at stake. All right, we're going to be checking that out, my bro. As always, thanks for coming on Prime Time. Putin's mistress is the key to ending the war in Ukraine. Our strategy. Next.
Walking on
Wealth is breaking ground on the biggest project yet. Worth is giving the people who build it a solid foundation. Wealth is shutting down the office for Mike's retirement party. Worth is giving the employees half his life with you, the party of a lifetime. Wealth is watching your business grow. Worth is watching your employees grow with it. Principal, for all it's worth. Dry eye symptoms keep driving you crazy? Inflammation in your eye might be to blame.
time for ache and burn.
Over-the-counter eye drops typically work by lubricating your eyes and may provide temporary relief.
They'll probably pass by me.
Xiidra works differently, targeting inflammation that can cause dry eye disease.
Citra.
It can provide lasting relief. Xiidra is approved to treat the signs and symptoms of dry eye disease. Don't use it if you're allergic to Xiidra. Common side effects include eye irritation, discomfort or blurred vision when applied to the eye, and unusual taste sensation.
Got any room in your eye?
Ask your doctor if a 90-day prescription is right for you, and pay as little as $0.
I did it.
Xiidra. Not today, dry eye.
At ADP, we use data-driven insights to design solutions to help you manage payroll, benefits, and HR today, so you can have more success tomorrow.
My name is Gordon. Growing up, my parents taught us about good nutrition and fruits and vegetables, and that was incorporated in my upbringing. Balance of nature allows me to have the servings of fruits and vegetables that I want, and it's just so convenient. And one of the things I love to do is watercolor painting, especially now that I'm retired. A lot of times I will stay up at night, caught up in the moment, and the next thing I know, hours have gone by. Balance of nature keeps my mind sharp and alert. It allows me to be creative. It's given me energy to do what I want to do. The most important to me is the peace of mind that I have, knowing that I can have the best health possible.
Start your journey with the best fruit and vegetable product. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com. And don't forget to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
Active recovery is essential. I wrote those because my training never stopped. I'm a world champion. The pressure is on. This is legacy. Blue Bones keeps me at the top of my game.
I didn't know my genetic report could tell me I was prone to possible blood clots. I travel electronics, so this info was kind of life-changing. Maybe even life-saving.
There he is.
There he is. Combining your stuff is hard. Combining your TV with Dish? Easy. Prime Video. Live TV and streaming apps all in one place with Dish.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell. Years ago, when I invented My Pillow, I was faced with every adversity you could think of. And that's why I created MyStore.com to help other U.S. entrepreneurs. To celebrate the launch of MyStore.com, go online now or call the number on your screen to get my amazing buy one, get one free offers on all these My Pillow products. Buy one of my Giza Dream bed sheets made with the world's finest cotton and get a second set absolutely free. Or you can get my 6-piece towel. Buy one set and get another set absolutely free. Or my Roll and Go Anywhere My Pillows. Buy one and get another one absolutely free. Or you can get my Giza Elegance My Pillow and get another one absolutely free. Guaranteed the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. So call the number on your screen or go to mystore.com to receive my exclusive buy one, get one free offers. Or you get deep discounts on all my store products. Thank you and God bless.
Joe Biden has blood on his hands. The crisis he created at the southern border has claimed the life of a brave Texas National Guardsman, Bishop Evans. His body was recovered today after he dove into the Rio Grande, attempting to save the lives of 2 illegal aliens, believed to be drug smugglers. Well, the illegals survived, and our Texas hero did not. The White House, though, refused to accept responsibility.
Why not feel any responsibility for his death, given that there's reporting that he lost his leg, allegedly trying to save 2 migrants who were smuggling drugs?
Of course, we are mourning the loss of his life, and we are grateful for the work of every National Guardsman. I would note that the National Guard work for the states, and so he is an employee of the Texas National Guard, and his efforts and his operation were directed by there, not by the federal government.
Yeah, he's Texan. He's not an American. He's just a Texan. The Texas is doing the job because the feds won't do it. Look what's happening at our southern border. Illegals dodging Mexican officials running right into the river. Look at her. She's like a world-class sprinter. Forcing U.S. Border Patrol agents to go in and save her. What are we doing? Turning now to another topic. Count this one as a victory for free speech. Earlier today, Elon Musk completed his takeover of Twitter, with the world's richest man paying just $44 billion to buy the social media giant. Musk has been outspoken against censorship and has consistently hailed himself as a free speech absolutist. Now he's put his money where his mouth is, saying, quote, "Free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy, and Twitter is the digital town square where matters vital to the future of humanity are debated. Twitter has tremendous potential. I look forward to working with the company and community of users to unlock it." But the left is not happy. They're big fans of censorship, and they're freaking out about this. Many of them are already announcing that they're going to be leaving Twitter, just like Barbara Streisand said she was moving to Canada when Trump was elected. Vivek Lexsteak Ramaswamy is an entrepreneur, investor, and author of Woke Inc. How significant is this deal by Musk?
I think it's really significant because you have actually put the platform in the hands of someone who cares about what Twitter and the original internet was supposed to stand for: free speech and open debate on the internet. However, Jesse, the hard part starts now, because even Elon has said that he wants to take down excess spam, a lot of constitutionally protected speech. So what does it mean to take down some kinds of speech but leave others on? That's what's going to make his job hard. And I think there's an easy way to do it. You give the power back to the user, because some users may say that, hey, I wish Twitter was the way it used to be. I think you can let them opt into it, to say this was the old system, and if you want censorship or you don't want to see certain things online, opt in. But for everybody else, let them see it.
So what does this do to the left's infrastructure of power?
and control. You know, Facebook is kind of 50-50. They don't have Facebook completely. They have a little bit of it. They have the mainstream media. They have that. They have the White House. They have the House and the Senate. But what does this do to their control? Yeah, so this is a big development actually, because what the government has been doing, it's not just the left, it's left-wing government in this country, has been directing social media companies like Twitter, like Facebook, like YouTube, to take down content that the government could not censor directly, but use private companies to do it through the back door. I've written about this in the pages of the Wall Street Journal. Elon Musk will not take orders from the government. This is why the government is unhappy. So this is why Jen Psaki's known as the Joe Biden is. So this is a big pillar of control that's now coming down. Exactly. And Tucker Carlson allegedly just tweeted that he's back on Twitter. Well, you know, you're going to see a lot of people coming back. You're going to see a lot of people leaving. But at least it's going to stand for free speech and open debate without the government, Big Brother telling them. There's Tucker. Like that. We're actually putting up Tucker tweets on prime time. You can see in the 8 o'clock. Is Trump going to come back? You think he's serious when he says he's not coming back to Twitter? You know, I think he's going to probably make his way back. The question is, which hat is he wearing? If he's wearing his financially self-interested hat, he doesn't want to necessarily promote Twitter because he's got a different company that he's an owner in. Yeah. However, I think that President Trump ultimately cares more about reaching the maximum number of people and participating in that debate. I predict he'll come back. All right. Vivek Lake State, thank you so much. Thank you, Jesse. Putin's bloody war in Ukraine is now in its third month, and so far the West sanctions haven't really worked. Now, growing calls for the U.S. to go a step further and sanction Putin's girlfriend and baby mama, as they say, Alina Kabeva. And I called for this months ago. There is one pressure point it seems no one's looking at. Her name is Alina Kabeva, a former Olympic gymnast and current Putin mistress, who's considered the most flexible woman in Russia. She's believed to have given birth to several of Putin's children, and right now she's in hiding. I said it before, and I'll say it again. If Joe Biden wants to hit Putin where it really hurts, he'll find Elena and go after her money. If you want to get to a guy, you go after his girl and his money, but also his girl. It's that simple. So why hasn't this happened already? Well, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that, quote, the belief among U.S. officials debating the move is that sanctioning Ms. Kabeva would be deemed so personal a blow to Putin that it could further escalate tensions between Russia and the U.S. Really? Escalate tensions more? This is the guy who's killing babies, and we're worried about a backlash. Now, you got to go after the weak spot. This could end the war. We're worried about his feelings later. Rebecca Koffler is a former U.S. intel officer and author of Putin's Playbook. So this girl's hiding out in the Alps. She's probably got a nice little chalet, fully stocked bank account. Why doesn't the U.S. really squeeze her? Don't you think that would make Putin change his calculation?
Well, Jesse, I'm sorry to bring some disappointing news. While yes, Alina Kabeva can turn on some special charms for Putin, such as twisting. Put some damage to his holdings, his wealth that is stashed away in all kinds of tax havens, including spread among his relatives and families that can survive.
So he's hiding his loot with his mistress. Why don't we go after his mistress's loot?
Yes, that absolutely makes sense. But what happened was the Treasury and the State Department has put together a draconian sanctions package, but then the Biden administration has backed out at the last minute because, yes, I know. And this is completely ridiculous because they have already done so much rhetoric that is perceived by the Russians as a total war on Russia. Believe it or not, Putin is portraying himself as the victim. So sanctioning Kabeva, or rather not sanctioning, makes no sense.
You freeze the mistress's bank account. She can't get her beef Wellington. She can't get her massages.
She can't go skiing. She can't even fill up her little car with petrol, as they call it over there. That's the move. I think that is a big move that we should seriously consider and deploy. Because right now, it's just destruction in that country. We got to try something unorthodox. All right, Rebecca, thank you so much for joining us.
Of course.
Next, vegans gluing themselves to countertops. One of them will be here to support that protest.
Hmm.
They tried to cancel me. They tried to shut me up. And they failed. I'm not afraid of calling out people who deserve it and praising those who earned it. I'm going to cancel culture to annoy people like people and to have a little fun. I'm Piers Morgan, uncensored. America loves a comeback. Here I am, baby. Piers Morgan, uncensored. Streaming weeknights only on Fox Nation. You can't cancel me.
In 2020, Los Angeles County voters elected a lunatic to be the county's top prosecutor. He has deliberately unleashed the most violent criminals in our midst, turned Los Angeles into a third world war zone. This is Los Angeles under George Gascon. People who break the law are celebrating.
Tucker Carlson Originals, Suicide of Los Angeles, streaming now on Fox Nation.
I feel stronger. I just feel healthy.
My blood pressure is healthy.
And I find I have more energy through the day.
Why are so many people giving 5-star reviews to our Super Beets heart juice? Because Super Beets are nature's heart healthy secret. They're a really simple thing we can do to help promote more energy and support healthy blood pressure.
Super Beets Heart Juice give you the antioxidants you need to help promote normal blood pressure, nearly 2 times more effectively than a healthy lifestyle alone. That's why Super Beets is the top-selling superfood brand at GNC. Find out how you can get a free 30 days of heart juice plus free shipping with your first order by calling or going to foxchews.com. But that's not all. Use discount code FOXVIP and get an extra 20% off.
This Super Beets offer isn't available in stores. And listen, you have nothing to lose because it's guaranteed. So do something good for your blood pressure and your energy.
Don't miss out on this exclusive Fox News offer. Act now.
With our TV stream, I can get live TV and on demand together. Baseball, Ghostbusters. Baseball, Ghostbusters. Baseball.
It's good to be back. That is one foul ball.
Get your TV together with the best of live and on-demand. Direct TV stream. Now get $30 off over 3 months.
Angie's List is now Angie, and it's easier than ever to get your projects done right. With Angie, you can connect with top pros and see ratings and reviews. And when you book and pay through Angie, you're covered by our happiness guarantee. Check out Angie.com today. Angie, and done.
I found a cheaper price for my meds with Single Care. Single Care is accepted at major pharmacies nationwide. Just look up your prescription on the Single Care app and share the coupon to your pharmacist. Go to singlecare.com or download the app today.
Yes! Hi, the weather tech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measure floor liners, no more lights, cargo liner, bump stem, seat protector, and comfort.
What about my car?
WeatherTech. When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening. Chicagoans age. She's refused to report for what? Can I survive another term? Answers on I Can't Miss Tucker Carlson tonight. What you loves me.
He's the perfect guy.
Not because I'm the only guy or anything, but because I can always get her to finish through help from mindfulness play spray. Just a few sprays, I get way more control.
And confident.
King of the jungle, baby!
It's a garden, honey.
Is your credit score getting in the way of the things you want to do? Personal loans through NextGen offer fast and flexible lending. Borrow up to $10,000 and choose the payment terms that work for you. You may even be able to build your credit history as you repay. NetCredit, a more personal loan.
In a world controlled by banks, there's only one way out. Just as powerful.
Is becoming legalized pretty much everywhere in the country. Last week, dispensaries in New Jersey officially opened up for business. But the first state to legalize marijuana, Washington State, is now quietly banning it because of racism. That's right, the home of Kurt Cobain, Starbucks, and blatant open-air drug use is cracking down on marijuana. The word that is. At Saturday's Timberwolves Grizzlies game, one protester decided to go hard in the paint, trying to storm the court before being taken out by security. Talk about defending the rim. But this is the third animal protester removed from an NBA court in the last 11 days. Last week, one lady was chained in the action, literally. She locked herself to the basket, crossing in the way of the game. These protesters belong to an animal rights group called Direct Action Everywhere. And I guess they mean everywhere. But they're not alone in this fight. PETA is getting in on the action. But instead of a basketball court, they're targeting your local Starbucks. Last week, two protesters in Seattle superglued themselves to a counter in Seattle to protest the higher price of soy milk.
The reason that we're here is that Starbucks is a major contributor to mass-scale animal abuse that's happening in cows all across wherever basically Starbucks operates. We're protesting the dairy industry specifically and Starbucks' major support of the dairy industry.
Absolutely incredible that this new contract is still happening. It looks like they are working on the other person, Cameron, who's over here. Trying to get them this, and I can just still feel my hand is still very, very stuck.
They were protesting the more expensive price of soy milk, oat milk, all other non-dairy milk options they have at Starbucks. And these guys are now facing felonies. Joining me now is PETA spokesperson Ashley Byrne. Ashley, did you know that super glue is made from,
I promise the super glue that we're using was not.
It's from the hooves of horses.
We're very conscious.
Are you sure about that?
I am sure.
Okay, so this was a non-animal super glue.
Yeah.
And you know that super glue doesn't actually work. Like you can actually unglue your hand. It's not really super glue.
Well, it seemed like it was quite a fiasco to actually get them unstuck. So
Do you support these types of protests? Let's start with the NBA games.
we support anything that thrusts animal abuse into the spotlight and exposes it. especially when someone is involved who really has a stake in it being hidden.
So you think this thrusted the animal rights ideas into the spotlight by running onto a game?
I know it did because it made headlines everywhere.
Were people thinking about animal rights? Was that what they were thinking? Were they thinking some crazy woman just got tackled by security in the middle of the game?
Well, that's the headline. And then you
I will have you know that I am eating a lot of salad recently, and I'm putting the falafel on the salad instead of the chicken. But I do eat meat sometimes.
Well, a lot of people are switching to more plant-based options. That's something we're seeing.
Okay, you're not going to run out onto my set and super glue yourself to the camera.
Now that you mention it, we're not.
All right, I just think you guys are going about it the wrong way. Do you think there's another option for animal rights activists to deploy instead of interrupting NBA games or messing up my Starbucks order when I'm ready for work?
Well, we
They have like 19 police officers at Starbucks. They could be solving crime.
Not
in Seattle. Seattle's it's crazy in Seattle.
We deploy all the options, and we have with the Starbucks campaign. We've spoken at their shareholder meetings, we've held demonstrations, we've taken to social media, but sometimes we need to take it up a notch and really push. And I think if people can see what's going on behind the scenes and how cows are used in the dairy industry, they would understand.
This is less expensive than the plastic bottle of rum at Sam's Club. See that? The bottle is worth more than the rum, I promise. Because that rum is really, it's nothing. It's nothing. Small damn part of the deal. So we're going to be watching Tucker Carlson here in about 10 minutes.
All right, what is worse, climate change or mass murder?
Climate change equals mass murder. Okay, so who's being murdered? Well, all of us.
With Armor All, a little bit of this protects you from a lot. Armor All, minimum effort, maximum protection.
Unlimited cashback match. Only from Discover.
Hi! Need new glasses? Get 50% off a complete pair of Vision Works. How can you see me squinting? I can't, I'm just telling everyone. Hey! For a limited time, get 50% off a complete pair of Vision Works.
At Booking.com, find
I don't like brandy gold. I don't like it.
sorted. What's up?
Icy gold.
Of course, want to be friendly. We don't like to say perfect, but it's pretty perfect. Booking.com, Booking.yeah.
At Hong Silvers, when life gives us limits, we make limit cake. And when we make limit cake, we make it free for you. When you order any 10-piece meal or larger, order ahead at longtimeservice.com. This year.
Fruits and vegetables are integral to any healthy diet. But why do so few Americans actually eat the recommended servings of produce every day? It's because it can be difficult to prepare that much produce daily. Many doctors recommend that you eat at least 10 servings of whole fruits and vegetables every day. Even processes like juicing leave out pulp and other parts of produce that are dense in nutrients you need to stay healthy. Balance of Nature is the best way you can get the recommended servings of fruits and vegetables every day without eating a mountain of produce. By taking Balance of Nature, you are giving your body all the nutrients it needs to increase your cell's vitality. Start your journey with the best fruit and vegetable product on the market right now. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com. Shipping is always free, and don't forget to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code
Crazy $99 drone is going to be banned from the public. There's a tiny US drone company.
So we are 3 minutes away, 2 minutes away from Tucker Carlson coming on. We're going to play him through the whole show and also Hannity. I flew from Hawaii to Vegas straight through. Tucker Carlson starts at 2 o'clock in Hawaii. The flight started at 2 o'clock in Hawaii. So by the time they got to Greg Gutfeld, I was already there. How about that? Surprise.
Psaki keeps saying we need immigration reform. How about we just enforce the laws already in the books? That would be too simple. Why would the politicians do something that would make so much sense? Jim, from Howell, New Jersey, I want Elon Musk to buy our southern border. That would be a good idea. Adam, from Detroit, Michigan, where is BLM now protesting for the African American guard who lost his life trying to save immigrants? Well, there's no money in that. And if there was money they could embezzle from that death, then of course they'd be there in full force. Ed, St. Paul, Minnesota. If we really do only have 8 years left, those student loan payoffs will be dumber than ever. Someone should let Liz Warren know that. And here we go, Liz Warren. If Elizabeth Warren is elected president, will we have to return the stolen land to her people? Ross Geller from Virginia. I'm glad you're back, Jesse. I was a little worried you'd gone on one of those toad-licking retreats. All right, so we have the toad-licking retreat poll. We polled the audience, should I go on the retreat and lick the psychedelic toad? They call it the God molecule. 42 said yes. 58% said no. Now, I'm hearing members of my staff actually voted on the poll, and they voted yes to send me to the psychedelic retreat. And now I'm a little concerned. We're going to have a meeting about that tomorrow. That is all for us tonight. Tucker Carlson is next, and as we mentioned, Tucker Carlson is back on Twitter. So now he can bother you on television and on social media. So thanks so much. I'm glad to be back. No pun intended. Waters, this is my role.
Good evening, and welcome to Tucker Carlson's a good news show. Don't get those too often. It's April 25th, 2022. Elon Musk bought Twitter today. That means that Twitter henceforth will be privately held. Elon Musk will determine what is allowed on the platform. Now, why is it significant? Not because it signals the sudden arrival of oligarchy, as you're hearing now. It's too late for that. Oligarchy is already here. Every major tech company is already controlled by billionaires. That's been the case for a long time, so this is nothing new. The reason today's sale of Twitter is big news, the reason it could turn out to be a pivot point in our history, is that Elon Musk does not agree with the rest of the billionaires in the tech business. Unlike the leaders of Facebook, Google, Apple, Amazon, Elon Musk believes in free speech. He thinks everyone should be allowed to talk, including people who disagree with him. I hope that even my worst critics remain on Twitter, Musk wrote today on his new platform, because that is what free speech means. Now that sounds like an entirely American sentiment, but in this atmosphere, that is a revolutionary posture. Of the 5 companies that control the flow of virtually all information consumed by the citizens of this country, Twitter is by far the smallest of the group. But it doesn't matter. One platform going rogue is enough to break the monopoly. That means you now have real options for expressing yourself. Going forward, if you disagree with the administration's latest directive, you get to say so out loud to an audience.
So they're up there every day from the podium, biggest megaphone in the world, commanding you to hate this or that group, lecturing you about who's good and who's evil. As if you're a child and have no right to decide for yourself these things, the basic things. But before today, you didn't have a right to express your disagreement in public. If you had an opposing opinion, or even more dangerous than that, if you had countervailing facts that undermine their storyline, the tech companies would shut you down immediately. It happened to us. It happened to a lot of people, most of whom you've never heard of. Never hearing about those people was the whole point of shutting them down. But that's over. After today, you'll be able to post your dissent in a place where other people might have a reasonable chance of seeing it. In other words, you will have a chance to change other people's minds, just like the White House does every day. So you just became a little more powerful. The people already in charge just became a little less powerful. It's that simple and it's that profound. Of course, it could change. It's possible that at some point Elon Musk will decide he doesn't really want dissenting views on Twitter. That could happen. Elon Musk can do whatever he wants, just as Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg can do whatever they want and often do. This is the cost to the rest of us of living under a political system that is so dysfunctional it cannot even guarantee the core freedoms it promises its own citizens. And free speech is the first on that list. Why? Because democracy depends upon free speech. And the irony is, if you'd like to save democracy, you are forced to look outside the democratic system in order to do it. At this point, you have no choice but to put your hopes in the good intentions of an eccentric billionaire. There's no other option because no one else is coming to the rescue. So in the case of Elon Musk, we will see how this turns out. But for now, Musk's purchase of Twitter is the single biggest political development since Donald Trump's election in 2016. It is certainly the most threatening challenge to the corrupt and incompetent leadership of this country. Now, that may not be obvious to everyone yet, but the people in charge certainly understand it. Here is the scene inside Twitter headquarters in San Francisco when the Musk deal was announced. Sorry, wrong tape. But the very same idea. What you just saw was the collective grief of people who thought they were going to be fully in charge, who totally believed they'd be able to rule without limit. You're watching those people learn that actually other people get to talk to. And that realization is crushing to them. It's the one thing they fear. And that tells you everything about why those people should never be near power. People who want a monopoly on speech and thought hate Elon Musk. Not because he's a racist, he's not, but because they can't control him. They hate him because he persists in saying things like this.
So, well, I think it's very important there be an inclusive arena for free speech. My strong intuitive sense is that having a public platform that is maximally trusted and broadly inclusive is extremely important to the future of civilization. And you just get that I don't care about the economics at all.
So free speech is extremely important to civilization. Are you triggered by that? It's often hard to know who's on what side. So much lying. Who are the good guys and who are the bad guys? Well, here's a very clear, simple, and unerring test. Who are the tyrants? They're anyone who is bothered by the idea that other people might get to talk. That is an unfailing test. It's 100% accurate. Would you allow people who disagree with you to talk? If you wouldn't, you were a tyrant. And tonight, the tyrants are grieving. In Congress, Democrats made a last-ditch bid to use their power to intimidate Elon Musk into backing off. Congressman Catherine Clark of Connecticut wrote this, quote, "If they can afford to buy Twitter, they can afford to pay their fair share in taxes. Retweet if you're ready to support Joe Biden's billionaire minimum income tax, exclamation point." But Tony, didn't National Review write a bunch of pieces the other day saying it was wrong for Ron DeSantis to use his power in Florida to punish a company? where there's apps upset about this. All of a sudden, Democrats are calling for any kind of higher taxes on the big companies that fund their campaigns. Why? Because here's one that may not fund their campaign. Congressman Bonnie Watson Coleman wrote this: if you can buy a major social media platform, you can pay your fair share in taxes. Tax the rich. Haven't heard that from the left in a while. Why are they so mad? Because their monopoly on speech and information, the ability to control what you believe, has been broken. So once again, they're resorting to force to get you to shut up. This is not an attack on Elon Musk. They're not going to tax him into poverty. He's the world's richest man. This is an attack on you and your right to speak freely, to express your conscience in public. But for once, it's not working. And the media are infuriated. They're profoundly threatened by a free internet. And so they're panicked. Why?
Elon Musk is the new power at the social media giant, and he is foaming the runways for the return of the trolls.
This is happening in the background of Elon Musk saying, basically, I want to buy Twitter so I can open it up and turn it into Gab and let Donald Trump back. So there are real consequences to allowing anybody to run these internet sites and say whatever it is they want.
And Elon Musk is the fox coming into the henhouse, and it is shameful that Twitter, which has a fiduciary obligation, I would think, to protect people who actually use it, the millions of people who actually use it. And to ask a single woman, this is a single person of color who just uses Twitter and needs it for their job. So Elon Musk is a threat to the weak. Say the most privileged and powerful people in our society. Really, they're really standing up for the weak? No. The weak are the people who aren't allowed to say what they really think. Those are the weak. What you just saw are the strong demanding the silence of the weak. Everyone's kind of figured this out, except the people demanding it. They're so up their own butts. You just heard them say that Twitter's a fiduciary duty to ignore its shareholders, block the deal, and continues Twitter's decline in the market. It doesn't even make any sense. And because it doesn't, we certainly are watching a meltdown. And of course, the bottom of the meltdown is always the same. He's a racist. Wait for the New York Times piece telling you Elon Musk is a racist. Sean King, the fake black activist on Twitter, wrote this, quote, at its root, Elon Musk wanting to purchase Twitter is not about left versus right. It's about white power. The man was raised in apartheid by a white nationalist. He's upset that Twitter won't allow white nationalists to target, harass people. That's his definition of free speech. Oh, so you're having a fake black guy attacking Elon Musk because of his parents? So Musk hasn't responded point by point to all this. And again, there's something a little bit pathetic if you care about democracy and pinning your hopes on one guy. But again, what are our options at this point? So far, Elon Musk has said all the right things. In a statement this afternoon, announcing his purchase of Twitter, he said this, quote, free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy, and Twitter is the digital town square where matters vital to the future of humanity are debated. I also want to make Twitter better than ever by enhancing the product and the features, making algorithms open source to increase trust, defeating the spam bots, and authenticating all humans. Twitter has tremendous potential. I look forward to working with the company and the community of users to unlock it. End quote. Now, if that's even half true, how is it not an improvement over what we currently have, where people are arbitrarily banned depending upon the whims of politicians in charge, where the powerful crush the weak to maintain their power? You think the status quo is better than that? Then you're a tyrant. Douglas Murray is the author of a brand new and fantastic book that's pertinent tonight. It's called War in the West. Very much worth reading. I have a copy on the desk here. Douglas Murray joins us tonight. Douglas, thanks so much for coming on. As a historian who sees the overview here, what do you make of Musk's purchase of the social media platform?
It's very important indeed, because Musk, as he said the other week, recognizes that Twitter is effectively the public square. It's become the public square in America. We may not like that, but that's what it's become. And when the public square suddenly has not just superintendents who can police it, but also people who pretend not to be policing it, but actually are, who ban people and take them away without anyone knowing that they've been taken away or banned, then there's something rotten. The platform needed to be reformed. It desperately needs to be reformed. And here's the thing, As far as I can see today, Twitter took on this responsibility of being the public square and was totally unfit for the task. You know, they silenced and effectively banned for a period a paper I write for the New York Post because it was running information at a great story ahead of an election it just didn't want to get out of there. Meantime, you know, other papers were allowed to say things that are actually untrue. You know, the New York Times in recent years, it's probably its most famous story is the 1619 Project, which, as I say, in the War on the West, you know, is a total fabrication of American history. Nobody at Twitter thought, why don't we mute the New York Times account until it actually has a reasonable account of American history on its website and doesn't make stuff up about every founding father of America, every hero of the American Republic. They didn't think that at all. No, they just thought they'd shut down the New York Post for running something that wasn't in favor of their particular partisan hackery that day.
What's so interesting, one of the points you make in the book, which I was reading today and I love, is that so many of the experts and historians who frame our view of the past and hence our expectations of the future are basically illiterate, who don't even read. They have no grounding in actual history. Like, they're the most mediocre semi-literates ever. And yet on Twitter, bubbles up occasionally. These sort of self-styled historians are pretty good. Like, should we be encouraging that?
Exactly. That's why I'm really keen for actual debate. By the way, the people I criticize in the book, all of the race hucksters, Robert DiAngelo, Ibram X. Kendi, they're not really public figures because they refuse to debate in public. They won't ever debate their ideas because their ideas would fall apart. So my belief is the more we can actually have the debate out, the better it's likely to be. You see, for instance, the people I critique in the book who attack everyone in American history, who've tried to tear American history apart and the American president apart, those people have been able to do that largely unopposed. They get wafted up from Twitter into positions at American universities. They get wafted up into Pulitzer Prizes and much more. These people have had such a run, an easy run for such a long time, and I want to help arm the American public to know how to fight back and get these people on the back foot, which is where they should be.
That was great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So Elon Musk has bitten off a lot here. He's famously smart, probably understands that. But what is it like to run a digital media property that's maybe out of step with the herd? Dave Portnoy's been doing that for a long time. But Marshall Sports were asking him, what is it like? So Dave Portnoy, you don't want to be controlled. They're going after your trying to destroy you for real. What do you think?
Well, he has one big advantage over me. He controls now Twitter. He's the ultimate say.
Yeah.
You know, Elon said something that rung true to me. He said if you're running this correctly, the 10% on each side are going to hate you. And that's the thing about this whole Elon Musk buying Twitter. And I even when I come on the show, you know, Tucker, I would say people think I'm political, but all the complaining is from one side. It's all from one side. It's not from the other. You just want an even playing field. If somebody says something about you, you want the ability to respond. What I find happens, you know, there's people, I'll make up a name, Julia Hack. There's people like this, they'll throw shots at you, and when you respond on Twitter, they have an army of bots, people who say harassment, 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 and they get you baited. So they throw all the arrows, and if you respond in kind once or defend yourself, you get banned or you get in trouble. I think that is essentially what spurred this on for Elon, because he got muted. And he's just saying, hey, let's open the playing field, exchange of ideas. I don't think anybody's saying somebody should run around and be like, I want to kill your mom, I want to kill your mom, I want to kill your mom. No. But if you have an idea, a thought, you criticize, the other side is allowed to respond. But the good news is, he's the ultimate guy. He's the ultimate gangster. I've said it a million times. I wish I could be him. If you don't like me, you don't like what's going on, I'm just going to buy you up and let it run. And he said something very key in a piece you played earlier. It's not about economics. So, I mean, how much of that's true? I'm not sure, because everything he touches is gold. But the major thing, whenever you look, why is one side all complaining and the other side isn't? That, to me, tells everything. Give people a level playing field. That's all anybody wants, the ability to speak back and debate points.
But why is that? I mean, what you said is the definition of fairness. It's how we conduct sports and business at its best. Why is that such a threat when it takes place in the media?
Yeah, and I don't think there's an illusion of fairness, but there is no fairness going around. You know, there's that account, Defiant Elves, Business Insider. They had a tweet that said, you know, how great it was that Jeff Bezos was buying the Washington Post. You
know, now they had a tweet that said this is the end of civilization because Elon Musk is buying Twitter. It just depends what you're looking for. But the key thing is, there is no fairness. Anybody who's paying attention, there's nothing fair. There's the illusion of fairness, and woe is me, we're trying to be fair. But anybody who's paying an ounce of attention knows each platform specifically leans certain ways. And you know what the craziest thing is? Like Instagram or the Facebook and Zuckerberg, I feel like they censor 10x what Twitter does. They all do it, and they all lean certain ways. But there's nothing wrong with fairness. But you're an idiot if you think these are neutral platforms any more so than certain newspapers lean certain ways, or even Fox News or CNN. If you think those two are looking at every subject down the middle, well, your head is in the sand, and it's the same with Twitter. Right. All you can ask for is clarity and giving other people the opportunity to respond, and that's what he's promising. And if you literally listen to anything Elon has said, I don't know why anybody on either side would have a problem with it. He's literally saying he wants to play dead down the middle and wants 10% on both sides to be like, this is wrong, that's how he knows he's been doing right. I've never heard anything political about Elon. I think it boils down, you know what, as simple as it is, as stupid as it is, he's going to bring back Trump. I think that, like, that's a lot of what people are freaking out about it. No, I think you're absolutely right. Dave Horton, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
So there's been an invasion. A sovereign country has been invaded by millions of foreigners. Oh, it's our country. It's not Ukraine. The Department of Homeland Security says nearly 20,000 migrants have come each day into our country. 20,000 once the administration ends something called Title 42. We have a live report on what is happening on our reporter, plus one congressman just came back from there. He was shocked by it. We'll talk to him next.
I see what everybody's seeing. Asking myself, what the hell is going on?
In 2020, Los Angeles County voters elected Lance Henry the county's top prosecutor.
If you want to really see what a dark side looked like, one look farther, then George Yosef.
Is deliberately unleashed the most violent criminals in our midst. In Los Angeles, into a third-world war zone.
A neighbor that is turning into Gotham City. People are so pissed off about what's going on.
What he said he's not going to prosecute that. He's legalizing sex.
We have gang members committing murders. They'll be released by the time they're 25, no matter what.
This is Los Angeles under George Gascon. You do the crime, you will not do the time. People who break the law are celebrating.
Tucker Carlson Originals, Suicide of Los Angeles. Streaming now on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, CEO of MyPillow. Retailers, shopping channels, and now even banks have tried to cancel myself and MyPillow. During these times, your support has meant everything to us. My employees now want to personally thank each and every one of you by passing the savings directly on to you. For example, you can get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $39.99 a set. That's a savings of 60% and the lowest price in history. And remember, they're made with the world's best cotton, grown where the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River all meet. They come with my 10-year warranty, and I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own. So go to mypillow.com now and use the promo code on your screen, or call the 1-800 number below to get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $39.99, the lowest price in history. If you do it right now, I'm also going to include a free gift with your purchase. Thank you, and God bless.
This Mother's Day, show Mom and Bush at the ground she walks on. This stands on. The new anti-fatigue comfort mat from WeatherTech is a gift she'll appreciate all year round. It makes standing comfortable in the home or office and comes right with colors and finishes. And for Mom's vehicle, it's Cup Foam. Floor liner, cargo light, and seat protector. Show Mom that she deserves the best with an American-made gift from WeatherTech.
Mom's gonna love this.
Happy Mother's Day from WeatherTech.
Why should you switch to Pure Talk? Here we have cups of coffee for the same price. These are more expensive. This one, just a buck. Which would you buy? It's simple, right? That's why thousands of people have switched to Pure Talk, because they use the same network as the larger providers for much less. The average family saves over $70 a month by switching to Pure Talk. Dial #250 and say Pure TV to save 50% off your first month. Pure Talk.
Simply smarter wireless. Craig has the no BS, 100% late night talk you need.
I guess we'll just have to trust him.
Don't miss a minute of Gutfeld, weeknights at 11 on Fox News Channel. Yo, please no.
Don't worry about me.
There's no shame. No shame. You don't know my family, right?
It's okay to ask for help. Find a licensed therapist at BetterHelp.com.
Ever hear the expression, easy as pie? Well, pie isn't always easy. You know what is always easy? Getting a credit card consolidation loan from Lightstream. It's easier than pie. Way easier.
Apply now at TryLightstream.com for your discount.
You fill up my senses like a wavy ocean. You fill up my senses.
Attention Zantac users. The FDA requested manufacturers to pull Zantac off the market, noting exposure to unacceptable levels of a cancer-causing agent. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with cancer after regular use of Zantac, you might be entitled to financial compensation. If you have any of these cancers, time is critical. Call now for a free consultation. If you don't win, you pay nothing. Call 800-749-4921.
So the Biden administration is proposing ending something called Title 42. That's the federal regulation that allows the government to keep illegal aliens out of the country on public health grounds, like if there's a pandemic. Well, they plan to do that next month. Missouri and several other states have just obtained a temporary restraining order preventing the administration from doing that. So this is a very, very big development because we could have seen a wave of the more bigger heating wave currently coming over the world. Migration is continuing tonight. Fox's Bill Lucian has been following that story for probably a year now. We've seen it firsthand. He joins us tonight from the border. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Tucker, good evening to you. That's right. That ruling from a federal judge came down tonight, and what it essentially means is the Biden administration can't take any action on Title 42 until there is a hearing next month on May 13th. In the meantime, it has been a very somber day out here in Eagle Pass. Take a look at this video from earlier this morning as the body of a missing Texas National Guard soldier was pulled from the Rio Grande after he had gone missing for 3 days. This is the flag grade body of Army Specialist Bishop Evans. He jumped into the Rio Grande early Friday morning in an effort to save 2 illegal immigrants who later turned out to be drug smugglers. According to the Texas Rangers, he was never seen again until this morning when his body was pulled from the river. He is now the first Texas Guardsman to die in a mission-related incident as part of Operation Lone Star. Then take a look at this dramatic video earlier today here in Eagle Pass. First time we've seen this, Mexican authorities actually trying to physically stop illegal immigrants from going into the Rio Grande, reaching out to grab them, trying to tackle them. They were unsuccessful, though. You'll see some of them actually running right past the Mexican authorities, jumping into the river. Ultimately, they were unsuccessful because all of those illegal immigrants ended up just walking across the Rio Grande, crossing into Texas, and were later processed by Border Patrol. Then yesterday, exact same thing. Take a look. We saw 4 of these illegal immigrants running down the Mexican riverbank, right past Mexican police who were trying to chase them. They jump into the water, some of them with little kids. They immediately start struggling in the river, and 2 U.S. Border Patrol boats have to be called out to rescue these people. Well, the agents were getting frustrated. They kept yelling, "Los niños, give us the kids, give us the kids." And the people in the water refused to do so. Eventually, a woman did, but one of the men in the water never handed the kid over. And then you'll see one of the guys just swims away from the rescue boat. So very frustrating for border agents. They say that kind of situation sucks up their resources. And back out here live, Press Secretary Jen Psaki was asked about that deceased Texas National Guard soldier earlier today, whether or not the White House shares any responsibility in his death. She said, no, they don't, because he was a Texas employee working on behalf of Texas on a Texas mission. We'll send it back to you.
Just a matter of time. We'll have questions for it. Bill Lucian, of course, on the board. Thank you. So this has been going on for close to a year and a half now. 2 million foreign nationals, a full-blown invasion. It's amazing, if you think about it, how few of the people commenting on this or making the laws that have actually bothered to go see what's happening. Well, Congressman Andy Biggs of Arizona actually went to the border, just got back. It sounds like he was shocked by what he saw. We're happy to have you join us tonight. Congressman, thanks so much for coming on. And thank you for going. What did you see?
Well, in this particular instance, we saw multiple groups being stopped. So when we rolled up the first night, you see a group of 46 with one Border Patrol agent covering them. Then you go on down another mile and a half to another gap in the fence. And there's another 50, 60 with, again, one Border Patrol agent. They just cleaned up 2 groups of over 100. And the reality is we just don't have people even to process these. So you're seeing one Border Patrol agent with 50 people having to stand by and wait for 3 hours for more transport to come. We saw 8,000, a Southside facility that holds 800, a little over 800 people with more than 3,000 people in it. The next morning we went out, same thing again, and this is in the Yuma sector. In San Diego, they're processing 800 Ukrainians a day and 500 more encounters, 300 in Calexico, over 1,000 in Yuma. So it's overwhelming what you see. And this is, that's not even getting into the environmental degradation. Yes, not getting into the fentanyl that we've seen that's been seized and the other drugs. It is absolutely the worst I've ever seen, and I get down about once a month, Tucker.
Good for you for doing that. And thank you for mentioning the effect on the physical landscape, on the land. Where's the Sierra Club? As our country's being trampled. Yeah, they're frauds. They're frauds. And I hope they go out of business soon. Congressman Andy Biggs of Arizona, thank you for doing that and for telling us about it.
You bet. Thanks.
So America is the most fertile farmland in the world. It's always had some of the cheapest food prices in the world. That could be changing. All of a sudden, prices are skyrocketing for staples. Your grocery store is not full. It means that our country's food supply is not secure. We'll talk to one farmer who is right in the middle of this. You should hear what she experiences every day. We'll be right back.
This is Iowa. We just haven't been properly introduced. Say hello to the place where rolling hills meet slow hills, where our fields, inside and out, are always growing, and where the fun is just getting started. This is Iowa. So, when are you coming to see us?
There you go. Right down the middle, the way I like it. Hello, friends. I'm Pat Boone. For years now, I've been telling folks about 100% drug-free Relief Factor. And of course, people come up and ask me, Pat, do you really take it yourself? Listen, I play golf, I play tennis, I swim, I sing. I'm about to make a new movie. Of course, I take Relief Factor every day. And I'm not alone.
I was developing shoulder pain, hip pain, and leg pain. I couldn't do my own hair or hold and play with my grandkids. I saw the commercial for Relief Factor. I ordered it, and within 3 weeks, I was out of pain, doing my own hair and playing with my grandkids. For me, Relief Factor is a miracle.
Yes, I take Relief Factor every day because Relief Factor is the everyday pain reliever. Order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or just call 800-4RELIEF.
This is it, your last chance to win big money for Publishers Clearinghouse.
Thank you.
Just days left and enter to win $7,000 a week for
Enter now at ECH.com. And you'll learn it could be you last chance. Enter now at ECH.com.
I'm Mike Huckabee, former governor of Arkansas and 2016 presidential candidate. Like many of you, I've struggled to get a good night's sleep for most of my adult life. I wasted at least 2 hours a day of my life tossing and turning, trying to shut my mind down. Until about 2 years ago, that's when I saw an ad on TV for Relaxium Sleep. I decided to order it, and it literally changed my life. Developed by renowned neurologist and sleep expert Dr. Eric Ciliberti, Relaxium Sleep is clinically proven to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. Relaxium's exclusive triple action formula addresses 3 key factors that contribute to insomnia. I like that it's non-habit forming. It's made in the USA. There's simply nothing else like it. Relaxium Sleep comes with a 100% money-back guarantee, so you have nothing to lose. In fact, they're so confident it'll work for you, they're giving away 1,000 bottles today. With Relaxium Sleep, I fall asleep as soon as my head hits the pillow. In the morning, my mind is sharp, and I've got energy that I enjoyed when I was younger. Both my wife and I have been paying customers of Relaxium Sleep for over 2 years now. And I know once you've experienced the amazing difference it can make in your life, you will be too. I trust my night to Relaxium Sleep. And so should you. Try Relaxium Sleep risk-free for 30 days. Use the promo code on your screen for free expedited shipping.
Call 800-417-3773 or visit tryrelaxium.com. That's 800-417-3773 or visit tryrelaxium.com. Fall asleep, stay asleep, wake refreshed with clinically proven Relaxium Sleep. Act now. You'll be glad you did.
Trust your gut to Relaxium Sleep.
About 11 years ago, I went from being the mom that I wanted to be being a burden, but with balance of nature. I could finally go outside and play soccer with my kids. You know, for the first time, I was laughing again. It put the sparkle back in my eye. And so I thank balance of nature for bringing the joy back into my life.
With balance of nature, my energy levels picked up. Even with not a lot of sleep, I could function and be the mom I needed to be for my son. So I would recommend it to anyone, but I would 1,000,000% recommend balance of nature to moms. I just want every mom to feel like they can be the mom that they want to be.
Having good health, being able to spend quality time with your family and do all the extras that you only dreamed that you would ever be able to do again, yeah, it means everything. Balance of Nature does that.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com and don't forget to use discount code Fox News.
Every Peters, the longest running primetime cable news host in television history, with his influential voice.
We don't take orders from the media mob.
And exclusive interviews for over 25 years.
Did I keep my word? You absolutely
kept your word. Don't miss.
So here's an awfully weird story. We cannot even begin to guess at the cause of it, so there even is one, but we feel good enough to tell you once again that over the last several weeks, more than a dozen food processing plants have had major disasters, mostly fires, some of them as well. So we were going to bring in this story last week, and an hour before air, another plant was hit by a plane. So we decided to take a closer look at what is this? Is this a trend? Is it new? Is it not? What are the numbers? Trace Gallagher has dug deep into this and brings us a story tonight. Hey, Trace.
Hey, Zucker, the goal here again is not to point fingers at anyone because we have found no evidence that these incidents are either intentional or connected, but there is a fascinating common denominator, which is that all of these dangerous episodes happened at plants or facilities that process or store food. And of course, with inflation, food shortages, supply chain problems, and the war in Ukraine, the timing here could not be worse. We should note that over the past several years, major incidents at food plants have happened on a fairly regular basis, but it is the recent and dramatic increase in frequency that really caught our eye. For example, in 2017, we found documented cases of 8 food plants around the country that had destructive mishaps. In 2018, there were 6, and in 2019, it was back up to 8. We skipped 2020 because of COVID, but in 2021, there were 11 incidents, a combination of fires, explosions, but already in the first 4 months of 2022, there have been 17 major incidents. We're talking fires, chemical leaks, explosions, and in the span of just 1 week, during the safest point in aviation history, we also had 2 planes that crashed into food plants, one in Georgia, one in Idaho. The FAA and NTSB are investigating those because they investigate every plane crash. But it's interesting that despite the bad timing and a huge uptick in destruction of food plants, so far, there does not appear to be a public and wide-scale investigation by either the FDA or the Department of Agriculture. We'll keep you posted.
Amazing story, and one we should care about. Thank you for that, Trace Gallagher. So again, we're not saying any one group is responsible for these fires. We don't really know what this is about, but we do know it's happening during what is turning out to be a disastrous year for food production in the United States. You got the avian flu, you got the ongoing tragedy of ethanol, which has hiked farm prices to a point where it's not even worth it to farm for crops that you might eat. And so what's the overall effect of this? Stephanie Nash is a fourth generation farmer. She's a dairy farmer at Nash Family Creamery, and she joins us tonight to tell us what she and other farmers are facing. Stephanie, thanks so much for coming on tonight. It is, you're not a farmer, but this does seem like the toughest environment for producing food that in our lifetimes. Do you think that it is?
Yeah, I believe that the support of everyday Americans and education across our country is a problem. You know, we are facing higher farm inputs, we are facing opinions from the public, we are facing regulations, we are facing drought. California, Newsom passed a law that we can't drill any water right now. And, you know, California has the largest agriculture county in the United States. I think we are distracted from the problem, and that is relying on the family farmer and rancher around this country to feed everyday Americans.
Well, that's exactly it. I mean, and it's not in any way to minimize the tragedy of what's going on in Ukraine. This is a tragedy. Ukrainians are suffering, and every decent person feels for them. But how could you ignore your own country's food, water, and energy supplies? I mean, that's the basis of everything, or am I missing something?
No, I don't think you're missing anything at all. I think this administration has made it very clear that the Green New Deal and climate change and billions of dollars running through Washington, D.C. is their agenda, and they could care less about the American people, our food supply, and our food security. I've always said, no farms, no food, no future.
Well, that's exactly, I mean, by definition, it's a biological fact. Maybe that's why they're ignoring it. They don't like biological facts. Are you worried?
As a dairy farmer, I am. We've seen 45,000 dairy farms go out since 2003. I'm worried for my beef farmers, the processing plants, how 4 major packers are depending on the price. I'm worried about pretty much all of agriculture. What is our future looking like? And how are Americans going to rally around our agriculture communities? We must support our local agriculture, and we cannot let regulations kill off our food supply.
Well, that's right. Or private equity deals. The ethanol thing is really shafted, I think, a lot of farmers. I've heard this one. That's another topic. Stephanie Nash, I appreciate your firsthand account of that. Thank you. So it's hard to remember a mayor more intentionally destructive or reckless than Lori Lightfoot of Chicago, once great American city, in decline. So at least one reporter in that city has pointed it out and challenged her, particularly on her policies on crime, and that enraged Lori Lightfoot. So we thought we'd talk to that reporter. He joins us straight ahead.
Mom, can we go inside and get ice cream and see where we live? What about the zip line? Gotta ride the zip lines. And the animals. They have animals, Mom. Oh, and VR.
Junior, I promise, you can do it all.
Woohoo! Best day ever!
So many people are overweight now and asking themselves, why can't I lose weight? For most, the reason is insulin resistance, and they don't even know they have it. Conventional starvation diets don't address insulin resistance. That's why they don't work. Now there's release from GLOW1. It naturally helps reverse insulin resistance, stops sugar cravings, and releases stubborn fat, all while controlling stress and emotional eating. At last, a diet pill that actually works. Go to GOLO.com to get yours.
Do you feel like the way you clean your ears at home doesn't work well enough? I felt the same way. But then I tried the WaxRx ear wash system. WaxRx was designed by a doctor, and it's the same system used in medical clinics. The reusable WaxRx system has everything you need to effectively remove earwax at home without the inconvenience of a doctor's visit. You should use the doctor-trusted WaxRx ear wash system.
This is my version of Jen Psaki. Jen Psaki. See that Jen Psaki? It's true. Ariel. Let me find this. Anyway. Jen Psaki. Bye-bye. MSNBC Psaki.
It will perfectly fit your vehicle's cup holder and your phone. Now here's everything that compares to it. Hello? Anybody? That's right. Nothing compares to the WeatherTech Cup Phone. It's 100% American made. It extends for easier viewing, turns sideways with 2-view, even dispenses hand sanitizer. No other product does what the one and only Cup Phone does. Order yours today at WeatherTech.com.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell. Years ago, when I invented MyPillow, I was faced with every adversity you could think of. And that's why I created MyStore.com to help other U.S. entrepreneurs. Just celebrate the launch of MyStore.com. Go online now or call the number on your screen to get my amazing buy one, get one free offers on all these My Pillow products. Buy one of my Giza Dream bed sheets made with the world's finest cotton and get a second set absolutely free. Or you can get my 6-piece towel. Buy one set and get another set absolutely free. Or my Go Anywhere My Pillows. Buy one and get another one absolutely free. Or you can get my Giza Elegance My Pillow and get another one absolutely free. Guaranteed the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. So call the number on your screen or go to mystore.com to receive my exclusive buy one, get one free offers. Or you get deep discounts on all my store products. Thank you and God bless.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening. Jesse Waters Prime Time. From tackling the biggest news stories to sharing the opinions that matter. Jesse Waters does it all.
We're going to be in this together.
With Vincent Sutton on Fox News Channel.
Making a small business loan fast. I got this.
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to ondeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
When you know it's time to get back in shape, Total Gym makes it easy to take the first step, and the second, and the third. It works your entire body with over 80 different exercises. Using your body weight as resistance, it delivers cardio and strength training in every workout. Total Gym won't just change how you feel, it'll change your future. Total Gym is ready to ship. Get yours today. Go to TotalGymDirect.com for special offers.
Fast. I got this. Long Falcon! There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to ondeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Are you being audited? And do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Is the IRS threatening to take more of your money? Don't fight the IRS alone. The Tax Doctor is here to help you negotiate your tax bill in back taxes. Do not call the IRS. Call a Tax Doctor now for a tax emergency analysis.
So for a couple decades, in a lot of ways, the city of Chicago was getting better, and that's a blessing because it's a great city. And then in the past several years, it's really been in decline. If you don't know people who fled Chicago, you don't meet them. And the main cause of that decline, and the reason people were running away from Chicago, is violent crime. And there's a reason for that. It's obvious, and it's the mayor, Lori Lightfoot. She did that, and she's refused to take any responsibility for doing it. She won't even answer questions about it. But one journalist in the city of Chicago, there aren't many left, a radio show host called William Kelly, was not deterred. So we asked a couple of simple questions of Lori Lightfoot, where he was last week.
Across the street, we had a police officer on duty, the victim of a hit and run. We have Michigan Avenue, the Magnificent Mile is now referred to as the Mile of Fear. The water tower place has thrown the keys back to the window. They say they don't want to be in Chicago anymore. Real Chicagoans are asking me, how could you possibly even consider running for re-election as mayor of the city of Chicago after all the harm you've caused?
I disagree with you fundamentally, and I don't think I need to address any and dignify your comments 1 second further. Next question.
Not 1 second further. Right. Last month, Kelly confronted Lightfoot on the increase in carjackings in Chicago, and she had essentially the same response that she attacked him. Why?
The data speaks for itself, and on all of the measures that you just talked about, homicide, shootings, carjackings, down this year, sir. Sorry to disappoint you, but that's
178% increase in carjackings, violent carjackings down
no,
in
you
Chicago.
are, sir. Carjackings in our city are down.
Okay.
You are the worst people I've ever seen. You really are.
I am.
You are, sir. You are.
I would think that carjackers would be the biggest.
Well, no, you're really in this room.
By the way, Lori Lightfoot at one point said she wasn't going to talk to any white journalists because she's an open racist in addition to everything else. But William Kelly, as we said, is not deterred. He's a radio host in Chicago, one of the very few journalists left there. He joins us tonight. Kelly, thanks so much for coming up. You are not intimidated.
It's great to be with you, Tucker. Thank you. And I think Mayor Lightfoot is hoping to change some of those answers tonight now.
Well, so it's your response was the most telling of all. She said, "You're one of the worst people I've ever met." And you said, "Well, I think the carjackers are ruder than I am." But I got the feeling she dislikes you more than the carjackers.
I think you'd be right about that, Tucker. For the last 2 years, Mayor Lori Lightfoot could just say, crime is down, the economy is fine, just close your businesses, shut down the church, and don't go to school, and everything's gonna be fine, obey me. And the Chicago media just accepted this. And then I started going to press conferences and asking actual questions, and all hell broke loose.
But I don't understand. I mean, Chicago is the home of Mike Royko, it's the news service. You had one of the most robust media markets, its own ecosystem for like over 100 years. Where'd it go?
Well, that's the Chicago I grew up in. I was born and raised in Chicago. I love Chicago with all of my heart.
Yeah.
I take this personally, Tucker, and I have to say that when I was growing up, I was raised to believe that Chicago was the greatest city in the history of the world, and that the mayor was the most important job in the world. So if somebody had told me when I was a kid that I'd be taking on the mayor of Chicago, I would have thought that something had gone horribly wrong. It's not the typical career path for an Irish Catholic from the South Side. But, I take this personally, and I hear politicians on the national level saying that we need to worry about the city of Kiev. I was raised to believe that we need to take care of our own house before we worry about Kiev or Moscow or anywhere else. So, just last week, Tucker, okay, I'm not even talking about, the weekend with typical 40+ shootings, a dozen plus fatalities. Last weekend, 4 women's bodies were pulled out of the Chicago River, okay? If 4 women's bodies were pulled out of the Kiev River, I guarantee you that would be worldwide news, okay? In Chicago, it's not even a one-state story. If I were the mayor of the city of Chicago, I'd want to know why were 4 women's bodies pulled out of the Chicago River? How did they get in the river? Who are these people? I would get in my car and I would drive to their houses. I'd knock on the door. I'd say, what was your sister or your girlfriend or your daughter's body doing in the Chicago River? Is there anything I can do to help? It's a problem. What can I do to help you? The mayor of the city of Chicago doesn't seem to care at all, Tucker.
Well, she doesn't care, and it's obvious with every word that she utters. And I just bless you for what you're doing. I think your persistence, your journalism highlights the evil that's overtaking. Anyway, I appreciate your coming on tonight for what you do. Glenn Keller, thanks.
I'll be on the city council meeting on Wednesday. If there's any question that you'd like me to ask the mayor, Tucker.
What the hell would be a good place to start? Thank you.
I'll do it.
Amen. So we went to Chicago, which really is a great city, to cover what was happening there. We did a documentary. The episode is called Chicago Crisis. You can find it on Fox Station if you like. A few weeks ago, the satire website Babylon Bee made fun of Rachel Levine. That's Joe Biden's transgender fake admiral, who's actually a biological man. So for telling that joke, because no humor is allowed, Twitter banned the Babylon Bee. Then Elon Musk reached out to the Babylon Bee and said he might need to buy Twitter. So we thought, for a brand new episode of Tucker Carlson today, we'd speak to the CEO of Babylon Bee, Seth Dillon, about how he started running a humor site and wound up as a champion for free speech. And we're glad we did, because it was a great conversation. Here's part of it. Why do you think it's important that comedy exists?
Well, I think for the reason that you gave, speaking truth, right? And this is one of the things that, we get fact checked all the time, and our jokes are rated false. And the funny thing is, our jokes are some of the few jokes out there right now that still contain a hint of truth to them. They're still rooted in reality.
Well, that's why they're funny, right?
And that's why they're funny. You get, the saying, there's a grain of truth in every joke, or it's funny because it's true.
Yeah.
There's a reason that those are sayings, and the reason is because your joke has to be tethered to the real world. It has to be rooted in reality, or it's not going to be funny. It's not going to be and I think we're doing that. I think we're making jokes that are based in reality rather than a narrative. We're not promoting a narrative. We are trying to tell the truth with our jokes and hold people in power accountable. And it's exactly the opposite of what they're saying. They say that we're trying to punch down and, punching down, right? Take shots at the marginalized and the oppressed. But I think we're punching up. I think we're punching back, if anything else.
Well, can I ask you, so if you're oppressing the already oppressed, how come the oppressed have the power to kick you off the internet if they're so oppressed?
they wouldn't have that power, right? Question. What I say, if you have the will and the power to punish anybody who makes a joke about you, that's the way of determining who's got the power. Exactly. Who can't you criticize? Who can't you joke about? Those are the people that hold the power. And so, I mean, in this case where we got kicked off of Twitter recently, and I'm sure, we'll get into this in some length, but, we're making fun of somebody, a white, male, high-ranking government official was the target of the joke. Kind of. I mean, that was the subject of the joke anyway. Yeah. And the target of the joke was this idea that, USA Today had named a male person Woman of the Year. And we're joking about this. This is not punching down. This is a white, male, high-ranking government official who's the subject of this joke. And it's an idea that's being pushed on people from the top down. So, the truth in our joke is that men are actually men and women are women. And you can't switch back and forth between them. And that's why the joke actually works, because it's rooted in reality.
So totally. Yeah. I always think, if you've got Citibank and Disney and Facebook and Twitter and the U.S. State Department and the White House on your side,
right?
Whether you're, some oppressed group or Ukraine or whatever, your cause may be right or wrong, but you're not the underdog.
Right.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
If everyone with power is on your side, you're not the underdog.
Right. And we're fighting potentially getting deplatformed every step of the way. There's hit pieces in the New York Times calling us a far-right misinformation site that traffics in misinformation under the guise of satire. So we're dealing with all of these obstacles to even telling jokes. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely a fight. I think we're punching up and punching back.
Interesting conversation with Seth Jones that one. You can watch the entire thing streaming tomorrow morning across the state, Fox Nation, 7 a.m. More news after the break. In 2020, Los Angeles County voters elected a lunatic to be the county's top prosecutor. He has deliberately unleashed the most violent criminals in our midst. Turn Los Angeles into a third-world war zone. This is Los Angeles under George Gascon. People who break the law are celebrated.
Tucker Carlson Originals, Suicide in Los Angeles, streaming now on Fox Nation.
Sometimes you might not feel ready for the moment.
We got this. You can take care of erectile dysfunction discreetly.
Glenn Psaki, Jen Psaki.
Roman ready.
PCmatic is antivirus software designed to proactively stop advanced computer viruses like ransomware. In September 2020, the federal government issued a patent recognizing PCmatic's superior technology to block ransomware. PCmatic is made in America, including research, development, sales, and support. The other antiviruses are made in foreign countries, some where the ransomware originates. PCmatic blocks annoying and malicious ads for hassle-free web browsing. Most antivirus slows your computer. PCmatic makes it faster. PCmatic protects Windows computers, including XP, Vista, Windows 7, 8, and 10, Windows servers, Macs, MacBooks, and Android phones and tablets. PCmatic is just $50 for 5 devices for 1 year with a full 30-day money-back guarantee. To get patented, award-winning antivirus that's made in America, go to PCmatic.com. We are America's antivirus.
I really needed to lose some weight for health issues. I didn't want to have a shortened lifespan. Having my wife do this with me is priceless.
Get Nutrisystem's partner plan. We lost 85 pounds with Nutrisystem. Weight loss is better together. Partners lose up to 20% more weight.
I could cheer her on, she would cheer me on.
And it's an easy plan. You eat the meals, you lose the weight, you feel better.
Eat the same meals or choose your own, including new premium meals with up to 30 grams of protein and new skillet dinners ready in minutes.
This smells great. It's like, okay, it's dinner time.
And we're bringing the taste of your favorite restaurant meals right to your home. Perfectly portioned with half the calories. Get food for 2. Meals and snacks delivered together free. Act now and get 50% off, plus an extra $15 off.
That was us. This is us.
Go online or call 888-915-10 to save 50%, plus get an extra $50 off.
It's still time in the family, and your heart is filled with bliss. But as you eat those to goose, your little sport insists.
Hey, Dad, did you know America's racist?
You're shocked with grief when suddenly George Washington bursts through. He snatched the screen and changed the thing to a nap. What career you? There's content for your child's mind, the fight that never starts. And if you give a child a chance to watch and grow, they might was all like Washington. True hero. Visit PremiumKids.com for programming and kids shows, cartoons, and books.
At times like these, it's important to know that you're staying safe at home. Visiting Angels is committed to your safety and comfort. Our compassionate caregivers provide one-on-one essential home care services for our senior loved ones. At Visiting Angels, personal home care is our passion. We're here for you.
Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care.
I'm Jack. I was a rodeo cowboy. That's how I made a living and raised my family for 25 years. I was really weak, and I could do a sit-up. I couldn't hardly get around. And a friend of mine told me about balance and nature, and he said, don't be, naive enough not to try it. It can't hurt you, and I know it'll make you feel better. And I'm old school. That's what we've been taught. Fruits and vegetables, the things you got to have, and taking the balance of nature just started making me strong every day. It was better. I've taken balance of nature now for 15 years, and I think everybody should take it. The balance of nature is a big part of keeping me going.
Start your journey with the best fruit and vegetable product on the market right now. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com. Shipping is always free, and don't forget to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code FOXNEWS.
Disguises are so much fun, unless they're in your kibble. Chicken meal? That's achy birdie bits processed into powder. It's time for Fresh Pet. Wholesome ingredients with nothing to hide. Fresh Pet.
Out here, you're a landowner, a gardener, a landscaper, and a hunter. That's why you need versatile, durable Kubota equipment.
First news alert, there has been movement in the Twitterverse. But first, the overview. Have you noticed it's the most powerful and privileged people in our society who are the most fragile? You never talk to an HVAC guy who starts crying because you hurt his feelings, because he's got a job to do. But Joy Reid, who went to Harvard and has her own low-rated TV show on MSNBC, she's highly distressed that Elon Musk might restore free speech to Twitter, so she says she's leaving. Howard Dean, former governor of Vermont, says he's leaving too. The question is, and we hope they stay forever because we believe in a diversity of views. But could this be like when they said they were fleeing to Canada if Trump was elected, and you wake up the next day and they're still here? So we're going to see if Joy Reid stays on Twitter. She uses it to continue to attack gay people she has so often in the past. I will let you know. But in the meantime, I wish you the best possible night with the ones you love. We will be back tomorrow night, 8 p.m. See you then.
And welcome to Hannity. We begin tonight with a Fox News alert. Big breaking news on multiple fronts tonight. Democrats, they are in as much disarray as ever, including another batch of really bad polls, including Joe Biden. And we'll sit down with Fox Nation host, our friend Piers Morgan. We're going to ask about him walking off Good Morning Britain last year. We'll get more reaction to his recent interview with the 45th president, Donald Trump. There's been a lot of drama in Piers' life lately. Here's a small sample. Take a look.
Which is the most explosive interview of the year.
Let's finish up the interview.
Versus Trump.
Okay, so the royal family is accused of racism. I'm sure the old bag's got to be 100. I mean, she grew up.
You cannot call Her Majesty the old bag.
But you continue to trash her.
Okay, I'm done with this.
No,
Sorry, no.
So, do you know what? That's
You can try to remember, not
No. I'm being.
Sorry, can't do this.
All right, well, first tonight, billionaire, CEO, innovator Elon Musk has now struck a $44 billion deal to acquire Twitter, and he's going to take it private, signaling a return, hopefully, to free speech principles to the social media platform, including a whole host of reforms to make Twitter more transparent, more accountable, more committed to freedom of expression. Now, Musk said today in a statement, quote, Free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy, and Twitter is the digital town square where matters vital to the future of humanity are debated. I also want to make Twitter better than ever by enhancing the product with more features, new features, making the algorithms open source to increase trust, defeating the spam bots, and authenticating all humans. Twitter has tremendous potential. I look forward to working with the company and the community of users to unlock it. I've been saying this for years. People should be free to say what they want to say and free to discuss a wide range of topics and political views without just being shut down, silenced, and canceled just because it doesn't fit what their far left narrative. And this, by the way, goes for all the big tech. That's Facebook, that's Google, that's Twitter, pretty much all of them. They have all allowed their companies to morph into one big left-wing echo chamber and one big arm of the Democratic Radical Socialist Party. So Musk's decision to acquire Twitter should be welcome news to pretty much everyone, other than the far-left voices who appear hell-bent on censorship and canceling to help do the bidding of the Democrats and protect Joe Biden at all costs. The meltdown, by the way, is already underway. Didn't take long. Far-left columnist Jennifer Rubin tweeted, quote, "Musk is the answer to the Jeopardy question. What is the one way to make Twitter worse?" Activist Sean King took it a step further, tweeting, quote, "At its root, Elon Musk wanting to purchase Twitter is not about left versus right. It's about white power." Okay, and the rest of the media mob, well, they're terrified of Musk embracing something called freedom of speech. I thought we cherished that. Take a look.
To me, when the richest guy in the world takes over the most important social media platform, that's just not a winning formula to me. It reminds me of old Bond movies where, Dr. Evil and guys like that, or Goldfinger, were going to take over the media. My tummy meter says there's something just not great about this.
How will this change our lives? And when he says open it up to free speech, does that allow more misinformation on the platform?
If you get invited to something where there are no rules, where there is total freedom for everybody, do you actually want to go to that party? Or are you going to decide to stay home?
But, this is a weird guy, and it's going to be a private company. I'm confused about what to do. We all use Twitter. Do I stop or do I wait and see what happens?
Now remember, it was the mob that teamed up with Twitter to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story, and they falsely called it Russian disinformation. They all just ran Russian disinformation, Russian disinformation, Russian disinformation, all in the run-up to the 2020 election, all in an effort to fuel yet another hoax to protect Democrats and, as always, attack Donald Trump. But of course, the laptop, guess what? It was authentic all along, and it revealed damning evidence of how the Biden family foreign syndicate used their political status to enrich themselves as a family and to ink lucrative deals with foreign adversaries, like in Russia and China, Ukraine, and other countries around the world. And get this, we are learning even more about Biden's lies that he never met with or talked to Hunter about any foreign family business dealings, because according to visitor logs from the Obama-Biden White House, reviewed by the New York Post, Hunter Biden's closest business partner, Eric Sherwin, guess what? He made at least 19 visits to the White House and other official locations between 2009 and 2015. So tonight, the country ought to be asking, and I'll ask it, what did Joe Biden know and when did he know it? Does he still stand by the lie that he never talked to his son Hunter about his foreign business dealings? And that's not all. According to Catherine Herridge, our former colleague, now at CBS News, prosecutors have subpoenaed paternity records, including tax documents from the 2019 lawsuit that was filed by London Roberts, an Arkansas woman who had a child with Hunter. And according to a 2018 email to his brother's widow, Hunter pressured Haley Biden into getting an HIV test with the email entitled, quote, "You need to get tested for HIV, Hallie." Okay, if you recall, Hunter was reportedly having an affair with Hallie about a year after his brother died and before the relationship apparently deteriorated. But don't forget, the laptop story isn't just a story about Hunter Biden and his destructive behavior. That story is more about Joe Biden and the Biden family, and about the media mob, and about big tech in this country, and how they colluded to cover up any and all evidence of the Biden's family and their nefarious foreign dealings and Joe's lies about not knowing anything about it. It was the biggest election cover-up in modern political history. Now, had the media done their job, had they actually vetted the laptop, had they actually made the right decision, not a year and a half later, but when it mattered before the election, could that have had an impact on the election? We'll let you make that decision. I think it could have. And it's why so many on the left are so hell-bent on censoring conservatives and censoring stories that are bad for Democrats. And that's why they are in complete panic mode over Elon Musk and his commitment to freedom of speech. I thought liberals believed in freedom of speech. I thought they'd love a guy like Elon Musk. Here's a guy making electric cars. They dream of electric cars. They go to sleep at night dreaming of electric cars. Here with reaction, Outkick founder Clay Travis, along with Republican congressman from Ohio, Jim Jordan. They never would have done it if it was Donald Trump, if it was Don Jr.'s laptop or Eric Trump's laptop, Jim Jordan, weeks before an election. But in unison, they sang out the mantra, Russian disinformation yet again. I guess 3.5 years of that collusion just stuck in their head and they couldn't think of anything new.
Yeah, I mean, this is why today is so important, Sean, because the left likes to be able to lie about us. We're not allowed to tell the truth about them. And we saw that with the example you just mentioned. Big tech, big media, Democrat Party, all colluding to keep the Hunter Biden story from we the people just days before the most important election. And that's why they're so apoplectic today. The left is going crazy. And as you point out, they're going crazy over an electric car maker who supports free speech. That shows you how ridiculous they are. But that's the power they had and the power they used 18 months ago in the run-up to the most important election we have to decide who's going to be president of the United States, who's going to be commander-in-chief. That is why today is so darn significant. The left doesn't want you to speak. If you don't agree with them, you're not allowed to talk. And if you try, they're going to attack you. They're going to try to cancel you. That all changes today with Elon Musk now owning Twitter.
I think so. And Clay, let me read this. This was a tweet from Elon Musk. I hope that even my worst critics remain on Twitter because that's what free speech means. I've been saying this forever. I want every comedian in America to finally be set free from cancel culture. And I'm offering myself up as a target. Every liberal comedian, take any shot you want to take, say anything you want to say. I don't care. I ask one little favor in return. Just be funny about it. Say whatever you want. Because I believe in freedom of speech. I mean, comedians can't even, tell jokes anymore without worrying about a fit. Well, I guess without worrying about getting slapped in the face this time.
Well, it's a good point. And amen. Let's enjoy the victories that we've had of late, Sean. CNN Plus basically lit $300 million on fire and imploded, right? We've got that brave judge down in Florida, thank the Lord that Donald Trump appointed her, and she was able to end this mask mandate. And now you got a full-fledged left-wing blue checkmark brigade panic because Elon Musk, as you just read that tweet, is saying, hey, I believe in freedom of speech. And if you wonder how much of a rig job we are dealing with right now at Twitter, someone who comes in and says, I want to have content-neutral policies that allow a robust and uninhibited marketplace of ideas to flourish is being attacked by the left wing in this country. They don't want an actual marketplace of ideas. They don't want to debate ideas. They want to cancel people. And to your point, Sean, right now comics are terrified to do their comedy many places, but on college campuses the most because kids come up on stage and say, hey, that was an inappropriate joke. We didn't enjoy this. And this is why we have to destroy what I think are the two twin pillars of the Democratic Party right now. Identity politics and a cancel culture. The combination of those two, Elon Musk is opposing them. I think we all need to be celebrating with great glee what's going on. And think about this. Vote for
I think he will. I take it at his word. I mean, that statement was pretty powerful. I hope my worst critics remain on Twitter. Keep attacking me. I thought that was the best line that he made all throughout this attempt to purchase. Now, we know, Jim Jordan, that Joe Biden lied when he said over and over again he never had a single conversation about Hunter's foreign business deal. There's pictures with Joe, Hunter, and some of those partners. We've got all the text messages that point to Joe's direct knowledge. Now the question is, if Elon Musk ran Twitter at the time and stayed true to free speech and didn't censor the New York Post, and let's say Facebook didn't do it, let's say Instagram didn't do it, and let's say Twitter didn't cancel Donald Trump but allowed the mullahs of Iran to keep their accounts, as happened for a while, would that have impacted the election in your view?
Of course it would. So again, look at how the left's going crazy over one platform. The left controls big tech, big media. The left controls higher education. The left controls Hollywood. It controls big corporations. It controls big sports. It controls the White House, the Senate, and the House. And they're going crazy because they're going to lose one part of one of those, just Twitter. That shows you the monopoly they have, and we still almost won. Imagine what would have happened if the truth would have got out there to the American people about a story like this, where Joe Biden said in that debate, my son had no dealings with companies with connection to the Chinese Communist Party. There are 4.8 million reasons why that's wrong, because that's what Hunter Biden got paid from CEFC, the Chinese energy company. So yeah, it would have made a huge difference.
Yeah, what your take on I think this could have been deep and profound. All we were asking for people to take a look at it, make a decision. The media, they played such defense, Clay, they wouldn't even ask the question. They came up with one talking point. It was regurgitated by everybody in the Democratic Party, everybody in the news media, everybody, all the tech companies. And that is, this looks like Russian disinformation. 51 highly ranked, this is the former intelligence agency heads. They said the same thing too with no evidence. They just lied to us outright.
This is why we need Jim Jordan and all of the Republicans back in power in the House of Representatives. This is why we need the Senate back in Republican control. Because I believe that if Twitter had allowed that New York Post story to go out, first of all, everybody else probably wouldn't have blocked it, right? Because what we know is all these big tech companies collude. As soon as one decided they were going to ban Donald Trump, everybody did. As soon as one decided you couldn't read the New York Post story, everybody did. Sean, even with the numbers that are out there, if 20,000 people had changed their vote in 2020 in Wisconsin, in Georgia, and in Arizona, that's one NHL arena, that's one NBA arena in the entire country, 20,000 people in those three states, Donald Trump's president of the United States right now. You cannot convince me that Twitter's decision wasn't a direct, collusive benefit to the Joe Biden campaign that echoed across all of social media. And this is why this is so big. Look, I always like to come on your show, Sean, and wave to all the Democrats watching, because they're watching you instead of MSNBC and instead of CNN. That's what the data reflects. And that's because there is a desperate demand for truth and authenticity in this country, and Fox News serves it. And I hope that Elon Musk, for purposes of big social media, can serve that same marketplace that is desperate for truth and honesty. And I think if he sticks to his guns, that this is going to be a monumental moment. The biggest win for free speech in the 21st century is Elon Musk buying Twitter, in my opinion.
It's going to be interesting to watch for sure. Jim Jordan, last question. So we know that you can't make threats against individuals or threaten violence on social media, nor should you be able to. Now, how far do you go with freedom of speech? What do you do about overtly racist people or virulently anti-Semitic language that people use? What should the rules be in your view?
John, I think you err on the side of the First Amendment. And, you know, the founders wrote the First Amendment. It has served our nation well. You err on that side right there. This is one thing we are looking at. If, in fact, the people of this great country give us the majority, we're looking at how we change Section 230, how we reform it, what do we do? But if you're going to err, you err on the side of the First Amendment, free speech. There's 5 rights under that First Amendment. Let's honor those rights.
All right, Jim Jordan, Clay Travis, thank you both. Now, President Trump is telling Fox News tonight that while he supports Elon Musk and the Twitter deal, he will not return to the platform and will soon be using, within the next week, Truth Social, who said, quote, I'm not going on Twitter. I'm going to stay on Truth. I hope Elon buys Twitter because he'll make improvements to it, and he's a good man, but I'm going to be staying with Truth Social. And here to explain, Trump Media Technology Group CEO, former chairman of the House Intel Committee, Devin Nunes, is with us. You read and you hear, okay, there was startups, some hiccups, etc. On the other hand, I had a conversation with you, and you said you were beyond your target levels, and maybe people's expectations were a little high in the beginning. Where do you stand now?
Well, Sean, what we've done here is miraculous. in just a few months since we started this company, True Social, which is now open, you go on the App Store and get it, we are uncancelable. So starting Saturday, we opened it wide open. We had to test it. We had to beta test because we're not using any of these woke companies, none of the tech tyrants. And if you look, just during our beta test, we're already getting more engagement than most people get on Twitter and Instagram for that matter. So it's amazing. And how did we get here, Sean? Donald Trump didn't need a new company. I had a perfectly good job working with my good friend Jim Jordan. I didn't need a new job. We did this for one reason and one reason only. We got censored. We got canceled. In some cases, people got completely kicked off of all the platforms, including the President of the United States. Had nothing else to do, but that was left to open the internet back up and give the American people their voice back. What's happened today is really incredible. I think if it wasn't for Donald Trump stepping up to say, I'm just going to go build my own company, I'm going to open the internet back up. Now you see Elon Musk stepping up to take out one of the big and most worst tech tyrants there has been, what I used to call the Twitter sewer. So this is an amazing day. And if you look at what's happening to Truth after we've only been open just a few days, we're adding people just in droves. I mean, we're already just climbing. And look, what we're trying to do, Sean, is something a little different. I think Twitter is a global PR wire on the internet. We're trying to look at all of the social media companies and we're building a community on Truth. And look, here's what really matters. The two big companies here are TikTok, Chinese owned, and Instagram. Those are the companies that are actually, like Facebook, Truth is already above Facebook in terms of on the Apple App Store. So those are where the eyeballs are at. And when you have 95% of the news being fake out there, being funneled through these social media companies, it's very, very dangerous for America, very dangerous for democracy. And your earlier guest said it well, we wouldn't be where we're at today if they wouldn't have censored the Hunter Biden laptop from Hell's story.
You think this is a positive development, even though you're developing a completely autonomous, your own platform. And the president's saying he's not going to go back to Twitter. Is this now a competition in many ways, or is it very different?
No, quite the opposite. That's what I was trying to explain, is that the Twitter's a totally different platform than what we're creating. We're building a community. We're looking at all the social media companies. And look, I think the numbers don't lie, right? We're adding more and more people every single minute than we've ever added before. So it's spectacular to see what's happening right now. And we couldn't be happier from my perspective. I quit tweeting 2 or 3 years ago. I just had enough of it. And Sean, you were one of our early testers. I mean, you are getting 10, 20, 30 times the engagement than you're getting on the other platforms. That's just you, Sean. And there's numerous other people that the same thing is happening. And so many people are so excited to be on the platform.
We saw a big difference in the last couple of years. I gave it up. I don't even have my own password anymore. My staff takes care of it, because where we used to have almost 90% supportive comments, now it's 90% I hate Hannity comments. And I'm like, why am I wasting my time? I could just have another Twitter fight with Alec Baldwin or Jimmy Kimmel. Wishing you well. Devin, great to have you back. And if people want to get on, how do they sign up?
It's real easy. We're on the Apple App Store, wide open. And we're beginning beta testing. We're going to be rolling out so anybody can get on any device in the next month. But Apple App Store is wide open.
And Donald Trump will be on
appreciate the business
with the next week. Okay.
Yeah, he's coming on. Yeah, he's coming on. Thank you.
All right, Devin Nunes, thank you. Coming up. It was yet another round of disastrous polling for Biden. I mean, a disaster gets worse by the day. His endless crisis continue to mount. We'll check in with Kaylee McEnany, Ari Fleischer. They'll break down the latest, and you do not want to miss. It seems everywhere Piers Morgan goes, I don't know, something happens straight ahead.
With my hectic life, you'd think retirement would be the last thing on my mind.
Can I go play video games? Sure. After homework.
Thankfully, Boyer provides comprehensive solutions and shows me how to get the most out of my workplace benefits.
Well, so I bypassed it again.
Here you go.
Cool. Thanks.
No problem. Boy, it helps me feel like I got it all under control.
Because I do.
Oh, she is good. Oh yeah, well planned, well invested, well protected.
This Mother's Day, show Mom that you worship the ground she walks on, or in this case, stands on. The new anti-fatigue comfort mat from WeatherTech is a gift she'll appreciate all year round. It makes standing comfortable in the home or office. It comes in a variety of colors and finishes. And for Mom's vehicle, there's cup foam, floor liner, cargo liner, and seat protector. Show Mom that she deserves the best with an American-made gift from WeatherTech. Happy Mother's Day from WeatherTech.
They tried to cancel me. They tried to shut me up. And they failed. The world got work. I'm not afraid of calling out people who deserve it and praising those who've earned it. I'm going to cancel culture to annoy all the right people and to have a little fun. I'm Piers Morgan, Uncensored. America loves a comeback. So here I am, baby.
Piers Morgan Uncensored, streaming weeknights only on Fox Nation.
You can't cancel me.
Guys, all of these prostate formulas claim to reduce your urges to urinate, but only one is also the most recommended brand on actual urologists. Super Beta Prostate. It's #1 because it works.
Nail fungus is nasty. OptiNail starts improving the appearance of fungus-damaged toenails in just 2 days. Its clinically proven formula penetrates the nail for results you can see quickly. OptiNail. Give fungus-damaged toenails a makeover.
You be the judge. Nutrisystem has answered the bell with menu items that are new for 2022, including new premium meals with up to 30 grams of protein.
I jumped right in and lost 127 pounds.
The new skillet meals are amazing. And we're bringing the taste of your favorite restaurant meals right to your home.
I lost 40 pounds, 67 pounds.
55 pounds with Nutrisystem. Act now, go online or call. Save over $300 and start losing weight today.
Twitter takeover. Inside Elon Musk's $44 billion deal and what it means for the woke media mob. Jason Whitlock reacts on Musk's Tucker Carlson tonight.
Welcome to PCMarket.com.
Does my family need a new antivirus?
Defective antivirus is the reason behind ransomware's rapid growth.
Aren't they all the same?
PCMatic's patented whitelist technology beats ransomware. PCmatic is made in America, including research, development, sales, and support. Other antivirus have older technology, made in foreign countries, some where the ransomware originates.
Will the computers be slower?
PCmatic won Best Performing Antivirus 3 years running.
Sounds spin.
PCmatic's only $50 for 5 devices for 1 year, with a full 30-day money-back guarantee. How about it? PCmatic works on Windows servers, Macs, MacBooks, Android phones, and tablets.
How about Verizon?
PCmatic protects homes, businesses, and government agencies. For affordable and award-winning patented antivirus, go to PCmatic.com.
Attention Zantac users. The FDA requested manufacturers to pull Zantac off the market, noting exposure to unacceptable levels of a cancer-causing agent. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with cancer after regular use of Zantac, you might be entitled to financial compensation. If you have any of these cancers, time is critical. Call now for a free consultation. If you don't win, you pay nothing.
Call 800-749-4921.
Now, Joe Biden's dismal poll numbers continue to worsen as the crisis mount and more voters sour on his job performance. A new Issues and Insight poll released today found that only 19% of voters surveyed chose Biden as their preferred Democratic nominee in 2024. By the way, that put him nearly 10 points behind. I'm not sure. Meanwhile, more recent studies and surveys show that he's losing ground with key demographics that helped elect him in the first place, particularly suburban voters. One NPR poll conducted in February found Biden's approval among suburban voters dropped from over 10 points from the end of 2021, a 12-point drop among suburban women. His approval with young voters, one of his strongest groups in the 2020 election, that's a mystery to me, now sits at a mere 41%. And despite the abysmal poll numbers, White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain took a pretty bizarre victory lap after the French President Macron's re-election this weekend, despite Macron's 36% approval rating, seemingly implying that Biden can win in 2024 with a Quinnipiac poll of 33%. Anyway, here with reaction, outnumbered co-host Kayleigh McEnany and the author of the soon-to-be-released
Suppression, deception, snobbery, and bias. Why the press gets so much wrong and just does not care. By the way, you can get a first edition copy on Amazon.com or Hannity.com. Fox News contributor Ari Fleischer is with us. Kaylee, let me start with you. It's every demographic. Independents, he's down to 26%. Hispanic Americans, he's down 26%. He's down with suburban voters, African Americans, the youth vote, every single demographic. He's down dramatically. And I'm looking at the policies he's putting in place, and I don't see any movement at all towards making the adjustments that one might make if they want to turn things around.
No, in fact, he's taking the advice of Senator Warren, who said he needs to double down on these progressive policies and make good on them. That is not the answer, Sean. But the reason he's doing this, this kind of olive branch on student loans, the rolling back of Title 42, there was some reporting that, maybe he's not going to roll it back. He always was, because here's the problem, Sean. He's losing that AOC wing of the party. He has to keep them. So he doesn't have time to try to salvage those independent suburban moms, because what he's having to do is appease the radical left. And Sean, I just have to say that chief of staff tweet, he's severely delusional, but those are the kinds of things that Joe Biden is hearing in the Oval Office. His advisors, his minions are coming to him. You're doing great. Don't listen to what they're saying out on cable news. You're winning, Mr. President. He's in an echo chamber of bliss and euphoria that simply does not exist.
Let me read this, Ari Fleischer. You're a great communicator. You know Mark Penn, well-respected Democratic pollster, said, these economic blows are not just one element in a cascading set of problems all hitting at the same time. It combines the nuclear anxieties of the 50s and 60s with the inflation threat of the 70s, the crime wave of the 80s and 90s, and the tensions over illegal immigration in the 2000s and beyond. Then he says this electorate is not experiencing a malaise, as President Jimmy Carter once said to have proclaimed, but has instead formed a deep national fissure, ready to blow like a geyser in the next election if the leadership does not move to relieve the pressure. Now, that's a Democratic pollster. That's a pretty deep, profound prediction on his part, and I agree with every word of it.
Well, it's also just very in touch, isn't it, with the man on the street, the woman on the street, the people for all these years now who are just fed up with everything that's going on, where nothing's going better. And then Joe Biden came along and made all these promises and has fumbled his way through everything. Look, let me break down the Biden numbers in two different ways. For 2022, the midterm election, nothing's going to change it. The historical tide against parties in the first term of the presidency, combined with all of Biden's problems and the nation's problems, it's already the kiss of death for the Democrats. For 2024, history tells us that presidents who lose and get clobbered in the midterm can come back, as Bill Clinton did and as Barack Obama did. But Joe Biden can't. And the reason, Sean, I say that with such assurance is the Democrat Party is not going to want an 80-year-old in decline to lead the party, particularly after they lose the House, after they lose the Senate, and when he's so unpopular. Even if things turn around in 2 years and the economy seems to get strong, things change, Joe Biden will not be at the helm of the Democratic Party. It just will not happen.
Okay, so if you look at the Washington Post last week, Kaylee, and then a list of people that I don't think have confidence in anybody, but I think that the one thing that makes Ari's prediction correct more than any other one thing is the fact that they're incapable of giving into their radical base and saying something like Bill Clinton said, the era of big government is over, or the end of welfare as we know it. That doesn't exist within this radical party.
No, that's a bygone era. Even President Obama knew what was good for himself at some points. Disagree with it entirely. However, on at least some issues, he knew that he needed to track a little bit toward the middle. That is gone, though. You're exactly right, though. When you look at that tracker, it is interesting, Sean. There's reporting that in the West Wing, there are whispers, Kamala's done, Pete Buttigieg is the new person we're looking to. But what I'm interested in is that poll that you put up, Sean, that not sure is more popular than Joe Biden. It's Joe Biden and Kamala than not sure. There is no bench in this party, Sean. You look at the Republican Party, you have our standard bearer, President Trump, but you've also got a huge, deep bench of people from Tim Scott to Ron DeSantis. It's exciting. Christine Milne, you've got so many great people. They've got, not sure, that's who they have.
Yeah. Now, let's say if Donald Trump decided to run, I would argue, Ari Fleischer, that every single day, with every failed policy and every bad decision Joe Biden makes, that he's handing the keys back to Donald Trump. If I was Donald Trump, I'd almost play like Joe Biden. I would do my rallies. I would do interviews with non-hostile media. Why get in a fight with media that hates your guts? It doesn't seem to matter. I would prosecute the case against Joe, how bad his policies are, remind people what he did, and tell people how he's going to get us out of the mess that Joe created. And say, God bless you, God bless America, good night.
Well, I think we should also bear in mind how successful America was under President Trump's policies, particularly for child poverty rates, for the unemployment rates for blacks, for Hispanics. Some of the economic indicators people have talked about for years that will help people from the bottom rise up. We're all kicking into high gear under Donald Trump, and then COVID hit. That's a huge success story. Now, the issue the Democrats, of course, will have against Donald Trump is they love to hate him. And so when they get a boost in turnout if Donald Trump was the candidate beyond what they would get against any other candidate. But I don't think it matters for Joe Biden. None of that plays into it. I think Joe Biden is inevitable, Sean, in early 2023, shortly after the midterm shellac, Joe Biden is going to succumb to the pressure that will build up inside the Democratic Party and announce he's not going for re-election. Democrats will be jumping at the bit to get out of the starting gates right after the November election, which is just 6 months from now, just a little over 6 months from now. This is going to be upon us real soon.
I agree with you. I'm not even sure, and polls even indicate most people are not sure that he's going to finish his first term. The idea of a second term, I'm just not buying it. Ari, looking forward to your book. Thank you. Great to see you. Kaylee, always good to have you. Thank you. When we come back, Piers Morgan is a new show on Fox Nation. Aired its first episode with a contentious interview with President Trump. He got in trouble there. He got in trouble on his morning show in Britain. He got into it with Bill Maher. We'll ask him about all of them straight ahead.
Charlie Kirk here for 100% drug-free Relief Factor. And 18 months ago, I could no more play basketball than run a marathon. I'm serious. In fact, I'm so happy about it, I feel like I'm now on a mission to help as many people as possible to get out and stay out of pain. Like this person.
I've been running almost my whole life. For my 40th, I worked myself up to the LA Marathon, and my knees started hurting, but by 50, the pain in my knees and hips was almost unbearable. I heard about Relief Factor on the radio, started taking it, and within a week or two, I was pain-free. I'm still running today. I'm 59. Thank you, Relief Factor.
So whether you have back, neck, shoulder, hip, or knee pain, Relief Factor could very likely help you too. Order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95. Live your life with Relief Factor at relieffactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, CEO of MyPillow. Retailers, shopping channels, and now even banks have tried to cancel myself and MyPillow. During these times, your support has meant everything to us. My employees now are going to personally thank each and every one of you by passing. For example, you can get my Giza Dream bed sheets for $29.99 a set. That's a savings of 60% and the lowest price in history. And remember, they're made with the world's best cotton, grown where the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River all meet. They come with my 10-year warranty, and I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own. So go to mypillow.com now and use the promo code on your screen or call the 1-800 number below to get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $39.99, the lowest price in history. If you do it right now, I'm also going to include a free gift with your purchase. Thank you and God bless.
Bob loves risk, tightropes, sharks, auto parts and online marketplaces, sifting through ads from mysterious sellers.
Wait, what? For auto parts, I go to rockauto.com. Trusted brands, accurate data, helpful tips, fresh inventory, careful packaging, fast shipping.
Don't take risks with your car. Depend on rockauto.com. All the parts your car need, Rock Auto.
Hey fellas, we've got to talk. It's about your food. It has spray-on flavor and powdered meat. It's time for fresh food that belongs in the fridge next to our food. Now, who's hungry? Fresh Pet.
We all have obstacles, challenges at different points in life. I still push myself physically every single day. The first time I put on hair reflux, it was like someone released the pressure. It was so crazy. There's nothing like it.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
I have a very interesting podiatric practice and get lunch energy, but since I've been taking the Balance of Nature, I sleep throughout the whole day. So I tell my patients Balance of Nature is a wonderful product, and I really feel that people would benefit from taking this product. Very happy with it.
Even my doctor, he was very encouraged by seeing what I was taking, because he's an avid learner, and he's always researching, and he's always excited to see new things. And he told me, this will be good. This will help you immensely with the nutrition that you need.
I hope it's really taking off, because, I'm a pharmacist, it's been a godsend. I'm telling you, Balanced Nature has impacted my life in a positive way.
Start your journey to better health by going to balanceofnature.com. Don't forget to use discount code Fox News.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
All right, Piers Morgan is out with a brand new show that debuts today on Fox Nation. It's called Uncensored, and it's already celebrating big headlines. Piers Morgan joins us now with more. Sir, how are you?
Sean, how are you? First of all, congratulations on your 25 years of beating Larry King. What an amazing achievement. And
believe me, it's
I'm one of the all-time greats of our business. So I honestly thought that was an amazing thing.
You know, I didn't really think a lot about it when they told me. I didn't believe it. I still don't, but I got a lot of game in me. Let's put it that way. I've got a lot in the basement. You know, the funny thing is, we've known each other for years, and we've been friends for a long time. At one point, we were competitors, but that never really bothered us in any way. Everywhere you go, you get in trouble. You're already starting trouble. You barely started at Fox, and we have big headlines. Let's start with the promo for your interview with President Trump. Let's play.
Okay, Piers, I'm ready.
The former president to dinner.
I think I'm very honest with you, much more honest than you actually.
Really?
Yeah.
You're not a free fan. You are.
Only a fool would think.
You do never know.
I do now, yeah.
With excuse me. Okay. With us, no, that is the truth. The harder. Excuse me. The most explosive interview of the year.
Let's finish up the interview.
Morgan versus Trump.
All right, so you get the feeling that Trump stormed off in a huff at the end of the interview. Trump's people came out and responded that this was supposed to be a 20-minute interview. They have on tape one of the people around him saying for you to rap 4 times. And then they've got this on the other side of it, claiming that this was edited in a way that was unfair. Take a look.
And they said, why are you guys so sensitive? Because we don't see all of this. They make, I guess, 1 every 3 tournaments, and then you have to be in the group. So it's. I've had 7. This was a 7. 7. This was my 7. Which isn't that high number, believe it or not. If somebody thinks, well, maybe the record is 49. Okay, people say, I don't know, but I would certainly have been happy to. I don't. Because I own the top, I'm sure. Thank you.
Okay, so my main question to you is, was it supposed to be 20 minutes? Did it go much longer? Were they telling you repeatedly, this has got to end? And did it end amicably, in spite of maybe what the promo suggests?
I'd say yes, and no. So I think the honest truth about what happened with being the president, the first part of the two-part interview has just aired in the UK here and is now airing on Fox Nation. And I think actually portrays President Trump in a very good light for much of it. And I got 70 odd minutes with him as opposed to 20. I think you would be honest, say when you interview President Trump, you get as long as he wants to give you. So yes, we agreed to do 20 minutes, but he gave me well over an hour in the end because he wanted to. If he wanted to end it, he'd have got up and walked. The thing's got a bit fractious when we got round to this issue of the stolen rigged election, as he puts it, and January the 6th and so on. And he, got pretty angry and started giving me a bit of flack, calling me a fool and saying that I hadn't done my research and didn't know what I was talking about. I held my ground. I don't happen to agree with him about that, although I did agree with him about many other things in the interview. So I felt like in the context of the whole interview, it was terrific. However, he had an exception with the way we did the promo. I would simply say, I did that promo exactly how he would have done. The reason I know that is I first met him on Celebrity Apprentice. Right? On Celebrity Apprentice, that's what he did to me every night. So I tried to make the promo as exciting as possible.
You won the Apprentice. You won the Apprentice, number one. And number two, look, you were very clear. I don't care that you guys have a disagreement over this issue or that issue. And the president even said to me, actually, he was proud of the interview. So he wants people to watch it. And I asked him directly about it. All right, now, I got it, two different sides. You got an hour. Look, if I'm interviewing somebody that's really good and they only offer me 20, I'm going to keep going as long as I can. And there are people in the background doing all this, and you just keep going. So I got it. But you guys disagree, but it ended on a friendly note.
Well, it seems like it did for the audio, but when you actually watch what happened on camera, which we're going to show in the entirety on Tuesday, actually it doesn't, because he's still simmering from anger that he had earlier, and that's when he barks, turn the cameras off, and walks off saying, very dishonest about me. And I've never had that experience with him. I think it was partly to do with the interrogation about the stolen rigged election, as he puts it, and partly because by then he kind of convinced himself he shouldn't have given me so much time. I'm glad he did, and I think when President Trump watches the whole interview, actually he'll calm down. I suspect he'll give me a call, and he'll thank me for, I think, one of the best interviews he's given in a very long time.
Look, I'll tell you one big difference. He can sit for an hour and he can talk about any topic at length with great specificity, and I would argue our current president cannot. And that to me has now become very apparent to the American people. We'll let the audience decide. Coming up, part two of my interview with Piers Morgan. Now I'm going to ask him what he was really thinking when he walked off the set of Good Morning Britain and why he got mad at Bill Maher. Straight at it.
They tried to cancel me. They tried to shut me up. And they failed. You're not God won't. I'm not afraid of calling out people who deserve it and praising those who've earned it. I'm going to cancel culture to annoy all the right people and to have a little fun. I'm Piers Morgan, Uncensored. America loves a comeback. Here I am, baby.
Piers Morgan Uncensored, streaming weeknights only on Fox Nation.
You can't cancel me.
Fellow Michael Yusuf here. You know, there is no symbol that is more misunderstood and maligned than the cross of Christ. And yet, it is on that cross that Jesus died. And he died to give all confessing sinners peace here and now and eternal life with him. Would you surrender to him?
To find out more, visit findingtruepeace.com today.
If you find yourself on your feet all day, why not put a little spring in your step? It's time to try WeatherTech's new anti-fatigue comfort brand for home or workplace. Made in America with the highest quality materials that provide the perfect combination of support and cushion wherever you're standing. The WeatherTech Comfort Mat features a non-slip grip and comes in 3 colors and finishes. So put a little spring in your step and order your comfort mat at WeatherTech.com.
Do you want to do something really smart today? Save big money on your cell service by switching to PureTalk. PureTalk uses the same network as one of the larger carriers with 5G coverage for much less. And you have the freedom to choose the plan that's right for you, like unlimited talk, text, and 6 gigs of data for just $30 a month and get the same great service, the same number of bars for less. Dial pound 250 and say Pure Wireless to save 50% off your first month with Pure Talk.
You be the judge. Nutrisystem has answered the bell with menu items that are new for 2022, including new premium meals with up to 30 grams of protein.
I jumped right in and lost 127 pounds.
The new skillet meals are amazing, and we're bringing the taste of your favorite restaurant meals right to your home.
I lost 40 pounds, 67 pounds.
55 pounds with Nutrisystem. Act now. Go online or call to get 50% off and start losing weight today.
Jesse Waters Prime Time. From tackling the biggest news stories to sharing the opinions that matter, Jesse Waters does it all.
We're going to be in this together.
With Vance at 7 on Fox News Channel.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have vowed to take away your Second Amendment rights through gun bans, gun confiscation, and government regulation. Now, Joe Biden is no longer hiding his real intentions, and we need you to take action now.
Whether it's a 9mm pistol or whether it's a rifle, is ridiculous. I'm continuing to push to eliminate the sale of those things.
The Biden administration is coming after your right to own any gun. We need to stop this gun-grabbing agenda, and it starts with your phone call to 800-332-1499 to sign our petitions to protect your Second Amendment rights. Joe Biden has already issued executive orders. He is now demanding Congress push through radical gun legislation. Please call 800-332-1499 and press 1 now to sign our petition demanding an end to Joe Biden's anti-gun agenda. We urgently need millions of Americans to take action to protect your right to keep and bear arms. Again, call 800-332-1499 right now.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
All right, here's part 2 of my interview with Piers Morgan from just earlier tonight. Let me go to this. I texted you the morning that you walked off the set of Good Morning Britain. And by the way, the audience should know, since you left that show, the ratings have gone like this. They totally went into a nosedive, which is a credit to you. And I told you, whatever you do you remember what I said? I don't think you're.
Remind me, what did you say?
I said, whatever you do, don't quit.
Yes,
morning,
you did say
I
that.
did say that.
Yeah.
Right. So let's just show this. I was surprised. I understand how you feel about Meghan Markle and Prince Harry. I get it. I probably am in full agreement with you. But let's show it, and I'm curious why you reacted this strongly to that.
I understand that you don't like Meghan Markle. You've made it so clear a number of times on this program, a number of times. And I understand that you've got a personal relationship with Meghan Markle, or had one, and she cut you off. She's entitled to cut you off if she wants to. Has she said anything about you since she cut you off? I don't think she has, but yet you continue to trash her.
Okay, I'm done with this.
No,
Sorry, no.
So, do you know what that's
You get track of it, but not
No,
mine.
I'm being...
Sorry, can't
It's
do
an
that.
absolutely diabolical behavior.
I didn't think it was diabolical. I think you got pissed off, and rather than being pissed off on TV, you decided to say, I'll come back out later. That stuff doesn't bother me. Everyone acts all offended. Do you have any regrets at all about that?
You know, it's funny because President Trump said to me, I think you overreacted with the weather guys, and he's just a stick. Why did you bother with it? And I agree. The president was right. I did overreact. In fact, I did actually come back into the studio after I walked out about 10 minutes later and finished the show, which I don't think many Americans realize. I didn't actually storm off into the sunset. But what was interesting about it was there was this standing deputy weather guy who I'd asked to come in that day, giving me this personal trashing, which is fine, but wasn't really his place given he was on my team. But as he was doing it, he said, what's Meghan Markle ever done to you? Actually, the night before, after I delivered my verdict on that Oprah Wine-a-thon, which I thought was so disingenuous and so full of lies, I actually discovered later that Meghan Markle had written to the chief executive of ITV, my company, demanding that she fire me. And I was then told on the Tuesday, after that show that you just showed a clip from, right, here's the deal. You either apologise for disbelieving Meghan Markle, or you have to leave. I said, why would I apologise for an honestly held opinion? And I don't think, Sean, knowing you a long time,
I wouldn't have
as
done
a man of strong principle,
No way.
I don't think you'd have ever apologised for something you genuinely felt. And
No.
I think you'd have then taken, if that was the option, you'd have walked. And that's why I walked.
At that point, my understanding was you were handed an apology that they wanted you to read, and I agree with you, and I think it took a lot of courage to say no and walk. I would not have read that either, because you're entitled to your opinion, and the whole idea that you have a government agency that is hovering over you and monitoring you is the antithesis of free speech. All right, one last question.
Well, here's the irony, Sean. Here's the irony on that. The government agency, 5 months later, found in my favour. So there were a record number of complaints, and Ofcom rejected all of them and said it would have been a chilling infringement on my free speech, which it was. So I was very pleased about that. We shouldn't have a regulator like that in the UK, but they actually found in my favour.
Last question has to do with, you're on with Bill Maher, and now, I would never refer to the Queen as an old bag as he did. I would be more respectful. I'd say yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. You and I would joke every time you were on and you took over for Larry King and you were lecturing Americans on the Second Amendment and guns. I was like, that's only good for me because it's a part of American culture that I can totally understand. You might not understand, and I get that. If I were to go over and do a show in Great Britain, and I were to start saying, why are you calling the royal family Your Highness, Your Majesty? Now, I would be respectful to the Queen. She's been there 70 years. I think she's been a force for good in terms of world events. But as an American, I just don't get the whole royal thing. And I'm not calling anybody Your Majesty or Your Highness except God and Jesus.
What about me, Sean? You only call me Your Majesty.
I'm not. But I know you're friends with them. Now, do you understand why Americans look at that with skepticism?
You know, you made a very good point there about cultural differences. I got very sort of irritated by what Bill Maher said. I love Bill Maher, but when he actually said that, I have to defend my Queen against this because it's a cultural thing in our country to really love our monarch, and we do absolutely revere and love Queen Elizabeth. We've been on the throne for 70 years. But, you know, you mentioned then the gun campaigning I did at CNN. I would do it differently if I had my time again, because I think you've got to be mindful if you're a Brit in a foreign country like America, that America has its own culture, and it has a strong gun culture. It's not one that I feel comfortable with coming from a country with no guns, but I do think I went about it perhaps in a very overbearing way, trying to tell Americans how to live their lives. And you're right, if you try to do that with our royal family on British TV, you'd be run out of town. So I accept that. And I think there are interesting debates to be had about cultural issues in America, but I should be respectful of Americans' right to lead their lives how they wish to lead them.
Well, last note, I went to Great Britain, and I was there, and there was an anti-Trump protest going on. So I said, oh, let's bring our cameras down. Nobody will recognize me. Within about 3 minutes, we had a near riot on our hands. Apparently, people in Great Britain are pretty familiar with Fox News, which I didn't expect. Anyway, we wish you the best with the show. We always love having you. Thanks for being with us. Okay, we have more Hannity. And that, by the way, is a true story. I didn't think anyone in Great Britain was going to know me. So we go down to the anti-Trump protest. Then some guy did a kind of hit and run. I had to move away from him. And then all of a sudden, all the cops were like, get out of here. True story. More Hannity right after this.
Hey, Gracie, tell Mom and Dad they gotta see the living quarters. They are awesome. Mom, Dad, Junior wants to show you something up on deck 3.
Right now, we just started.
Don't worry, we have plenty of time. Discover a simple way to use colors in managing diabetes. Inspired by nature, One Touch Vario Reflect Meter shows instantly if you're below, within, or above your range. It cheers you on and provides guidance. Connected to your health and your phone. Visit onetouch.com today. United We Pledge has partnered with Balance of Nature to help ensure traditional American freedoms exist for us and for future generations. United We Pledge is raising money to build an American Village West campus that will house replicas of key historic buildings and realistic portrayals of the men and women who helped shape this nation. This village will provide educational experiences for youth and families. To raise funds and bring awareness to this project, world record holding endurance athlete Tom Jones is running 76 consecutive marathons from the original American Village in Alabama to the future home of the American Village West in Washington County, Utah. He will be powered by Balance of Nature fruits and veggies. Balance of Nature is proud to provide fruits and veggies in a Patriot Pack for a limited time to support this effort. A portion of the proceeds from each Patriot Pack will go directly to United We Pledge to help build this project. Use promo code VILLAGE to receive 35% off your first preferred order. Go to buypatriotpack.com to start your pledge to help preserve the freedoms we value.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, CEO of MyPillow. Retailers, shopping channels, and now even banks have tried to cancel myself and MyPillow. Well, during these times, your support has meant everything to us. So my employees and I want to personally thank each and every one of you by passing the savings directly on to you. We're selling the best products ever for the best prices ever. For example, we have my standard size MyPillow, regularly $69.98, now only $19.98 with your promo code. Or you can get custom fit with my premium queen size MyPillows, regularly $79.98, now just $29.98. Or my king size, regular $89.98, now just $34.98. So go to mypillow.com now and use the promo code on your screen or call the 1-800 number below to receive this exclusive offer. If you do it right now, I'm going to include a free gift with your purchase. Thank you and God bless.
Man, you need to get off the couch and get with the program. With Golo, I've lost 50 pounds. It feels really good to be able to button your jacket and not worry about it blowing up.
Go to golo.com to lose weight and get healthier.
You be the judge. Nutrisystem has answered the bell with menu items that are new for 2022. Our most satisfying weight loss plan ever, including new premium meals that are big and filling, with up to 30 grams of protein.
I jumped right in. I lost 127 pounds.
The new skillet meals are amazing.
And the extra protein gives you a ton of energy.
And we're bringing the taste of your favorite restaurant meals right to your home, perfectly portioned with half the calories.
I can eat a burrito. I get to satisfy my cravings.
The secret is science-based on the latest discoveries. A high-protein, low-glycemic approach to help keep your blood sugar level steady as you lose weight. Just like always, you get your meals and snacks delivered free with a money-back guarantee. Act now and save big with 50% off all plans.
I lost 40 pounds, 67 pounds.
55 pounds with Nutrisystem.
Go online or call 888-916-TIMES to get 50% off all plans.
John Henry Peters, the longest running primetime cable news host in television history, with his influential voice.
We don't take orders from the media mob.
And exclusive interviews for over 25 years.
Did I keep my word?
You absolutely kept your word. Don't miss anything.
It's always fun to have Piers on. He's an interesting guy. I've known him for a long time. We were competitors when he took over for Larry King, and he actually does a great show. It's interesting. As soon as he walked off the set and wouldn't do the apology, that morning show went from first to last. Good for him. All right, that's all the time we have left this evening. Say DVR, so you never miss an episode. Thank you for making this show possible. In the meantime, let not your hearts be troubled. Laura Ingram's up next. We'll see you tomorrow night.
I'm Laura Ingram, and this is the Ingram Angle from Washington tonight. Losing your voice, that's the focus of tonight's angle. Now, it's been a very bad week or so for the woke media. You had Disney standing with the radicals, and now...
We're looking at Disney stock this morning, Senator. It's down another 1% after losing $50 billion in market value in the month of March. This stock is falling out of bed as a result.
Then Netflix, run by Uber lefty Reed Hastings, that's struggling.
The streaming service Netflix today reported a loss of 200,000 subscribers in the first quarter of the year. It is the first time in a decade that Netflix has reported a loss in subscribers, and it said the company stock plunging by 25% in after-hours trading.
And for CNN Plus, it's now CNN negative.
They spent $300 million. They got 10,000 subscribers. Imagine the hubris of thinking that something that people don't want for free, that you're going to charge money for it.
Yeah, it turns out no one wants to pay extra cash to watch the same people they don't want to watch on regular cable. Shocker. And now Twitter. It's in Elon Musk's hands. Can you believe it? Now, he literally had to come up with $44 billion to make a stand for free speech. So, I don't know, his philosophy seems pretty straightforward.
Having a public platform that is maximally trusted and broadly inclusive is extremely important to the future of civilization. A good sign as to whether there's free speech is someone you don't like allowed to say something you don't like. And if that is the case, then we have free speech. And it's damn annoying when someone you don't like says something you don't like. That is a sign of a healthy, functioning, free speech situation.
That's what our founders believed, and of course, that's the opposite of what Twitter has become. Jack Dorsey turned it into a digital version, kind of like a college campus, with different speech rules for conservatives and liberals. I know that well from the 1980s at Dartmouth. But we hope all of this changes under new leadership. Now, all these developments show that the left's censorious control over the media is looking shakier by the day. And it's no coincidence that the left's control over Washington is also getting shakier. Even progressive strongholds in San Francisco and New York are getting fed up. New Mexico Hispanics are even turning to the GOP. And governors who actually govern in the best interest of their states on crime, on COVID, on the economy, doing pretty well. We'll have more with Governor DeSantis at our special live town hall in Orlando on Thursday at 10 p.m. Eastern, so set your DVRs for that. But the point is, if the Democrats are confident in their policies and in their future, they'd feel confident and would welcome vigorous debate. But they aren't, and they don't. Democrats know Biden is a wobbly mess, that their policies are going to lower your standard of living, and they know that they're about to be shellacked in November, probably in 2024 as well. So obviously they're not going to change their policies, so crime, the border, and inflation, it's only going to get worse. This means all that's left is their coordinated effort to silence their opposition. The elites from politics are setting the stage, urging
not just in Cleveland, but for much of the Northeast. Outbreak on her body from the skin disease.
That's your machine.
Think is that the Most High
Is part of the divine. I want to talk about that because.
And how is this letter received in Rome? And do you see this, do the people in Rome see this as an effort to get the Pope to weigh in on this German synod and what's happening there?
I think that's right. I think
when we are snapped. Want to know the camera?
No, I'm going to do that. What do you think about moral testimony?
Este me lo dijo claramente.
Determined to make a new will.
A new will? How?
Well, Mr. Priestley was her executor, and now she's asked me to do it. To which, of course, I've said yes.
She'd never be considered fit to make a new will, given her mental.
Dr. Malcolm considers her quite competent enough in the matter.
Well, why is she discussing matters like that with you? And not with members of her own family?
She likes me. I have one aim in this matter, Miss Walker, which is two aims, both of which are transparent. To serve a friend as well as I can, and to help her on the high road to good health and happiness.
You, madam, may find that by crossing swords with this family, because it isn't just me, it's the Edwards, it's the Priestleys, it's the Rawsons, you may yet find, madam, that you have bitten off more than you can chew.
There's a note for you from Mr. Parker. And another one from Mr. Holt. Over the pit. Morning. Morning. I'm sick of all this banging.
We're sick of all this banging.
Who said that? You're that again, Father, when you have a fire that doesn't smoke the room out in your own water closet. Each? Yes. Is Washington here? He's in your office. And I need to talk to you about accordingly. And then I've got to go to Halifax. Accordingly. I'll come with you to Halifax, if you're quick. I have to be in York this evening. When are you going? I have to nip up to the pit to see Holt. I can meet you at the old bank in, 10 minutes. Morning, Washington.
You're right, it's Stokes is up for sale.
Oh?
The house, the outbuildings, the Stoke Crossing, and Speaks Colliery. And all on your doorstep. You have to let someone else get it.
Who's dealing with it?
Car.
How much is he asking for it?
3,500. He'll get it.
I'll speak to Mr. Parker.
Oh, and I've got Mr. Mitchell's evaluation of the Cronest estate that Miss Walker requested. I can mail that to her in York.
No, I'll take it. Is that everything?
He's giving one in the office, ma'am. And just to be clear, ma'am, I've been labouring under the impression that he would get the drift dug for us separately.
What do you mean? He is?
I mean, we've only been employed to stick the shaft. Never been any mention of a drift being dug. We're at 30 yards now, we've reported twice, and I assumed they had it in hand, but apparently not. You know he drinks, don't you? Morning! It's Mr.
Mr. Holt, Mr. Mann's just had a really good drink to take the water away.
No, ma'am, not yet. But we have it in hand.
We discussed this weeks ago.
Should have been started same time the pit was started. Well, I told me this pit to be delivered cold come July, ma'am. I was on the understanding that Mr. Holt had the drift underway. If you wanted to control the water and use it against Mr. Rawson, a proper organised plan under the ground is the only way they can manage it.
How long will it take to dig this drift?
Down under the cover, come out existing pond. It's 300 yards. It's 3 months. It was an oversight. All I can do is apologise. I do remember the conversation, how it's been said. I could dig that for you. That's 4 shillings a yard. But for the delay sickness, what we're doing here.
Can you provide a plan? The line of the tunnel, depth, quantity of stone, and we'll need to support it.
Yeah. Yeah, I can do that for you.
I don't want to make any more enemies than I have to in this business, but I can't afford mistakes like this. You know, getting control of the water and taking care of Rawson's trespass down there is just as important to me as getting any coal. Sort yourself out.
So, carving the hip up. She's actually sick of the workmen trailing dogs through the house. Well, it won't be forever. She's worried you'll think it's time to slip in and she's not on top of things. It was only supposed to be 2 weeks, it's turned into 2 months. Yes, well, good craftsmanship takes time, and one job becomes another. And I can't have Miss Walker move in and regret it because it's drafty and inconvenient. And then the other thing, she calling me, arm in arm with Thomas Finch. Your groom, Thomas Finch. By whom? Where? Me! In the barn! Arm in arm? Yes. As in, show me. Like in a sort of romantic. Yes! Like, but they didn't know I was there. I'd been to speak to little Hannah Booth. They were just sitting there talking, gazing at each other's lips like engaged lovers. He's just married in a few minutes, that's why he's leaving her. I know. He's old enough to be his mother. I know. I'll speak to her.
Mr. Washington thinks £3,500 would be a fair price.
You could put in an offer now before it goes to auction.
But pay more for it.
Mr. Stocks don't fancy it for the same reason you do. Stocks are bounced directly onto his land on the other side.
I do want it, but I won't pay over the odds for it. Let's take the risk at auction.
It ties in with what I wanted to talk to you about. Mrs. Scatcherd has given notice to quit Northgate House at the end of August.
The lease isn't up till next year.
But I'm wondering if it might be a blessing in disguise.
How?
Well, you can sell it.
Sell Northgate House. It's not 17 years since Uncle Joseph died. It's unthinkable.
Can I be frank? Your borrowing has become, well, excessive might be too strong a word, and your newfound enthusiasm for borrowing is, well, risk-taking in business is often something to be admired, and we all know you've got the stomach for it. But if you sold Northgate House, you could pay off your debts and have capital to play with. Northgate's in the town. It'd fetch 8,000, which would allow you to buy stocks really quite easily.
Usually it's my imperial hat. Thomas, I want you to go down to the old cock and tell Mrs. Peacock I want a post-mortem visit ready to within 3 o'clock. When you're supposed to be helping your brother? Rachel, my aunt's ready for you to do her leg. She's just gone upstairs. Elizabeth. You were seen, apparently, arm in arm with Thomas Beach. I don't want to know why. It's just to say that housekeeper seen arm in arm with a footman, African 20 years her junior, footman who was leaving us in a few short weeks, despite not having been with us for very long, is sadly imprinting me tartan. And I don't want to hear any more about it.
Yes, Mum. Sorry, Mum. Thank you, Mum. Oh, and a letter came, Mum. Miss Marion said to leave it on your desk. She said she thought it was Mrs. Lawton's handwriting. Me, Frederick Lawton.
Dearest Freddie, my thoughts are perpetually full of you. I love you dearly and fondly, and despite all our ups and downs, my heart is not unfaithful. And still, as formerly and forever, my joys by yours are known.
I hope Steph sent you good accounts of your little friend in York, but the pleasures of memory still visit me, and I urge you to bid you take your time in this matter, and not fetter yourself too soon or too tightly. What you say on the subject of making things work with Miss Walker is, I doubt, not true as applied to you, because you have energy of character to do with the mind what you will. But nevertheless, there is no reason why you, with others, should not profit from the maxim, look before you leap.
Yes. Miss List is here, ma'am.
How are you?
Oh, thank you, Lucy. Would you like your dinners brought through now, ma'am? Are you hungry?
Always.
Yes, thank you, Lucy. Mrs. Spears put you in the apartment just next door to mine for the night. Does mine know about what I did to myself in Scotland?
No. Of course not. How could she?
Just if Elizabeth had written and said anything.
I've never had that impression. I don't think Elizabeth would, do you?
Mrs. Priestley saw it. I didn't tell you. In the carriage on the way back from Scotland.
Was it spoken of?
Yes. I told her it wasn't what she thought, but I could see her thinking things, and of course it was. And people talk. My family talks.
I've spent a good deal of time at Cliffhill, and I never once got the idea your aunt knows a single thing about it.
It's just, you know they'll use it against me, if they can.
They'll have to get past me first.
I don't deserve you.
Now tell me how you've been getting all this stuff.
Better and better. He's encouraged me to take on an art master, Mr. Brown. We're doing perspective. Oh, and I wondered about getting a pony. I haven't ridden in years, but Dr. Belcom thought it was an excellent idea. Would there be room for me to keep one at Shipton?
Of course.
Oh, and did you correct my letter?
Ah, yes. The French. Oh, I bought Galliani's Guide to Paris to look through.
We're really going to go?
Oh, yes. And then when we come back, you're going to move in with me, children. Oh, I brought your estate accounts. And I could go through them with you. If you like. The great desideratum in business, I find, is setting us. Is it? Constancy. That and having a firm grasp of the facts and figures. The more you understand your estate and the accounts, the more you'll get out of your land. And apart from anything else, it's also fascinating. Is it? Oh, I've brought Mr. Mitchell's evaluation of all your property, see how it compares to Washington's. And then you really ought to write to Elizabeth at the division of the estate. And then we can both get on with autumnal levels.
How would you feel about taking her back to Halifax for a few days before this trip to Paris?
Can do. Why?
Well, put her family's mind at rest.
Drive.
So they can see her. See that she's responding to her treatment and that everything's above board.
Something happened.
Mr. Charles Priestley was here 4 days ago, sent by Mr. Edwards of Pine Nest. No one in the family knows where she is, and she's left home without any of her servants. I assured him that she was being very well looked after, that she was in discreet, impeccable lodgings, and that she sought my help entirely of her own volition.
Well answered.
I'm sure they think they're protecting her, but they're not. They're infantilizing her. If they can see she made the choice to be here and it's having a beneficial effect, they'll start to see that she can make choices.
I'll put it to her.
And I did wonder if it might be beneficial for her to have some society. Here, in York. Build up a confidence, a conversation.
Mrs. Norcliffe's invited us to Langton to dinner on Wednesday evening and to stay the night. I've said yes.
Oh, perfect.
And I'm taking her to Wimpole Abbey tomorrow so she can sketch and then on to Langton.
Well, is it ugly there?
Good Lord, no. No, I wouldn't inflict Tib on her, not yet. I think we might have to work up to dear old Tib. She's at Croft this month. It's just Mrs. Norcliffe, Major Norcliffe, and Charlotte, I believe. I've got to go. I'm interviewing new groups. Name?
Clayton. James.
Age?
Who wants to know? Married, 6 children, 4 living, Church of England. Apprentice to Mr. Eckworth, above house. So they're 4 years, 4 very happy years. Then I moved on to Edinburgh. Nice girl.
Name?
Jason.
What? Name?
Samuel Fielding.
Age?
19.
25.
27.
I need someone who is polite, honest, sober, well conducted, active, obliging. Someone who thoroughly understands his business as footman and will maintain a clean carriage and will do housework whilst at children. She said we'd never done it so well before. And however unreserved and the amoroso at night in bed, nothing escapes her lips during the day. In fact, during the day she's so modest, so very nice in particular, so much so that I'm really satisfied with her, and hope that we shall get on well
Get the dog.
Doing anything, Ma? Yes, hands up!
Fishbowl, get the dog out.
Will Miss Walker take rest whole in-depth conversation with him on the stairs about all manner of shiny things.
Oh, I often find I get on better with people's pets than I do with people.
Well said, Miss Walker. Well said. Oh, I do hope you're hungry, Miss Walker. Mrs. Briscoe makes slightly more than is necessary when we have company.
She must have thought the kid was going to be here. My bigger sister eats like a herd of donkeys, Miss Walker.
Oh, Isabella, no.
Oh, well, lucky you. She's an ogre. I love her dearly, but she has a great friend of mine, 16 guineas a ride.
Oh,
Exactly, not on. Don't make a wager at all. Let a cop pay the mind.
you're looking to sell the bread.
She's looking for
I thought the dog was there. Easier to remember.
I thought perhaps we could take a squint at you if you're looking to sell them.
her. Certainly. First thing in the morning. That's the only word for her. Spirited and stubborn. 2 words. And I'll let you have her for a song if you do like her, Miss Walker, because stubborn as she is, I am fond of her, and I'm happy to see her go to a kind home.
Do you not like her? I don't dislike her. I don't know her. She's been ill. Because she's been ill, her self-confidence is depleted. Is that why she sits there? Is she mad? She's had things to do with. As we all do from time to time. Sadness, loss. She hasn't always had what it takes to cope with it very well. And yes, it's left her empty to the point where her family, her wider family, haven't always known what to do with her. She isn't really your sort, is she? She loves me. She's in love with me. And you're not in love with her. Well, that I'm not. We none of us feel the same way at 40 as we did at 14. Do we? I am fond of her. Fond enough. Really? Oh, I missed her when I was in Copenhagen. I didn't expect to, but I thought I'd get over her soon enough. I didn't. There wasn't a day that passed when I didn't think of her. The fairy visions of youth are gone. Mariana saw to that. And with her, I could be happy. At least. And I'll make it work. Well, I'd let the thing amalgamate gradually if I were you. Mm-hmm. We've been amalgamating for the last 18 months. Does Tim know? Does Mariana know? Mariana knows about her. She doesn't know about this.
We got to pull both things forward so we can get assisted and force the boats in behind. Still, it's going to be grand when we've done. He's very clever, the way that the water replenishes itself, and he just flush everything away. It's one day every household will have one. Not in my lifetime, though. I still have to shit in the woods.
Yeah. You know how the lass's wedding?
Aye.
Right. You know, Ben Sound and Son's brother had turned up.
But not really.
But anyway, the thing is, Mary told me that he'd written to them to say that he'd seen some.
When?
Well, this is the thing at the wedding. Ben told me he can't write and that he hadn't seen some, so why would Mary say that he had?
Do you know that they had him in Pigpen?
Who did? They were right in Pigpen
Before he disappeared. Dick, come here, love. Tell Mr. Washington how that fight he had over at Samuel's place.
What's that?
You were drunk. His blood was black and blue.
He hit Mary, so we all piled in and tied him to a chair. Put him in pigs.
Why?
Because he was behaving like a pig. He was frightening everybody.
Nasty bastard.
And then what?
Nothing.
What, did you see him again?
No.
Morning, Mum.
Oh, Joseph, I've had a note from Miss Lister in York. She wants you to get on a high flyer tomorrow and meet her at the Black Swan in York at 3 o'clock. But and not to go in livery, just something ordinary. Keep busy, keep occupied, keep cheerful. Think of nothing but the agreeable, and write to me in French.
Carriage's lady.
And then, oh, do you know? And then you're going to write to your sister and ask for a formal division of these activities. How about Cronest? Have you given any more thought to letting it out to a tenant? I know it's a decision. It's where you grew up. But you'll have a new home soon. And Cronest will always be there. Makes no sense having it stand empty when you could have an income from it.
I'm not sure that it's the right time to or to do it, or to let it, or to write to Elizabeth.
Without a division of the estate, you can't alter your will. And I can only change mine when you change yours. There needs to be a formal division so that everything can be split thoughtfully, fairly, promptly, so that we can both make this final commitment to one another.
I worry it might not be the right time to brave people's opinions with my aunt being so
difficult. Our intentions need to be made clear to all concerned that a proper respect for public opinion is due from all, but we, first and foremost, must respect ourselves and each other and what we want.
I think if I write to Elizabeth, I just don't believe a single line that escapes Captain Sutherland's scrutiny, and she's the one who'll suffer if there's any unpleasantness, so I can't, I won't be rushed about anything.
If only she had the courage to find herself, so that I would have confidence in her. Does this seem as if she really thought us united in heart and person?
Follow the Leeds, Nelson stages. It'll take you out of York via Tringhouses and Tadcaster, and then in Leeds, that's the Halifax Road, and if in doubt, ask someone else how you get.
I don't think this is a good idea.
My sister give you a few shillings.
Yeah.
Good. Well, take your time, and if necessary, stay at the other White Horse at Ball Lane in Leeds. But I want you back at Shipton by 9 o'clock in the morning. Is that clear?
Well, why can't Thomas do it? He knows more about roads.
Are you being impertinent?
No,
How old are you?
19.
90. Fit as a flea and bright as a button. Nothing is beyond you. Yes. Do you think Miss Walker will suit me better as a companion than Mrs. Lawson?
I like Miss Walker. So does father. Says there isn't anyone he'd like better moving in with us.
Really? Do you not like Mrs. Lawton?
She's just upset you a lot over the years, hasn't she? One way and another. And always worming her way back in again. There you go.
How long you had that cough?
Oh. Apparently Miss Catherine Waterhouse is in the early stages of consumption.
Come here. So, you live. She's coming to stay before you go to Paris.
She's still blowing hot and cold.
Right. Oh, the tribe.
Not about visiting. Not about moving in even. It's more about her making a more permanent commitment. She's reluctant to let Crow Nest out, which I can understand. It's where she grew up, but good heavens, you can't just stand empty like a mausoleum. And then there's the other thing. We intend to change our wills, leave each other a life interest in our estates.
Should.
Yes.
And Crow Nest, she's agreed to that.
Once Crow Nest is divided into two between her and Elizabeth, and it can all be itemized in black and white, yes. She's just avoiding writing to her sister to get the thing started.
Well, that's a development.
We should never have children. So we need to protect one another. It will be as good as a marriage. If I die first, children will still go to the Swansea listers. Eventually, it's just I'd rather leave it in the more immediate aftermath of my death, if and when that happens to someone I've had some sort of a life with. I've been wearing it for weeks. She gave it to me at Easter, and I gave her an onyx. How would you be pleased for me?
But you're saying it could still all go off.
No, I can't get that. I must keep my nerve and have faith in her.
She does seem fragile.
Oh, I don't know. I deep down she's really quite willful. The stage shifted. Why? Doctor's orders. She'll visit you all, of course.
Oh, yes. Hang on, what? Back to York? And how long for?
Doctor's orders to stay at Shipton. Doctor's orders not to be at Crow Nest or on her own. Ah, well, those are two different things.
Well, yes. And she could stay here. And what's after that?
Here? You perfectly astonished me, Miss Walker. Stay here. Miss Walker asked you if she could stay here.
When?
2 years ago.
When?
Before my return from Hastings, after her brother died. She told me all about it. You told her young and old don't suit. She was cut to the quick. I mean, she was at such a low ebb, too. I'm afraid she wouldn't dream of coming here. Not after that.
And what after that? How long will she remain with Dr. Duncan?
She'll have to return home to Cronus at some point. He thinks that's a bad idea, all alone with such sad memories. Which is why I've asked her to come and live with me at Shipton.
But surely, would it not be better to ask one of the Mrs. Atkinsons to move in with her at Croness, if the anxiety is about her being so much on her own?
Miss Walker does everything she can for the Atkinsons. The last thing she needs is them moving in with her. No, this is the scheme that's most likely to answer. I'm sure she'll discuss it with you all when she's here. She has nothing to hide. Quite the opposite. Did you know, Miss Walker, that when Miss Walker was in Scotland, Mr. Ainsworth visited her? You see how it's like to.
Yes, please. So, George Naylor has offered you £8,000 for Northcote, but he stipulated that that'll have to include the sheepcraft.
Nope.
Right. And then Isaac Green. Do you know? He's also offering 8,000 just for the house, doesn't want the sheepcraft. But he is asking to pay £1,000 now and the rest over the next 4 years.
No.
4%. No. So we're continuing with the plan to put the place up for auction.
With a reserve price of $9,500, including the sheepcraft.
Right. And the auction for stocks is Monday week, on the White Line.
I mean to have it, whether Northcote sells or not.
My dear Anne, please forgive me for not attempting this in French, but I'm eager to catch the post bag. I enclose a bottle of blackberry syrup for Marion in the hope that it will relieve her bothersome cough. And Mrs. Beauty begs her respects and sends a bunch of asparagus to your aunt, which will do her good. Sweet creature. I count the moments to your return. I'm still in a mine about Crow Nest and still have anxieties about writing to my sister just now, but have faith. I will not disappoint you. You know there's no one in the world I would rather be guided by than you. Come back quickly, for I get dull without you. And I want you in 1,000 ways. Yours entirely, Anne Walker.
Dear sir, I would like to order from you a silver wax seal, which I will pick up from you when I'm next in York on the 20th. I would like an ornamental banner design for the seal itself. And the motto should read, Foi et tu. Faith is all. Happy birthday.
Oh, you're so thoughtful. You're so clever. You're so kind. It's so you. It's so me.
I had an idea about Green Nest. It's just a suggestion, an interim measure. What if, when you move into Shipton, Mr. Washington and his family move into Cronest, into the servants' quarters, as sort of housekeepers, just to keep the place aired, lived in. That way it just nudges things in the right direction for us. For us both. Without causing too much of a stir.
I think about it.
Yes, of course.
Here we are. Thank you for inviting me.
You're very welcome.
Mister, how are you?
Yeah, not so bad. Much the same.
How are you? Oh, I'm well. I'm very well, thank you. Where's that? Oh, she's upstairs. She'll be on her way down. Oh, and thank you for the syrup. Oh, did you get rid of your coffee? I think so. They always leave you alone. Thank you, Dr. Bug.
Oh, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reading, lots of fresh air, keeping busy. Everything Anne's always talked about, really. Physical activity, mental activity. You do look very well.
You must pop over and see your aunt. I know she's been anxious about you.
I intend to. I will. First thing.
Who's telling me? Who was it called in, Jeremy? It was either Mr. Sun or Mr. Musgrave or Dr. Day. Dr. Kenny, and you don't see Dr. Kenny anymore. Not since.
Telling you what?
About Miss Walker, about being anxious about Miss Walker. I don't think they knew where you were when they knew you were in York, but beyond that.
I got Storms. The bidding ended just over half an hour ago down at the White Lion. Mr. Stokes dropped out when it got too hot for him. I got it.
I'm afraid the highest bid for Northgate fell rather short of your reserve price, just over £3,000 less, in fact, at 6,350. So, unless you want to let it go at that price.
No.
No. So, what do you do? Look for a new tenant?
Or I might turn it into a hotel.
Sorry.
With the town expanding the way it is, surely the demand for such things will only become greater.
Well, yes, but surely that would involve some significant outlay and more borrowing.
Did you know that every minute of every hour of every day, around the clock, whilst we've been talking just now, Christopher Lawson is still stealing my coal?
Well, all right, but what's that got to
He
do?
sees me spending money. He's hopefully, sooner or later, going to think a lot harder about mocking me like this, without facing any consequences. I'm glad it didn't sell. Would have looked weak.
The ingratitude! That is what's so staggering. I promised your father on his deathbed that I would look after you and do what I could for you. And my goodness me, it hasn't been easy. People can't cease to care about people if people can't behave in a manner that's appropriate. And there comes a point, there comes a time when people have to say, enough is enough. The hours I have spent worrying about you. And now this, I have had that, whatever she is, woman in here, in my house, in this room, telling me what's what. And what you can't see or won't see is what a laughing stock you make of yourself by having anything to do with her. By even being seen staying with her.
We are respectable, landed ladies.
Do you think anyone who knows the first thing about Anne Lister believes that?
How was she? Don't you ever tell my aunt anything about me? Ever again?
Please don't speak like that in front of a servant. Ever again. I'm sorry. You're the last person in the world I want to take things out of. I wanted to keep her well informed. I shan't be accused of doing anything by stealth. We're here together properly. I don't want anyone to be able to say that we weren't transparent about it right from the beginning.
I've decided. You're right. I think it's a good idea about asking Washington and his family to house it at Crowdfest.
Really?
I think we fix a date. To go to Paris, just to get on with it, just to be there.
We can be off in days, you just have to say the word.
And when we're back, I'll write to Elizabeth about dividing the estate properly.
Will you? I'll order us a set of rooms. And Marie says it's by far the best.
What about your apartment in Rue Saint-Victoire?
We can't stay there. It's tiny. I'll take you to see it. It's ridiculous. I'm very fond of it, but we'll be comfortable in Maurice's.
I love you.
Mrs. Precy said that when you were in Fort Rose, Mr. Ainsworth turned up.
I refused to see him. Then Captain Sutherland got rid of him, which I realised afterwards he only did because he wanted me to marry Alexander.
Why didn't you tell me?
I thought it would make you angry. Even angrier than it made me. And it breaks my heart when you're angry. So I didn't. Oh, you are pretty. In a certain light.
In a certain light. My dear Mary, since the past cannot be recalled, let us both make the best of the future. My days of solitude are drawing to a close. My father and aunt and sister are well satisfied by my choice, and all shipment disagreeables are smoothed away. I doubt I will see you this summer. I'm taking my little friend to Paris. When we return, she will move into shipment with me.
Miss Lister will say exactly the same thing. I'm certain.
What's the matter?
James arrived just after Thomas left. He says he isn't accustomed to wearing second-hand livery.
I am not.
Mr. Lowe will be here to measure you and adjust everything later this afternoon. Good God, it's clean. It's perfectly customary, even in the finest houses.
Cheapskate.
You better gather your belongings. I'll pay you for the one day you haven't worked for me, and then you can make your own way back to York. And you might make that decision. If you're still on the premises in 20 minutes, I shall shoot you for trespassing.
picked up a bit, Mum, from Thomas. It was always
Excellent. You're coming to Paris with me, Miss Walker. Carol.
Anne, if you and Miss Walker take Joseph to Paris, who will act as valet to father? I can't help dressing him. I might see something I don't want to see.
There's this boy I saw in York. I knew nothing about carriages, mumbled, but otherwise presentable and honest. Matthew. Avison, I'll write to Mrs. Williamson. Get her to send him over. You can put him on trial for a few weeks.
You're not really going to choose him, are you?
Only if I have to.
Yes, call it Eleni. Just to say, I think I might have got the wrong end of the stick about her and Thomas. His mother died when you were in Copenhagen, and he didn't know about it until he got back. And when I saw him, he'd just been telling Mrs. Cordingley how heartbroken it was that she'd never get to. I don't know.
Excuse me. Elizabeth. Yes, ma'am. Just. That was a very good plum pudding we had at dinner the other night. Thank you, ma'am.
Say goodbye until Fungus. The Fungus deal.
Gigantic Cadence, the longest running primetime cable news host in television history, with his influential voice.
We don't take orders from the media mob.
And exclusive interviews for over 25 years.
Did I keep my word?
You absolutely kept your word. Don't miss
Okay, I made it to the end of the show with my voice. Now to the What's In segment. Which pair of masked Biden administration BFFs really need acting lessons? Here's some of your answers. Jeffrey tweeted Schumer and pulling the seat. Victor Woods wrote the Easter Bunny and Jill. Okay, very funny. Here's the big reveal.
We're about to take a test ride on one of Washington, D.C.'s electric buses. We're going to have a lot more where these came from, so I'm excited to see it for myself.
Oh, shoot. I'm running late. I really have to catch the bus. Fancy meeting you here.
Oh my God. What happens with the mic, Pete? By the way, just think of it this way. Your tax dollars went to pay for that. You should just hire actors, okay? All right, don't forget your DVR, set it for the incremental every night, 10 p.m. And remember the big town hall Thursday with Governor DeSantis in Orlando. See you tomorrow night.
Well, hello there. Happy Monday, my friends. I hope you had a delightful weekend. I didn't, but my captors did. So it's big news in the tech world and bigger, badder news for the media. But first, let's take a look at Google. It's a search engine cat. Google it. It's now launched an inclusive language function for their Google Docs designed to avoid words that might offend users. For example, if you were to type in the word landlord, a warning might pop up saying it may not be inclusive to all readers, and then give them suggestions for replacements like property owner or proprietor or Mr. Furley. I'm still trying to figure out how that word offends anyone. Landlord goes back to feudal systems of the medieval period, and all those people are dead. Well, not all of them. If you happen to use the word mankind, Google might ask you to replace that with humankind, which sucks. I mean, what if it's something historical, like JFK's inaugural address? Google actually suggested one should replace for all mankind with for all humankind. Man, JFK, John Jr., Robert, Joe Sr., Joe Jr., Ted, Kathleen, Ethel, David, Michael must be turning over in their many graves right now. I wonder if they plan to censor JFK's Ask What You Can Do for Your Country line. because that might affect who prefer not to pay their student loans. So apparently you'll now need to bleach history to make it fit with the hypersensitive present, which means man or wife has to go, which is kind of ironic since we're living in a time where some men are transitioning to be wives, or some wives are now transitioning to be men, and all I want is a wiggling creature with the power to knit doilies. A nymph. Housewife is now stay-at-home spouse. Policeman is now police officers, and so on. Of course, many computer systems have tools to correct grammar and spelling, although you sure wouldn't know that after reading Jesse's book. And what starts on spreadsheets could probably find its way to your streets.
Whoa, guy, you don't need to bring gendered language into this.
Who cares? I need manual. Where's the policeman?
I care about all the land talk. It's like you're not even listening to me.
This was a gift from my landlord.
Okay. First of all, it's called a buyer or property owner. I don't even want your bag anymore, quite frankly. And it's weird that your landlord gives you stuff.
Who is that landlord?
Oh, yeah.
She looks good with that hair. But it seems like every day Big Brother is closing in, and it isn't coming from above, but from all sides. From creepy journalists like Taylor Lorenz, the bug-eyed cancel cop chasing down Twitter users, to even former President Obama, who's launching a disinformation initiative claiming there's no right to freedom of speech on social media. Apparently, he still thinks Twitter is no different than other media since it's both private. True, I have no obligation to have you on my show, that's obvious. But keep you off Twitter, that removes you from the modern town square. The only reason to cheer that is to limit the flow of information, to exclude one narrative in favor of another. The media does best. And that's part of the big lie. It's not about being inclusive at all. This is already softer than a tube sock filled with onions. It's about excluding people whose opinions counter yours. If they can control language, they can control thoughts, then they won't have to spend as much time indoctrinating your kids. Because I still be asking you to change problematic words. It's always one fact. And I can bet you it's no impartial source. It's likely someone no one can stand. And can you imagine how insufferable a person would have to be to get offended by these words? I'd rather marry Amber Heard. We criticize China for the social credit system, but we're getting there too. How long before your bank rejects a loan because you were spotted at a Trump rally? So yeah, Big Brother is us. I don't think Orwell saw that coming. Or maybe he did. I never finished the book. I didn't even read it. Got the cliff notes. But it's weird how all this wokeness only bubbles up from the same places. Academia, big tech, the media. They invent it, spread it, and use it to destroy freedom. And we all agree. Because it's not just words, it's power. To control the spigot so stories like Hunter's laptop disappears. No wonder they flipped out over Elon Musk and his giant bag of money. He realized the only way to stop this looming big sister, is to suffocate her with cash. By the way, I almost died that way when I was stripping. His goal to protect not his speech or your speech, but all speech. And we should always be wary of people right by that. It means their ideas are bad and they'd rather shield them than label competing thoughts as misinformation. Isn't that right, Profile?
So good for Musk. Behind Twitter, he just wrestled away the drug that fuels most of our media.
And he may in fact save the town square, and not just for humankind, but mankind.
If you think he looks sharp now, wait till you see him on his electric scooter. Radio and podcast host Buck Sexton. His motto is Viv and Let Viv. Entrepreneur and author of the book, Walking Quebec Ramaswamy. She's like the milk in the back of your fridge. White, cold, ready to expire. Fox's contributor, Captain. And he's required to make a beeping noise when backing up. My massive sidekick and the NWA World Television Champion, Tyrant.
All right, Buck, if that's your real name, and unfortunately it is. I've yet to meet a single person up close and personal who demands replacement words. You know what I mean? It seems like it's just some weird thing that is done behind the scenes with like 3 people.
Well, it starts in places where the left has total dominance, right? So it starts on college campuses. But if you look at the words that not only we're told to use, but that are new words. You know, when the Disney chief of content talked about a pansexual child, he could have said, pansexual, explain that. And the
sex in the kitchen.
The Blue Check Brigade was saying, how could you not know what this is? But look at things like undocumented, which people say all the time now instead of illegal alien, right? A federal term for it for a long time. They have a long history, unfortunately, of getting their way with this because they're maniacal and they control the spigots of information flow, although maybe not as much anymore, thank you, Elon.
Yes, I was going to ask you thoughts on Elon. Big news, huge.
My favorite thing about this, well, it's enormous for what this could do for the future. That part is very exciting. I know streaming is in trouble, so I would offer up that there could be a streaming service where we get to just watch all the Twitter employees and like constant meltdown right now because they're tweeting about how, you know, they're crying and they're so upset about this, that the richest man in the world who is single-handedly built 2 amazing companies is getting to run their company. The part of it that I find fascinating is just if we could get access to what has been done for the last 10 years.
Yeah, say backwards.
If we look back at what was done to help the left dominate conversations over many years on Twitter, shut down things, I think they're as scared of that as they are about what happens going forward.
Find out why they suspended certain people. Did that? Do you know Elon Musk? That was.
I know. I was just talking to his chief of staff, who used to be a college friend of mine, talking about some ideas, and I'm writing something in a couple of days. But I've never met Elon. No.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, he sat back in my place. We're gonna have drinks later.
That's good.
Yeah. I obviously this is your industry. This is your place. I mean, it's a confluence of like things from the woke takeover to Elon fighting back. What's your take on all of that?
I mean, look, I'm obviously happy to see him take over the company. I actually think the hard work starts now, though, because there are some really hard challenges where Elon, for example, has said that he does not want to see spam and annoying posts on his feed that ruin the user experience. He's right about that. But some of that's constitutionally protected. So what does it actually mean to run a free speech platform? My view is actually these are really hard questions. There's one good answer to it as a principle. Give the power back to the user. You know what? Some people might say that actually my user experience of Twitter was better when I didn't have to see porn or images or name callings or racial epithets. Great. Go back to the old moderation system. Just be able to opt into it. And maybe if you want to see what the world looks like without that, then be able to opt out. But giving choice back to the user. This is what Silicon Valley was built on, Greg, back in the 1990s. They somehow forgot that along the way.
Yeah.
Just trust people to say that if you want to be able to see it, you're an adult, you can see it yourself. That's what I'd like to see them do.
Yeah, the thing is with that problem though, is that was before things were politicized. Like no one thought, once politics gets infected, it just like takes over and it poisons it, Tyrus, it poisons it.
Yeah, I'm poisoned.
Yes. What are your thoughts on anything in particular? It's Monday.
Well, it is Monday. It's after Sunday.
Is that one of the best questions I've asked you?
It was riveting. I almost feel like I should change my name to Cat, because usually Cat who's left going, okay. I'll still book out your page or page out your book. What I found particularly interesting today was, since we're talking about Elon and Twitter, was how much the press conference today at the White House was circled around it. And suddenly our always quick-witted president was very concerned about what was going on with private companies. And I thought that was particularly amusing that how Psaki dropping a lot of ums and ahs about watching this very closely and how much damage has been done by unregulated free speech, etc. So I'm wondering if they're going to try to see I did this Psaki right there. I'm wondering if they're going to try to do something, try to step in, or make it very difficult for Elon to make any changes at all.
I don't even think that's the big story. I think the big story was Brett Baer saying that.
Yes. Yes.
I heard it.
Yeah, you did. Okay.
That he was
No. Okay, listen. He did that for one reason. And did you not hear at the end before they went off because the Fox that music either?
Yeah.
Cat's gonna cry. That's what he said. Why? He's trying to divide us. If I go on, you go with me. We go as a team. Yes, Brett, yes, he messaged me afterwards. Yes, I responded. Yes, it's gonna be sometime next week. But don't worry, it'll be a Tyrus and Tiff podcast special.
I'm capable of being hurt, but also being happy for you.
What are your thoughts on today's big news, Kat?
I'm actually shocked that it actually happened.
What?
I'm a nice guy.
No, I mean,
Oh, sorry.
come on.
Yeah, because everyone was talking about like it actually could never happen, even though that was obviously what you'd have to do unless you were just really gonna screw over all of your shareholders. But people talk about like it's the end of the world, and now that it happened, I think it's even a little bit. People are actually a little calmer about it. I haven't seen as much freak out, but
You'll
I
see it
just-
tonight.
Tonight, maybe. I'm excited to see what, like, the open algorithm idea, I think is really important because they gaslight you all the time saying that that's not something that exists and that they don't sort of twist things for certain narratives. But obviously they do, and they wouldn't be freaking out so bad.
Yeah, that's true.
So let's be real. If Twitter died tomorrow, would it be the end of the world?
No, it would.
It wouldn't. We'd all still wake up.
Yeah.
Backup plan could just be shut down.
Yeah.
I would say also, I would fire all those employees who weren't doing a bunch of work, pay the other ones to leave who would disagree with him, and then he's got about like 10 people left, build a new company.
There's also, we can get an edit button finally, which people want. Some of us want the box to be cleaned up because if I'm being followed by an Eastern European supermodel, I'd like to know if it's
I
real.
know. Was I surprised when he showed up?
Never real.
Yeah, she's never real.
So far, Tyrus, but that
Not even Tinkerbell wishing upon a star is going to make that one better.
Well, on that note, up next is Kamala's race relationship terse with Biden's wife/nurse. That's a good rhyme.
That was quick.
And rewarding. I earned 3% cash back at drugstores with Chase Freedom Unlimited. That means I earned on my bug spray and my sunscreen. You ready to go fishing?
I got the bait.
I also earned 5% on travel purchase through Chase on this rental car. And they just calling my name.
Don't you get seasick?
We'll find out. Come on. And I earned 3% on dining, including takeout.
So much for catching our dinner.
Some people are hunters, some are gamblers. I'm a diner. Earn big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited with no annual fee. How do you catch that? Chase, make more for children.
At Booking.com, finding perfect isn't rocket science. Kitchen? Sorted. Butter? Why not? And of course, puppy friendly. We don't like to say perfect, but it's pretty perfect. Booking.com. Yeah.
Thousands of years ago, even if you were sitting at the top, you really couldn't count on support. It took centuries for office to evolve, but there were some major holes in the design. Then people were inspired to do away with office chairs completely. Yeah, that didn't work. In 2020 came the breakthrough the world has been waiting for. The first ever XHMT heat and massage chair by X-Chair. X-Chair just made history's most comfortable work chair even better by integrating heat and massage into our patented dynamic variable lumbar support. Waves of glorious massage that wake up tired muscles? Yes. Soothing heat that melts away daily tension? You bet. The all-new XHMT massage chair by X-Chair. The future feels good. Upgrade to the ultimate work chair with the one and only XHMT by X-Chair. Use the code on your screen and get $100 off, plus a free footrest.
Go with Simparica Trio. It's triple protection made simple. Simparica Trio is the first and only monthly jewel that covers heartworm disease, ticks and fleas, round and bookworms. Dogs get triple protection in just one Simparica Trio. This drug class has been associated with neurologic adverse reactions, including seizures. Use with caution in dogs with a history of these disorders. Protect him with all your heart. Simparica Trio.
Do you struggle to fall asleep and stay asleep? Qunol Sleep Formula combines 5 key nutrients that can help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed. The brand I trust is Qunol.
Twitter takeover inside Elon Musk's $44 billion deal. And what it means for the woke media mob. Jason the Buck reacts on a must-see Tucker Carlson tonight.
I'm calling in regards to my mother, and I'm here, and I just want to thank you because it saved my mother's life yesterday. And I'd like to know the names of the people that came in the center so I can call and thank them. And she's doing fine. It's a wonderful thing. Thank you.
When you fall and cannot get up, an accident can turn into a tragedy. But with Life Alert, one touch of a button can get you help fast. Life Alert saves a life every 11 minutes. And batteries never need charging.
Life Alert is a lifesaver. If it weren't for Life Alert, I wouldn't be sitting here today.
For a free Life Alert brochure, call 1-800-808-1929. That's 1-800-808-1929. Call now. 1-800-808-1929.
Attention Zantac users. The FDA requested manufacturers to pull Zantac off the market, noting exposure to unacceptable levels of a cancer-causing agent. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with cancer after regular use of Zantac, you might be entitled to financial compensation. If you have any of these cancers, time is critical. Call now for a free consultation. If you don't win, you pay nothing.
Call 800-749-4921.
Was choosing Kamala a bitter pill for the chief of thoracic surgery, Dr. Jill? It's funny because she's not. True, it's so funny. True, the VP pick with the annoying laugh was not the choice of Biden's better half. And so she questioned the choice of Veep for the prez who's half asleep. According to an upcoming book, my favorite kind, from two New York Times reporters who together do the job of one. First Lady Jill Biden was against her husband choosing Kamala Harris as his running mate after she attacked him during the primary debate. Of course, this would have been a great story to break in 2020 instead of sitting on it for 2 years, but hey, then you wouldn't be able to sell this book. Allegedly, in one conversation after learning Kamala was the lead candidate, Jill said, quote, "There are millions of people in the United States." That's true. So far, so good. Why do we have to choose the one who attacks Joe? Well, does she have a point? Let's look back.
It was hurtful to hear you talk about the reputations of two United States senators who built their reputations and career on the segregation of race in this country. You also worked with them to oppose busing. And, there was a little girl in California who was part of the second class to integrate her public schools. And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me.
I can see Jill's point. She didn't keep him locked in a basement to face that kind of abuse. So do Kamala and Jill get along now? Well, here's tape of their last get-together. Wow. They really don't like each other. It doesn't matter? Not really, because anything Joe Biden does is out of his hands. Those in control believe Kamala still gave Joe the best chance to win, and that picking her would show the country he could be a forgiving and unifying leader. And it's not like he remembers the debate. But Jill versus Kamala, that must be awkward for Joe, since he thinks both of them are the president. Why not ask him?
Hey, look. Come on, man. So the ladies don't get along, but, I gotta stick with my wife. She's a doctor. Did you ever hear that? Apple a day keeps the doctor away. Not her. But tell you the truth, vice president, first lady, I mix them up. Not the people. I know my wife. She's, the blonde. But the job. Let's face it. I mean, neither one of them does anything. I know. I had one of the jobs myself, I think. And Kamala, she's harmless. Except for that laugh. Oh, man. Every time she laughs, I want to smash my head on the Resolute desk.
Vivek, are you surprised at how poorly Kamala has performed as VP?
I'm not surprised because I expected it. And she's delivered on that expectation. And the thing about her in that debate performance is she tried to pose to the American people on national television as some victim, as a woman of color, whatever. This is a kid of two tenured professors who, by the way, has an older sister that went to Stanford Law School. Ultimately, Kamala Harris could not, unsurprisingly, not step into her bigger sister's shoes. Ended up taking a very different path in what got her head in the world. But it's the fakery of it. And I was actually saying, say what you know about Joe Biden, about Jill Biden. If she had the good sense to tell Joe not to take Kamala, she did earn that doctorate. I'm going to call her Jill Biden, Dr. Jill Biden, right now that I know that she actually had that good sense. But Kamala Harris, that was not my expectation. She's delivered about as poorly as we could have expected. And you know what? Joe shouldn't have gone with her, but he's saddled with her now. You live with the choices you make.
Yeah, you know, Kat, why didn't he listen to his spouse? Because the fact is, she was right. This could have said, I mean, and now she must be saying, I told you so every night, but he doesn't know what she's talking about.
Yeah.
I told you so, and he goes, I know, but he doesn't know.
Yeah, I guess he just, he probably wasn't allowed to listen to her.
Yeah, that's true too.
I don't know. I guess he had some concerns about her. Jill had some concerns about her, but none of the concerns were what they should have actually been worried about, which is that she's just not good at doing stuff.
Yeah.
Or at saying stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So she doesn't really seem to care either. She wants all of this, power and respect without any responsibility. She just goes places and laughs at inappropriate moments. That's the only time you ever see her.
Yes, I find that very entertaining, Tyrus. Once again, we were listening to her. What did you say?
She needs bongos.
She needs bongos.
Yeah, every time.
Yeah.
He lost me again. Like I was like, oh man, what's the bongos?
Yes.
But it's Monday. Gene got a haircut, so.
Yeah, it's
so,
like you can only do one thing in the day.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta run my Monday errand.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm a producer, but busy with my hair.
Speaking of Aaron, this is what happens when you box yourself into a racist box.
Mm-hmm.
He had two choices. There was Stacey Abrams and her, and she was more experienced because they said they were going to pick a woman of color.
That's right.
Instead of saying we're going to pick the best choice. Even though both candidates, although great in their own ways, one was unsuccessful in a political bid, and the other one, competing against him in the campaign, showed that she was unelectable.
Yeah.
So both showed that they were not good choices to be VPs based off performance. But performance, it doesn't matter. And the only one who was, and his wife, who knows him better than anyone else, knows his failing memory issues. Of course, it was upset with somebody like they was going to take advantage of him, be rude to him, and not participate, which is what she's doing. I think she's capable of doing things if she so chooses to, but she's more interested in watching the house burn down than to actually help the Biden, because then she's waiting for him to get moved out, so she gets moved in. But this is what happens when you pick off this instead of picking with this.
There you go, Buck.
I think that you could explain this administration using classic 80s cinema.
I would love that.
So, for example, Joe Biden, Weekend at Bernie's, perhaps even Weekend at Bernie's too. He just has to be there. He just has to be present. No one really expects him to do anything or be very good at anything. The whole idea was, you know who he is and he's there. Major League, I think arguably the best sports movie of all time. Charlie Sheen and Wesley Snipes, among their finest work. They pick the absolute.
Happy Gilmore's the best sports movie.
Yeah, I can't believe you let
Happy Gilmore's like top 5, but I think Major League's a better movie. Nonetheless, it's a very good movie.
Well, then why haven't I seen it?
All right, good.
You were saying.
As I was saying, so in Major Leagues, the whole premise is that they're trying to pick the absolute worst team possible so they can relocate from Cleveland to Miami, right? The team owner.
Right.
It's as though they were running a competition to pick the actual worst vice president they could when it comes to likability, poll numbers, competency. Remember when she was the border czar?
Yes.
They just made that fade because her idea of being a border czar was literally lying to the face of Lester Holt, saying, "We've been to the border." And he's like, "Lady, look,
yeah,
I'm gonna help you out a lot, but I can't help you out that much. You have not been to the border." So I think that she's like the Major League of vice presidential candidate or vice presidents. If that makes any sense, which it kind of does.
You know what? You know who's the real winner here is. Does anybody here know the name of Kamala's spouse? Or could you even pick him out of a lineup?
Is it Doug?
Yes! That's good. How did you know the name Doug?
I have no idea.
There's just I think his name is Doug.
I think it is.
He's such a Doug. Isn't he a Doug?
What's his term?
Only the first guy with first name Doug.
First gentleman?
Assuming he's a gentleman. I mean, what if he's a ruffian?
Do you think they do couples things together?
I hope his name really is Doug.
No, it is Doug. Do you think they do couple stuff together?
Probably not.
Dictionary? No. Two different age groups.
Dictionary?
I don't know.
Dictionary, you gotta have 4 people, right?
You just said I'm like dictionary of one other person.
No, I meant the four. I meant 4 of them. I meant the 2 couples.
Oh, the president? No,
Yes, yeah.
not even a little bit. They don't even cross in the hallway. They like take turns in the communal kitchen at the White House.
All right, up next, will Disney pull up stakes? Because there are no more tax breaks.
Doug.
Only two things are forever: love and Liberty Mutual customizing your car insurance. So you only pay for what you need. If anyone objects to this marriage, speak now or forever hold your peace. No, Kevin, no, not today. Only pay for what you need. Liberty, 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 liberty.
Psoriasis really messes with you. Try, hope, fail.
No one should suffer like that.
I started Cosentix. 5 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentix. Don't use it if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections is some serious, and a lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Best move I ever made.
Ask your dermatologist about Cosentix.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, CEO of MyPillow. Retailers, shopping channels, and now even banks have tried to cancel myself and MyPillow. Well, during these times, your support has meant everything to us. So my employees and I want to personally thank each and every one of you by passing the savings directly on to you. We're selling the best products ever for the best prices ever. For example, we have my standard size MyPillow, regularly $69.98. Now only $19.98 with your promo code. Or you can get custom fit with my premium queen size MyPillow, regularly $79.98, now just $29.98. Or my king size, regular $89.98, now just $34.98. So go to mypillow.com now and use the promo code on your screen, or call the 1-800 number below to receive this exclusive offer. If you do it right now, I'm going to include a free gift with your purchase. Thank you and God bless.
In today's challenging world, being safer at home has taken on a new dimension, and our seniors need more attention than ever before. With our award-winning one-to-one personalized home care, Visiting Angels can help your family navigate through these difficult times, providing care that will give you the peace of mind that makes the future look a lot brighter. Visiting Angels, we're here for you.
Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care.
This is it, your last chance to win big money from Publishers Clearinghouse.
Thank you, thank you.
And you build your credit history with a Fingerhut Fetty credit account at fingerhut.com.
Fingerhut credit accounts are issued by Whadda.
It's time to lose the weight for good. Try Gola. No subscriptions, just real results that last. I've lost 70 pounds, 58 pounds, 22 pounds, 128 pounds.
138 pounds. Crazy, right?
It's time to put dieting behind you and get your health and vitality back.
Once you start this plan and you do what you are supposed to do, you are going to feel amazing. You're going to have a new life.
Change your life now at golo.com.
Just have a feeling I'm not gonna like it. All right. Might Disney World withdraw since they no longer make the law? And will DeSantis look like a ninny if another state snags Mickey and Minnie? On Friday, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed a bill stripping Disney of its self-governing status, which allowed the resort to essentially run as its own county government under a special tax district going back to the late 60s, the 1960s, Cat. It's their worst crisis since Snow White was found cooking meth with Goofy in a trailer behind Space Mountain.
This state is governed by the best interests of the people. This state, not by any one little corporation. We're not going to let it take over the state.
Now, many saw this move as retaliatorial. Retaliatorial? That's not a word. Retaliatory. Thank you. Thank you, Mel. You're welcome, Greg. Rough weekend. After Disney came out hard against Florida's new parental rights law. On the flip side, many believe it serves Disney right for going woke. And now libs from other states are expressing interest in getting Disney to move. Democratic Colorado Governor Jared Polis inviting Disney to move there, tweeting, "We will grant Mickey and Minnie full asylum." But I don't know. I mean, do we really need advice on dealing with kids from someone named Jared? And a Texas county judge writing an open letter to Disney CEO, inviting the company to do business there instead of Florida. But can Disney really pick up and relocate just like that? Is there a special U-Haul for castles? And how do you break it to the dwarves? They'll have to start all over in a new town, making new dwarf friends, and that's hard. So maybe it's a small world after all, until you try to move it. We'll be right back. Kat, yep. Where are you on this retaliation or deterrence question?
Yeah, I don't love it. Seems a little petty.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how it's constitutional because of the retaliatory thing. Because you're not supposed to be able to do that in response to speech.
Yeah.
So I also don't believe in taxes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's where I stand on that.
So I mean, the fact is, the sweetheart deal wasn't still a deal. So did they break the deal or what?
So here's the thing. It's not the only deal that Disney has made with the state of Florida. I'll remind you of another one. Actually, in 2021, this is last year, Florida passed a statute, you might remember, that prevented internet companies from engaging in political discrimination online. Guess what? That applies to streaming services like Disney+. But they wrote an exemption into the statute for anyone who owns a theme park of 25 acres or more. It is literally a Disney exemption. They got it into the statute. So this is just crony capitalism. Disney has been making donations, running the Florida legislature. Now, the irony is that Disney lobbied for an exemption from a political anti-discrimination statute, and they got it. And now they're crying wolf with political discrimination to win. Okay? Now, no, I agree with you, Catherine. Normally, I don't like state solutions. The market should solve this. Here's why the market isn't solving it, though. Normal capitalism, the top three shareholders of Disney, who are BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, would tell the CEO to knock it off because you're pissing off your customers. Well, guess what's not happening now is that actually those shareholders are effectively whispering in these CEOs' ears, DEI, ESG, keep doing what you're doing. That's the failure of actually total free market capitalism today, is actually you have this managerial class that's not representing the actual voices of Disney's shareholders who happen to be the same customers who are pissed off. So that's the problem.
Yeah. Problem with you, Vivek, is I don't think you know enough about this topic.
Yeah, I picked up on that too.
Yeah.
That was just, you made that all up on you. Well, you just made that up.
And then you write a book about it.
He knows the three majority share. What word was that again? He's upsetting me.
That was impressive.
Talk about your money, Cyrus. Where's your money?
Not my money. I'm with
I
you.
bet you
Yeah,
it is.
plus, can I add, Disneyland sucks.
It does suck.
No, Disney World.
Both of them. It's not even a world. You know,
True, it's not. They're liars.
they are liars. Fuck. It's gonna be hard to move it. I mean, seriously, think about all the styrofoam peanuts. You have to put stickers on everything. Everything in that park if you're gonna move it, because you want to, and you say this goes over here, this teacup goes over there. It will take 20 years to move the frickin' place.
If Disney doesn't like it, they should just build their own Florida. I mean, I think this is fair play. I think
And they liked it.
they know.
They'll have an medication.
But look, it's this is Ron DeSantis recognizing something, which is that this has been, people talk about the culture war. It's essentially been on this issue of corporate wokeness, very well laid out by Mr. Beck over here. It's been a one-way battle for a very long time. All these sweetheart deals, the lobbying, the lawyering, the things that are done to get special privileges. They could build a nuclear plant. I mean, can you imagine, like, Mickey walking out with some, fuel rods or something? I mean, the whole thing is crazy when you think about it. They were able to do that without state regulation or oversight. That's a pretty sweetheart deal.
Kill somebody in Disneyland. What is the Disneyland sheriff gonna do? Put you, behind?
Well, it depends.
Yeah.
If he's on the take from the prince or not, because usually the sheriffs are always corrupt in Disney. They have no respect for law enforcement either.
I also think, didn't Disney ruin Beverly Hills Cop 3? Wasn't it set?
Yeah, I tapped out at one.
Something? Yeah.
Yeah.
2 was not worth it either, but I'm just saying, speaking of 80s.
Am I the only one to think this is fair? That this is a good idea?
No, I like it.
Because he's representing the beliefs of one group.
Mm-hmm.
And you're supposed to be impartial. That'd be like if all of a sudden they decided to change it to Christian world
Yeah.
or Trump world. And they'll be like, well, that's only one way of thinking. That's not fair for the rest of us. Why are you politicizing a place where we're all supposed to go watch our kids go on a roller coaster and pretend like they're fantastic? So now it's political. Once you politicize something, just like once churches start, not doing what they're doing and collecting money, making profit, they're supposed to, lose their tax exemption. So now Disney's doing it because they're catering to one specific way of thinking or way of looking at it. So yeah, they shouldn't have their special stuff anymore.
I just am trying to imagine moving it. Like when your moving day, like everybody gets up early, they're all friends, like, hey, can you guys come over, have coffee, maybe you have some donuts, and then you just start like in Never Land.
No way they're gonna move it. It would turn into like one of those Chinese ghost cities. I mean, they would just have to.
It would it would become like mini golf world. Or
yes.
It would just be off-brand. I don't know what the opposite of Disney is, but it would be that world.
You know what we could do? We could buy it from DeSantis at a discount and hunt the most dangerous game.
Which would be
human being.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Coming up in the ring, he found glory. Now he's written his life story. Tyrus tells us all about his wonderful book. That's next.
I'm telling it all, and they won't buy it.
This is Vuity, the first and only FDA-approved eye drop that improves age-related blurry near vision.
Wait, what? It sounded like you just said an eye drop that may help you see up close.
I did. It's an innovative way.
So wait, I don't always have to wear reading glasses?
Yeah, Vuity helps you see up close.
So I can see a post with just my eyes.
With one drop in each eye once daily.
In focus?
Yep.
Like, really?
Really. Vuity is a prescription eye drop to help you see up close.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
See for yourself. Use Vuity with caution in night driving and hazardous activities in poor light. Also, if your vision is not clear, do not drive or use machinery. Contact your doctor immediately if you have sudden vision loss. Most common side effects are headache and eye redness. Ask your eye doctor about Vuity and see for yourself. Learn how to sign up and save at mybeautypoints.com.
Who said you have to starve yourself to lose weight?
Who said you can't do dinner?
Who's telling me this is good and this is bad? I'm doing it my way.
Meet Plenity, an FDA-cleared, clinically proven weight management aid for adults with a BMI of 25 to 40 when combined with diet and exercise. Plenity is not a drug. It's made from naturally derived building blocks and helps you feel fuller and eat less. It is a prescription-only treatment and is not for pregnant women or people allergic to its ingredients. Talk to your doctor or visit myplenity.com to learn more.
Right now, someone could be listed as the owner of your home and stealing thousands of dollars of your hard-earned equity.
Anybody who owns property should worry about home title theft. There's no other crime that is so easy, so quick, and so lucrative.
Your home, your equity, and your peace of mind can all be stolen in one fell swoop by home title thieves like Matthew Cox.
Nobody thinks that I can take their house. Nobody thinks that.
Believe it or not, a single-page document is all it takes to transfer proof of ownership out of your name.
People think, look, there's a whole huge process, but the truth is, it's a one-page document.
But it still must get through one final barrier, the county clerk.
When someone comes in with a fraudulent deed, if it's notarized and all the spaces are filled in, we by statute have to accept it. We cannot give it back to them and say, we know this is fraudulent, we're not going to file it. That's against the law. But it's a false sense of security. It's not real. Bottom line is, yes, it happens. And we can't stop it from happening.
Never thought she owned her house until the police showed up and told her she didn't. And there was nothing she could do about it.
In the end, the fraudulent papers were honored, and the police came and escorted us off the property.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock will monitor your title nonstop, alerting you to suspicious activity.
You get a warning notice that this first step has happened. You can stop the rest.
Meet Terry. He signed up for Home Title Lock and was immediately alerted to fraudulent activity.
So I received a report and saw that, hey, I have a lien against my property that I didn't know about. I got it fixed right away.
And if you call in the next 15 minutes and mention promo code LOCKIN, you'll receive your first 30 days absolutely free.
What would it do to your money if you lost your property? I mean, there's no question about that.
Go online or call now, 1-800-938-4415.
Have you ever seen something so beautiful that all you could say was, wow?
Beaches, Turks, and Caicos, where anything is possible because everything is included. Wow! Get up to 65% off on 1-800-BEACHES.
Right now at Ashley, bring home our best-selling mattresses at our best prices. Select Sealy and Beauty Rest mattresses start at just $6.99. Plus, Ashley Sleep mattresses are in stock and ready to be brought home today. Only at America's #1 furniture and mattress store, Ashley.
Is there anything more desirous than a whole book about Tyrus? Just Tyrus, a memoir by Tyrus about Tyrus is out in stores tomorrow. I'm more excited than he is. I asked him out to dinner to talk about it with me, but he said no. So we're going to talk about it here instead. I think it would have been better if we went to dinner. But you know what? People need to hear about this book.
Yeah, and it's not really dinner. You just drink a lot of wine, and you just keep checking on your car.
Yes, I do.
That's pretty much it. Should I go? Should I stay 10 minutes? See, what's got mad at me? So,
this is so true and sad.
Yeah, that's in chapter 20.
All right, the back of your book has 2 blurbs.
Yes.
And they are Dana Perino and Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
I don't think any book will ever come close to having that kind of range.
No, and it was funny because I had a list of blurb candidates.
Yes.
I had you on there, I had Walter Kern, and Dana Snoop. I asked them first, figuring I would get I'd love to, but I don't have time, I'm busy. And they both said yes. So then I asked, how many blurbs can I have? And the publisher was just, wait a minute, you have who? Snoop and Dana? You're like, yeah, right. And then they sent them in and they were like, oh, no more, this is good. So I assumed it was diverse and deep.
Well, what's surprising, it's a great book. I'm telling you, you sit down and you read it. I said this to you after I read it. I felt like I spent 2 days with you. It's very rare when someone writes a book in which it actually expresses who the person is so closely, it's like that person's talking to you. But I learned a lot about Snoop. It's like, I mean, the fact that like Snoop comes off surprisingly even-keeled, businesslike, sharp, but sometimes late.
Always late.
Yeah.
I used to trick him.
Yeah.
Me and Kevin Barker used to, if the show was at 1, we'd tell him it was at 11, and we'd get there at 12.
Yes.
And then he'd be mad at us because he had to wait a few minutes. But we would always trick him, especially with flights and stuff. Always had a trick.
Did he fire you once?
He did fire me once. We were in Amsterdam. I took my first break in a coffee shop.
Yes.
And me and Kevin, this manager, like we were like BFFs. And we decided to try out the local festivities.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just so happens that they came in during our break, and I might have made fun of them a little bit. And so he got mad and fired me. But he doesn't fire you himself. He had someone else come over and fire you. So when I got back to the hotel room, I was like packing up my stuff or whatever, and he texted me and he said, hey, can you give me some chicken, fried chicken and orange soda and some fruit and stuff? And I was like, no, you fired me. He's like, what are you talking about? And I opened the door, I was like, you fired me like 2 hours ago. I was like, what are you talking about? Can you just get my food? I was like, okay. They're like, all right, bro. But the other bodyguard was like happy. I got fired. He's like, oh, you gotta go. And then he was standing there. I was like, guess you forgot, dog.
Did you ever write anything, or did you ever publish anything like an article or anything before doing this book?
No,
That's amazing.
I do not do op-eds. I do not blog or blurb, whatever it is. No, I always said if I was going to write it. Actually, Susan Scott, when she first interviewed me, we're working with you.
Yeah.
She said that she thought I had 3 books in me. It was like random, and I was like, yeah, I don't even write my own material, boss. So, but okay, sure, yeah, 3 books, I got you. So a lot of it had to come with osmosis, being around Kat and you. You've got like 47 bestsellers, and I've read probably about half of them. And just being around that environment and being around a bunch of writers, you kind of think like, hey, you know what? I want to try this. And so I did, and it was a tough process. I got dropped from one publisher, said my book had no direction because they made me have a ghostwriter. Never did any work, not even a little bit. Like for like 6 months, he's like, I don't really like to give my work away. It's my process.
Oh my!
I was like, can I just get a chapter, dog? I'm sending all this stuff to you. He sent me back transcripts from our show. I was like, this is not my work. And he was like, oh, sure it is. I'm like, it's not. And then come to find out, he never did any work. He took my money and run. So
I'll find out.
But I got lucky. Post Hill and Jacob and Chris Epling, they gave me a shot, and and then now it's going really.
What do you hope to convey in this book? I mean, your childhood is a rough one, and
Yeah.
I mean, what do you hope that when people for like a kid reading this, that might have been your age, like you reading this as a 17-year-old or whatever, what would you quote?
It's not about what's going on now, it's what's coming. And it's all about your reaction. One of the things that stood out that you had said to me, and that's why I actually knew you read the book, when you said my grandmother's advice to me, where it's not what's happening to you, it's your reaction.
Yeah.
What's happening to you is how you're judged by. And that I've always carried. You're gonna get hit in the mouth. And everyone in this table has got a story. I'm not special. Every one of us has got something. It's different. It comes in different forms. But it's when you're on the ground, if you stay wallowing in what's just happened to you, you'll stay there. And we've seen that. We have friends, everyone has family members who something traumatic happens to them and they never get past it. And I just had this innate ability to keep going. And what's next? I mean, all the jobs have been fired from. It's a lot of firings in this book.
Yeah, almost as many as I've been fired.
Yeah, but there's something about when it's over and that you don't dwell on it. It's okay. What am I going to do next? And it's just this innate thing of accountability, believing in yourself, betting on yourself. There's no one's going to come. There's no silver hand coming going, hey, you just got fired from the WWE, but here comes Fox News.
Yeah.
Like how that happened.
Yeah.
But that's really what it's about. It's taking your own destiny.
One last question. Now, you talk about your family. Do you think they're going to read your book? Are you going to send them books?
No. But you know what? I'm nice. I think I'm very nice. I'm very respectful. I don't really diss anybody. I diss myself. I think one thing about this book, there's a lot of things where I'll say, well, this is where my part of the story ends.
Yes.
And I say things like, and this is locker room, and if you didn't earn the right to be there, the rest of the story is none of your business. Mm-hmm. I think that's important. I don't think writing books should be about blaming and telling on people. That's their stories, and they can tell them their way.
That is a good point. Remember that cat when your book comes up. You do not betray me.
Too late.
Go to Amazon and get his book. Now, it's almost midnight. I want to wake up in the morning and see the one on Amazon, okay? It's not that hard to do. We got 2 million people watching this show right now. 2.5 million. You can go on, order his book tomorrow morning. If he's number one, I'm buying everybody here a Maserati.
Well, that's so I don't fit in those. And Cat doesn't drive.
Yeah, well, Maserati is.
Congratulations, Buck. But wait, Buck hates the Beatles. He doesn't get a car.
Not get anything.
And he doesn't need one because he knows the 3 shareholders.
All right.
I've already got an electric scooter tyrant over there.
You got stolen.
Next, I remember that story.
Yeah.
Will Harry and Meghan's marriage survive? Not according to 45.
Allergies don't have to be scary. Spraying Flonase daily stops your body from overreacting to allergens all season long. Flonase, all good.
I'm Mike Huckabee, former governor of Arkansas and 2016 presidential candidate. Like many of you, I've struggled to get a good night's sleep until about 2 years ago. That's when I saw an ad on TV for Relaxium Sleep, and it literally changed my life. Developed by renowned neurologist Dr. Eric Siliberti, Relaxium Sleep is clinically proven to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. Relaxium's triple action formula addresses 3 key factors that contribute to insomnia. With Relaxium Sleep, I fall asleep as soon as my head hits the pillow. I find I've got more energy and focus. They're so confident it'll work for you, they're giving away 1,000 bottles today. Call or log on right now and try Relaxium Sleep risk-free for 30 days. Use the promo code on your screen for free expedited shipping. Call 800-322-0404 or visit tryrelaxium.com.
Trust you not to Relaxium Sleep.
You're looking great.
I'm a Carousel now.
But your phone is damaged.
Carousel starts working in just 2 days.
Carousel starts improving the appearance of fungus-damaged toenails in just 2 days.
Your new movie?
Toe Story.
Carousel, 2 days, 1 solution.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Jesse Waters Prime Time. From tackling the biggest news stories to sharing the opinions that matter, Jesse Waters does it all.
We're gonna be in this together.
Weeknights at 7 on Fox News Channel.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have vowed to take away your Second Amendment rights through gun bans, gun confiscation, and government regulations. Now, Joe Biden is no longer hiding his real intentions, and we need you to take action now.
Whether it's a 9mm pistol or whether it's a rifle, is ridiculous. I'm continuing to push to eliminate the sale of those things.
The Biden administration is coming after your right to own any gun. We need to stop his gun-grabbing agenda, and it starts with your phone call to 800-332-1499 to sign our petition to protect your Second Amendment rights. Joe Biden has already issued executive orders. He is now demanding Congress push through radical gun legislation. Please call 800-332-1499 and press 1 now to sign our petition demanding an end to Joe Biden's anti-gun agenda. We urgently need millions of Americans to take action to protect your right to keep and bear arms. Again, call 800-332-1499 right now.
Doug Flutie and Brent Thomas, you guys look great. Once I turn 40, less energy, less drive. Definitely. Happened to you guys? Yeah. So what did you do? We got the Genix OT.
Nugenix is the unique man-boosting formula powered by Testofen, a patented key ingredient clinically researched to help increase free testosterone and total testosterone levels. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo to help you get back in shape fast. Absolutely free. That's MERIT. 2231231.
A story in 5 words. We're short on time, so here's the story in 5 words. Trump. Harry and Meghan doomed. Yeah, Kat, in a new interview with Piers Morgan on Fox Nation, former President Trump predicted that our marriage won't last. What do you think?
I think it will, because I think that nothing can sometimes keep two people together quite like hatred.
Yes.
Like she hates him, but she knows no one can make him more miserable than she can. So she's not going to give that up.
No, she's not. Buck, probably the biggest story of the year. What do you think?
I always wonder if there's a way to get like the Daily Mail with all the royal stories stripped out of it so we don't have to see the updates, because otherwise it's a great website.
Then all it's up are bikini pictures of amazing, she's 40.
I mean, we don't have to strip those out. I'm just saying, the Trumpster is unbelievable at calling his shots.
Yeah.
He points to the upper deck. It might take 5 years, it might take 10 years. But you go back and you look at some of the earlier Trump comments, this guy is like,
he'll say something like, that guy's weird. Yeah. It's just weird. And then you find out he's something super weird.
Yeah, no, he's like the Nostradamus of Palm Beach. I'm telling you, the guy keeps coming. Trump-Adamus.
Trump-Adamus. That's funny, do all of his predictions. Vivek, I know this is a tough question. Do you think Trump is right?
You know, I really don't follow the royal family that much. I could care less. Looking at what I see, though, they might just stay together to prove him wrong. But if he was going to be right, they get punished for that, and there's some justice in the world. So, you know, I could care less, but my guess is they try to prove him wrong and they're living a miserable life, and Trump can still be happy.
There you go. You know, Tyrus, I think it's unfair that we inherited royalty. The whole point of us leaving England was to get away from this crap.
Yeah.
And then they come here and go, hey, we're not royalty anymore. But then they expect riches. They expect deals just like they're royalty. They expect it to be treated like royalty here, right?
And they're getting a good old-fashioned American rude awakening.
Yeah.
I think they stay together as long, it depends on how the reality TV series contract rolls out.
Yes.
You know, so I'm sure that's what it's going to be contingent upon whether they get divorced officially or not. Is going to be how well the TV deal is. Is it going to be a better deal if they're separated? You know, it's like a Kardashian feel without all the extra bodies and weirdo stuff.
Who else are they going to hang out with except each other?
That's true.
Well, Oprah.
Oh, yeah.
Remember?
I like how Trump always with an insult or even a compliment, it's always like no other person. So it's like, Harry is whipped like no other person.
Yeah.
Like no other person.
It proves the point.
Yeah, it's like there's nobody else.
He is whipped a little bit.
Yeah, he's whipped. He's whipped like nobody else. This is the best coffee, like nobody else's coffee. Anyway,
and he has so many sources.
Yes, he does.
Heard from many people. Yeah, he's got more sources in the press.
Everybody's talking about it. They're saying he's whipped. All right, don't go away. We'll be right back. What a great show for a Monday.
I'll pick this one up. I earn 3% cash back on dining, including takeout with Chase Freedom Unlimited. So, It's not a problem at all. You guys aren't gonna give me a fake bill fight?
Come on, Kev. You're earning 3% cash back.
Humor me.
Where's my wallet? Where's my wallet? Let me give it to you.
No, stop. I insist. That was good though. Earn big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited with no annual fee. How do you cash back? Chase, make more of what you want.
When you have auto glass damage, trust SafeLight. This, dad, and Otter were driving when they got a crack in their windshield. He wouldn't take his car just anywhere. So he brought it to SafeLight. We replaced the windshield and recalibrated their car's advanced safety system. So features like automatic emergency braking will work properly.
All right, I'll finish. That's great. Thanks.
Stay safe with SafeLight. Schedule now.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
At Booking.com, finding perfect isn't rocket science. Kitchen? Sorted. What's up? Why not? And of course, puppy friendly. We don't like to say perfect, but it's pretty perfect. Booking.com. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, CEO of MyPillow. Retailers, shopping channels, and now even banks have tried to cancel myself and MyPillow. During these times, your support has meant everything to us. My employees now want to personally thank each and every one of you by passing the savings directly onto you. For example, you can get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $39.99 a set. That's a savings of 60% and the lowest price in history. And remember, they're made with the world's best cotton, grown where the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River all meet. They come with my 10-year warranty, and I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable sheets you'll ever own. So go to mypillow.com now and use the promo code on your screen or call the 1-800 number below to get my Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $39.99, the lowest price in history. If you do it right now, I'm also going to include a free gift with your purchase. Thank you and God bless.
At Finger Hut, we don't define you by your credit score. We celebrate you being you by offering lower monthly payments than traditional buy now, pay later options on stuff you need, things you love, and brands you trust. And you build your credit history with a Finger Hut Fetty credit account. If you're looking for electronics, kitchen essentials, clothes, toys, and more, you'll find it all at Finger Hut. You do you, and we'll help build your credit at fingerhut.com.
Finger Hut credit accounts are issued by Whadda number PSE.
Are you taking a statin drug to reduce cholesterol? It can also deplete your CoQ10 levels. I recommend considering Qunol CoQ10 along with your statin medication. The brand I trust is Qunol.
Why do people who live with generalized myasthenia gravis want a new treatment option?
Because we want to be able to get up and get ready for work.
Because the animals need to be cared for, and we like taking care of them.
Because we want to go out to dinner with our friends.
Because in family photos, we want to be able to smile.
A new FDA-approved treatment for adults with generalized myasthenia gravis could help them do more of the daily activities they care about. To learn more, go to now4gmg.com and talk to your neurologist.
Hello, Michael Youssef here. You know, when Jesus stretched his arms on the cross, he is inviting whomsoever would come to him, confessing and repenting, to receive his embrace. Only then will you experience his eternal peace. Will you accept his invitation?
To learn more about the one who is ready to accept you wherever you are in life, visit findingtruepeace.com.
We're out of time. Thanks to Vivek Ramaswamy, Fox 6 Executive Products, Fox News at 9 with evil celebrities. I'm Greg Redfield. I love you, America. Keep clapping, everybody.
Shows the Crooks fire still burning. That smoke down there, very evident here from this view from high above. Now we have more video from more of a bird's eye view, closer to the smoke here from a couple of days ago. This is just south of Prescott, Arizona, folks. And in the forest there, try to imagine how to fight that fire on the hilltop there. Unfortunately, they are getting this a little bit better under control. That's just one of many fires that are burning out there across Arizona, New Mexico, surrounding states. Here's a look at Arizona and New Mexico. You see the Crooks fire south of Prescott. It has burned nearly 4,000 acres, but now it's at 22% containment. Earlier, about a week ago, there were evacuations and road closures associated with the Crooks fire. We also have the Tunnel Fire, a much larger fire north of Flagstaff,
getting a little bit better control of that, but still only 15% contained. And over in New Mexico, we've had issues there for the last couple of weeks. The Calf Canyon and Herman's Peak fire, 12% contained there, and quite a large one there, 56,000 acres burned. Now, current winds across the Four Corners, this is good news. They're generally about 5 to 10 miles an hour, gusts of 15 to 20. So not a huge deal here for the firefighters trying to fight these fires for the early part of the work week. Now, there are other issues with the weather, though, farther east here into Texas and on the Gulf Coast. We've had some heavy downpours here over the last 24 hours from areas outside of, say, Houston, all the way down to
Dova.
Pigment.
Mike Kelly sent out a picture on the Twitterverse about a astrobiology field location of interest. Mike, if you could put that up. A lot of you got it right. It is indeed the clouds of the planet Venus. Venus is the second closest planet to our star, a little bit further in than we are, about the same size, but all of its carbon dioxide is in the atmosphere, as opposed to Earth, where a lot of ours is actually locked up into rocks. This large amount of atmosphere causes a massive greenhouse effect, and we'll talk about greenhouse effect on this show as well. So huge shout outs to all of you who got it right, but the winner is Laz, who is the husband of Rachel of Destroyer Worlds, that's tweeting at Lazaru Terror. So everybody is a winner this month. The winning material.
You triggered a question I have lined up here in your response there, but as Russia continues its unprovoked attacks on
We'll go to Paris on the French elections after.
Takeaways that you can do from a
I would just go hungry when I was by myself, but when Brittany was there and she looked at me and she was just so little with her big eyes, she said, "Sister, I'm so hungry." My brain just thought, go across to the gas station and steal raviolis, grab a can and run, That's when I decided I would do anything for her, even if I had to steal our food.
As we grew up, we realized that there wasn't a lot of people that we could really depend on. And so we learned to be strong.
Young Candace was a warrior. Her determination was a model before she even knew it.
I was the very first person in my family to graduate high school.
I was so happy for her, for the way that we grew up. Statistically, she beat the odds, she did it.
When Brittany found out I was going to go to college, me leaving, I think, it was very hard for her. But I was trying to make it a positive thing. And again, I was ready to step into that role as I can be the person now that gives you what we didn't get here. And all I dreamed about was just...
Guess what? I'm going to be in that commercial with...
Script.
Mother's Day by one. For plans with extra benefits like
Hi.
Hi. Hey, Brookie.
Hello!
Mean, you just...
12 years old. It was 2003 when she came up missing. I looked up to her. In school, she was like, as far as I know, she was a straight A student. And she would tutor me sometimes, you know, with math and stuff like that. I would always hang out in her bedroom and play Super Nintendo and her PlayStation. She loved rap music and R&B. She loved shoes. She loved like name brand stuff, like, you know, just anything name brand.
We just keep over. And she's out there somewhere. She'll come home.
Amanda Berry's mother has spent days wondering about and searching for her 17-year-old daughter.
She held my feet to the fire. She wanted it in every newscast. I want to see Mandy on the news. I want her picture. I want people to, you know, because somebody saw something, somebody knows something. So put her picture on TV. Help me, please help me.
Oh my God, man. And she can't come home. I just want to know where she is.
Most people thought she ran away. Even the police officer that came at night. So it took a while before they, you know, hey, maybe something happened here.
This wasn't your typical missing person case. There was no crime scene. There was no witnesses. So the detectives went out and started, we talked to the family, talked to the people at Burger King. We talked to friends, schoolmates, and just tried to get as much information as they could. There were a lot of tips that you have to disprove and run them down. There was just nothing to it.
Luana Miller sits by the phone. It rings often, but it's never the call she wants. But tonight, Cleveland FBI says a phone call to Amanda's mother 1 week after her daughter's disappearance may hold the key.
I get a phone call. And it's an unknown male who just says that Mandy's with him and she's all right. So I just kept him on the phone for as long as I could, see if I could hear maybe my daughter in the background. And then what? He hangs up.
When the phone call happened, Luana called me and told me about it. She's like, "You're not going to believe this. I got a phone call," she said, "from the guy that has Mandy. He told me not to worry about her and she's fine. But he called me from her cell phone." I remember telling her, "Well, that's great because the FBI is going to be able to figure out where he is. They can track that stuff."
FBI got the Chronicle people involved, and we're using equipment that I didn't know existed. We believed that call bounced off one particular tower. So what we did was we went for that tower, we drew a slice of the pie like this, and went and knocked on every door, interviewed every person, searched every day, cemetery. It gave me hope that, you know what, she's alive, she's in a house, an apartment, or a location somewhere, and that there's a chance that we will find her.
When Luana found out the tower that cell phone call hit, she was obsessed. We went there, saw the tower, we were in that neighborhood. Luana told me, "I feel my daughter go. I know she's alive, and she's somewhere close to me." And she was so right. She was so right. And it's so crazy that we were so close.
I've made progress with my mental health.
So when I started having unintentional body movements called tardive dyskinesia, I ignored them. But when the twitching and jerking in my face and hands affected my day-to-day, I finally had to say, it's not okay. It was time to talk to my doctor about Austedo. She said Austedo helps reduce TD movements in adults, while I continue with most of my mental health medications.
Austedo can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Pay close attention to and call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden changes in mood, behaviors, feelings, or have suicidal thoughts. Common side effects include inflammation of the nose and throat, insomnia, and sleepiness. Don't take Austedo if you have liver problems, are taking rezapine, tetrabenazine, or valbenzine. Austedo may cause irregular or fast heartbeat, restlessness, movements mimicking Parkinson's disease, fever, stiff muscles, problems thinking, and sweating.
Talk to your doctor about Austedo. It's time to treat TD. TD is not okay. Visit askforaustedo.com.
When you have auto glass damage, trust SafeLight. This dad and daughter were driving when they got a crack in their windshield. He wouldn't take his car just anywhere. So he brought it to SafeLight. We replaced the windshield and recalibrated their car's advanced safety system. So features like automatic emergency braking will work properly. All right, okay. Stay safe with SafeLight. Schedule now.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace. I do anything.